Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
Set up teams. Let's start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better put it in queue. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Back outside once again as well. And he's just cutting his way through them. GamerLegion unable to survive the onslaught towards the outside.
Synopsy knows where Yimpat is and deletes him. Oh, baits the AWP shot. That's a 1v2. Synopsy secures it for Guild Eagles. Easy there. Just making sure the AWP works.
Yeah, putting a bullet in the body for good measure. The double tap. He's been watching the zombie movies.
Blowing Hades off the plant and making it far more uncomfortable in this 2 versus 3 retake. They try again. Dog's peeking from the top, and it's easy for him.
Keep in mind that Regali's extremely low, and Heavy didn't do a single point of health in terms of damage. And with the bomb planted where it currently is, Stico can feel pretty confident that it's going to be on the long or short side as he taps the bomb. There's not much time left here. Regali's going to show his hand, and he gets taken down by Stico.
Aaron finds the head. Oh, he's running out of bullets. He's on the knife, trying to close the gap. What are you doing, Aaron? They're gonna knife him. Boomich takes it, and oh, that's gonna hurt.
Position where he needs the clutch. Still very winnable with 2 players at low health.
Yeah, very low health, and that's one down already, but now they know exactly where Fiku is. No one defusing. Around the corner, Dupree's got cover. Dupree's gonna stick it. Fiku trying to get there, and he will just in time. 1v3 for Fiku. Eradicates them, and Shiro into the clutch. This could be a 1v3 to close it out right now. Shiro has to stick it, has to go for it, and now he has to go for the kill! And that's exactly what he's got! Shiro right at the end! Spirit, do not fall to Astralis!
The highlights there painting a very pretty picture of the first day of EUB. Man, Vince, yesterday was pretty spicy, but a lot of crazy results coming out and a lot of high-fragging games as well.
High-fragging games and very one-sided matchups to start the day off. I mean, Spirit and ENCE, we thought coming into this would be super close, it's going to be exciting. It was one of the most one-sided stomps you've ever seen, but at least ENCE did bounce back.
They did. There's some resilience on display. Mate, it's never easy, is it? Going up against Spirit, that opening game. Although, they had a bit of a close run-in. If you missed some of the games yesterday, the matchup versus Astralis, oh, that was a nail-biter.
It was. It showed that Donk was human after all, but it also showed, in my opinion, something that's more dangerous and devastating if you're going to go up against Spirit. There is a team effort now.
Yeah.
I mean, this really is. The whole Donk story and getting donked and everything, that's still going to be a possibility. He's still an outrageous player, don't get me wrong. But now you're seeing Chopper, you're seeing Shiro, you're seeing a lot of these other players really step up, and you can see there they find themselves in that 2-0 bracket.
They do. They weather the storm and get through 2-0, meaning that some of the games we're going to have today are absolutely ridiculous. We've been gifted with some absolute bangers, but you can see across the board it was a slower start towards the bottom end for a few teams. A bit of a rough one for Preasy as well, of course. Dupree now has an incredibly rough run against him, the odds being stacked up there, and that's a man that has the possibility to keep that history going, attend all the majors, right, make it to the first CS2 major, but it's all about a reverse sweep for Preasy, Vince.
It is, and I remember we were saying the exact same thing through the open and close qualifiers, watching Preasy go head-to-head with many progression on the progression here, that it's this fairy tale, you know, he's been here for so long, he's 30 years of age, a veteran, he has made history, and he's going to be against Pera today in a 0-2. It's a winnable game for Preasy. You know, they had a close one against Heroic, probably should have beat Heroic earlier on Preasy, so I feel like they're not done just yet. But obviously, there's the other caveat as well, that if any of these teams win one, so for example, if Preasy do actually win a game, then they are basically in a situation where they're one step closer to potential at least last chance qualifiers. So in this game today as well, whichever of these two teams wins against Apeks and Monte, they're guaranteed that at least. So they know they're not going to necessarily get eliminated from the RMRs. It's going to be a very difficult bracket, of course. There's going to be some very strong teams in there. But that's also another thing they're playing for. Obviously, they want to go through 3-1, 3-0, whatever the case may be, but you do have an extra lifeline.
You do. And that's towards the tail end of the day, of course, on a secondary stream. Over on the primary stream, these are the games that we're going to have coming up, and these are some star-studded bangers. I mean, you look at Vitality Cloud9, that's one for me that gets me very tantalized. Also, Astralis Heroic as well, a clash there that could be pretty explosive. Oh, Vince, we're in such a brilliant place in CS at the minute. We're coming into this RMR, Group B, we knew the games were going to deliver, and they have been.
Yeah, I mean, that is a stacked lineup of games on both streams. Plenty of CS for you guys to watch, and of course the storylines of which of these players are going to make it, which ones may very well bow out. A Spirit going to go 3-0. They showed that they were mortal yesterday in a very close game. I think most people expected them to kind of trounce Astralis, to be honest. I mean, no disrespect to Astralis at all. These guys are definitely shaping up in a nice way, as we got to cast them yesterday as well. But that I think was maybe a reality check for some people if they think the Spirit are going to just cruise through easy against every single team they ever play against.
I think it made them look more mortal in the sense that, like you say, it's about the entire team, because although it's easy to obviously focus on one player, that whole roster, pound for pound, is incredible. There's so much talent there, and it's not just Donk as well, right? Zontix gets overlooked. He even said in interviews he doesn't mind because they're winning, so he's not going to give a damn what anyone says, but he is unbelievable at CS, mate. So you factor in all those elements and Chopper playing well. Oh, Vince, they're just fun to watch. They are exciting, but we'll focus to what we're working with here on the B stream, Vince.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where we've had so many individuals step up. You know, you just mentioned Spirit there. Obviously, we've had Vitality, Zaiwu show up. But the player that we're going to be casting first from Apeks is Jacob.
Oh, yes.
And this guy yesterday was winding back the years, and he was showing us that, yes, he might be towards the, you know, closer to the end of his career than the start of his career, but he's not done just yet. He is still here to make sure that he qualifies himself. He played outrageous on that Ancient game.
He did indeed. But let's have a look at their opposition. Monte, obviously, at first, going into the RMRs, they brought Gizmi out to play. The UK superstar that had a run back at the Paris RMRs. He subbed in yesterday and playing in some positions that are a bit rough. He still had some good ratings, but he's been taken back off the roster, and we've got the return of SDY now. So this is Monte at full strength for today.
It is. I'm still unsure as to whether SDY has some residual sort of illness creeping in.
Yeah.
Obviously, he feels good enough to be here and playing, but I doubt very much he feels 100%. Additionally, when you're playing with one player, then some Young comes back in. Very good player, of course, a huge part of this roster. Is it going to knock them off kilter a little bit? A lot of players like to feel comfortable and know exactly what's coming up. So there's a certain air of a question mark, I think, looming overhead Monte. But if some Young does come back and he is feeling it, then 100%, this team has just been powered up. No disrespect to Gizmi, he did a really good job, but obviously this is their roster that's locked in.
Exactly, and as well, you've got to just take it for what it is, right? SDY as a rifler, this man really is a powerhouse. He can do so much for the squad, and maybe just having that ability where even if you're feeling a little bit worse individually in terms of however you are, coming into it, the rest of the roster is going to want to rise around you, knowing all 5 of you now have a run, and they went 1-1 yesterday. That's why they're in this game. But this team, the whole squad has been pretty exciting to watch. Man, Stiko was really going off yesterday as well. Some of the clutch rounds he had, supported by Jacob, that, like you said, was the lights out, sporting a huge rating, looked so damn good on opening rounds, but closing them as well.
Yeah, and the thing about Jacob is, additionally, he's kind of the entry rifler. He's kind of the guy that's going to go in first. He wants to try and breach. He wants to try and get impact early on in the round. And he was getting multiple multi-frags on that Ancient. Ancient, obviously, a map that Apeks is going to be leaning towards in this game as well. Not sure they'll get a chance to play that against Monte. But if they do get the opportunity, then you better watch out for Jacob in particular. You said it yourself, Stiko. He had a couple of crazy entry frags and the mechanics, but it's mainly the fact that this guy he's a thinking man's kind of player. This guy's been around for so long. He's only 27 still, but he's just been around for that damn long, playing since 2014, 2013. But he's very good in those clutches, very good at understanding how do I maneuver myself that can allow my teammates to pop off in this position. That's what he's always been excellent at throughout his career.
And that was really brought to the forefront of their games yesterday, where no matter how stat the odds were against them, he was rock solid. He was indestructible, much like a display. You know, he was able to take anything that was thrown at him and bounce it off in a matter of seconds. And in those clutch rounds, he just did wonders for this team. You'd hope that's a trend that carries on. Sat next to him, of course, Kakanito as well, and of a very strong player that can deliver. I think, you know, if you're looking at the multi-kills that we had for that team, he's always there, always creeping around in the back line, right? When he needs to show up, you can rely on him.
Yeah, and another player, you mentioned the multi-kills. The one player in the first half going through into the second half of Ancient yesterday that we casted that was better than Jacob in multi-frags was ENCE. He is another guy on the side of Apeks that you can't overlook in terms of his ability levels, what he's going to bring to the table. I think on paper, this is actually a very evenly matched game, especially with SDY coming back into the fray. So, you know, when we came in and we found out which games we were casting, I was like, oof, these opening 2 best of ones, Apeks Monte, ENCE GamerLegion. Yes, please sign me up for those.
Oh yeah. It's like, oh, can we do those, please? Oh, that would be lovely, actually. It really is a treat. Okay, so we kind of alluded to it, but there is a little bit of potential spice that could go down with a veto. We'll see what we get out of it. If we squeeze an absolute banger, there's some storylines that we can weave into this one in terms of the maps. At the minute, though, first 2 bans out the way. We remove Inferno. Oh, here we go. Little thumb up. They're feeling good for the day, Vince. That's what you like to see.
Photogenic. love to see that. Yeah, smiles. We'll see if there's still smiles come the end of this best of one, at the business end of this matchup. But Nuke also banned out. So Ancient is still available. Anubis still available. Those are the 2 maps that definitely both teams respectively are going to be looking at here. Vertigo's now been banned as well.
Okay, Mirage still being floated as well. There is some room for this to get a little bit hectic. Of course, at this point, right, we're still in the best of 1 phase because of where these teams are. You're not at qualification, you're not at elimination, so it's still only the 1 map. And in MR12, if you're a bit of a slow roll into it, you can't quite iron out those issues immediately and find your footing, well, it can unravel quite quickly. Mirage now taken out of the veto, though, as Apeks will ban that. And we are going to Anubis. Okay, Vince, I think we've done well on this one, mate. This is not only a win for the viewers at home, but potentially going to give us a very close matchup between these 2 squads.
Yeah, as you can see, both teams have played this quite a bit over the last 3 months. That includes a player break, of course. Ancient banned out by Monte. It's a map that Apeks certainly would have wanted to play. We cast them yesterday. That man on your screen was dominant. I think he ended on 26 kills and 130 ADR or something absolutely wild like that. So obviously, I think it's a double-edged sword. It's like, yeah, we prefer Anubis, and also we prefer not to get wrecked on Ancient by Jacob, so let's just head to Egypt instead, I guess. And yeah, this is boding very nicely from a neutral's perspective. Watching this, I think the veto went about as well as we could have expected, really.
Yeah, I think so. We're definitely set up for hopefully a very, very good opening. Best of one on this one, of course. For both teams now, you're kind of in a position as well where I would imagine in the camp of Monte, coming off the back of, you know, having that sort of initial shock of realizing, okay, we have to figure out a solution, right? You bring in Gizmi from the academy roster. Doing his interview, he literally said that he got a phone call on the way to university and just realized, okay, I'm not going to uni today. I am instead going to be traveling to Romania and getting stuck straight into an RMR. His second RMR run. He was playing mid for them on Anubis, had a pretty good rating, just above 1, I believe. You know, didn't necessarily need to do anything too wild into that matchup. But now we get SDY back in the server, and we're setting things up for this one. We'll get it going live and kick off the day here on the B stream with a very, very exciting game.
Indeed, we shall. I saw a few smiles there turn into a quick grimace as the technical pause was called, so fingers crossed nothing too nefarious or serious is going on over there, and we can jump underway into Anubis. Kakanito deep in thought and focus on your screen right now, understandably so, because again, the winner of this has finalized themselves at bare minimum last chance qualifiers. And of course, it puts them one giant step towards the best of threes, and additionally, potentially moving through outright. And I think, you know, Apeks and Monte, they're kind of those mid of the pack when you look at this group. This is a super stacked group. I think B more stacked than A was. And I think most people would put Apeks and Monte around sort of the mid portion of this. You have some of the lesser known teams, the Nexuses, the Peras, etc., probably near the bottom. Preasy maybe is around that mark as well. But these two teams, make no mistake, they are legit. They are solid rosters. Apeks obviously went to the last major, turned a lot of heads, surprised a lot of people. So yeah, I could see either of these teams potentially sneaking their way through and actually securing their spot at the major here.
Oh, definitely so. I think for either of them, it's a similar sort of story, right? Where they both have the innings to make it there. It's just about sort of bypassing now the next upcoming games. Because like we've been touching on over the course of the RMRs, it is a very intense format in terms of the gauntlet you run. A lot of games, not really much room to make mistakes either. At least, like you said, there is that room to, worst case scenario, if things start to slip away from you a little bit, at least guarantee yourself a shot at the last chance. And the difference here as well is back on Group A, the teams that didn't make it out there, Fnatic, 9 Pandas, you're waiting for a while, right? You've got the setup, you've got an environment where you can practice, PGL provide all of that for you, but it's the time. You're sat watching the games, whereas for these teams, it's a pretty quick turnaround of if you fail to make it through the group directly, you're straight into the LCQ and straight back into the server for your last attempt. Only one spot though, out of 6 possible teams.
Yeah, exactly. And when you look at some of the teams that might be from this group, and obviously Group A as well, you have the likes of BetBoom in there, 9 Pandas, etc. It's going to be a very difficult gauntlet, and there's no second chance. There's no room for error on that one. It's straight up constant games. You have to be successful every single time, or you will not make the major at that point. I think it's important for Apeks here. Like they look very, very calm. Yeah, very having a good time, just having a good laugh amongst the 5 of them. Is super important. You know, you get into the game, you're ready to go, tech issue, you've got to keep yourself loosened up and limber.
Yeah, I will say as well, I had the pleasure of spending a bit of time with Kakanito. I think this was back at Pro League Season 17. He jumped on for one of the casts, and getting to know the guy a little bit, you can see he has a great brain for understanding Counter-Strike, mechanically very gifted as well, but it's more his kind of confidence, the way he holds himself, like genuinely just seems like a very nice guy. You could imagine in terms of the vibe for the team, with the other players he's got around him as well, it feels like a good bunch of mates. So keeping the energy high in this kind of environment, right, where you're just like, all right, boys, couple minutes before things start, crack a few jokes, keep the mood high, that can do a lot for you, because it kind of snaps you out of the pressure of, I'm too dialed in and we're not live yet.
100%, and I think where that really, really shows itself is when you start losing. Because a lot of teams, when they start getting on the wrong end of the scoreboard, that's when the silence creeps in. That's where the bad vibes, it becomes like a graveyard on TeamSpeak. People go quiet, there's sighing, there's passive aggressiveness, you know, the classic kind of stuff that no one likes to play around. So having a team of people that just get along well, that, you know, having some of those live wires, the good vibe kind of players, makes a huge amount of difference. And we've already talked about Stiko, you know, yesterday, very, very chill guy, super upbeat, super positive kind of individual. Jacob as well, we also know throughout the years, is a bit of a jokester. So yeah, I can imagine the vibes on that TS are pretty damn good.
Yeah, you know they'll be cracking some absolute bangers, keeping the mood good. Seems like we're a few seconds away from getting everything finalized and on the go as well here. And it probably is a dream come true as well to just have the full roster. And at least at this point, it's not as if you're going into it with SDY returning 0-2. You went 1-1, so you weathered the storm, and it's entirely, you know, fixable. That's still a timeline, Vince, where you could bounce back massively. And if he's able to play his A game, come out or at least deliver to, you know, around the level we sort of know that this man can, that could be a huge boon for the whole Monte team.
Yeah, I mean, coming back from an illness and probably not being 100% just yet either, if he can post up a serious performance, and he is a linchpin player of this Monte squad, like he's one of the guys you're looking at to do some of the heavy lifting, both in terms of not necessarily IGLing, but I know he does have a very vocal input into this team and also fragging additionally on top of that. If he comes through and posts up a performance here, he deserves a lot of praise, because coming back in like this, getting used to an environment that the other players have played 2 matches already in, that in itself isn't easy, especially when you're also carrying an illness. So yeah, here we go though. We're ready to get live.
We can get into it. Okay, Anubis on your screens, Apeks on the T side, Monte starting it off on CT, having a quick glance at the purchase as well. You do love to see it. 2 sets of dualies. Okay, so 4 pistols between SDY and Krasnal to open this one up.
Backing away though, it looked like Apeks wanted to pull the trigger and hit that A site as fast as possible, but they're going to be going through the canals instead, up onto Dark. Looking to connect their way onto the B side. 2 players outside of main as well. So it looks like it's going to be a B crunch here, Jackie. Smoke, or a decoy, pardon me, into a flash onto the site, and they're going to try and explode in here. They're slowing down the pace, but there's no one home anyway.
Ooh, Nork. Okay, that's a nice connection. Straight to the cranium. Doesn't want to allow SDY to play the game, even though he's back in the building. And they fight for control of Connector, peeking back down towards the canals and holding back the oncoming retake. A retake that isn't going to exist at all. This could be quite a clean pistol round from Apeks. A bit of a battle back as Stiko is slain. But overall, the grand scheme of the round, well, that's firmly taken by Apeks.
Yeah, Nork's P250 headshot converted briskly into that 1-0. And now Monte, many CT sides will go in for a full-on investment here in terms of those MP9s up close. Probably can't really justify too many of those, so it's going to be more pistols. And the scout has been dropped across the Warrow. Definitely a player to watch out for on this squad as well, especially Anubis. He can post up some serious digits once he has the AWP in his hands.
But this very RMR as well, Warrow's been showing up. And you want that. He kind of is one of those characters that can burn very brightly for Monte. He's always been sick on a scout as well. Some players have the magic touch with this weapon, and he's one of them. He's waiting for the push to come on in. The warning shot goes out, it baits them up close. This is where SDY will swing. Lights up one. They've got some tags out. Low on Kakanito, but no joy as the nade blows him off.
Allows a bit of safe passage, but Bro connecting the deagle onto Jacob, and Demk also going in for one of his own. Suddenly it spins into a very awkward position. Kakanito on just 9 HP. Is trying to fend off and be the shield for Stiko's plant. Successful plant down. Kakanito with a spray for 1. Low HP bars on the CTs, but so the same for the Ts, and the deagle. Shots go awry, allowing Apeks to take a 2-0, but that's going to be a quick couple of moments, Jackie, to just compose themselves and have a sigh of relief, because that was so nearly in Monte's favor.
It was. It really was. You like the play, though, to swing together and make it uncomfortable. Obviously, you know you outnumber him, even with how low they are. If he doesn't hit the quick shots to clean up onto both players, you're so far away from each other, it just creates that delay with flicking the crosshair. So you should have been able to find the trade. They do better than that. Do close it down with both of them surviving. Good for Kakanito as well. If he has a great start into a game, he's one of those players that keeps elevating his level, the more he feels like he's on. We were talking about his talent, and he can come alive. Obviously, into this round as well, you know you've got the added blessing of not much to work with for Monte, so he's just looking for a couple of freebies down towards the stack on the site.
A freebie he shall be gifted. There's a second one as well. Jacob just cleaning it up. Kakanito's got 2 of his own. Glock is pulled out for a 3K, and although Kakanito finds himself on 37, it's unlikely that SDY is going to get much out from a P2000. That's a clean-looking skin, though. Super clean. I don't think I've seen that one before.
P2000 silver, mate.
It is just the silver. Nice.
It used to look a lot worse in CSGO.
I was going to say,
Massively buffed in CS2.
What those skins
pretty
did.
Nice. Yeah. It's any of the metals, you know? Anything you'd find at the local jewelry shop.
Well, unfortunately, it didn't yield any frags in return, and it's a quick 3-0. So Apeks, we know that they're a momentum-based team. We discussed this yesterday as well. If Kakanito, ENCE really get off to a great start, things can spiral out of control for any adversary. It's also Nork, though. It's a player we haven't really touched on too much. Obviously, he's going to be picking up the sniper rifle. Was a bit overshadowed on day one, I think it's safe to say, but it's not as if he's been playing bad by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. And with the pace that they've been bringing out as well, you might not need to see him don the scope for a fair few rounds, especially if they can keep the bonus alive going into this one. They've forced Monte into a bit of an uncomfortable spot already. They're playing for the retake, and on the choke points, ooh, it looked like it was going to quite quickly fall into an Apeks round, but Bro at least finds one head, so a manageable situation unless this man continues his domination.
Lots of damage onto Demka as well, as the drop from Kakanito has softened up the oncoming CTs. Crossfire in, Nork gets two, looking for a third, sprays it down, locks it into position from the Swede, and in doing so, Apeks, in their bonus round, get a 4-0 lead. And that is going to send shockwaves into Monte. They had to win that round, and the fact they just gave up the site that early on was inviting so much pressure to themselves.
Apeks playing with a lot of pace. They're taking what they want. They're not waiting around to ask questions. The celebration there as well. You can see the difference on either side of the table. Stico, he was really switched in on that one. You could see the pressure of, oh, if we lose this 1v1, it could start to unravel. Instead, though, it's a great start. You've got 4 opening rounds to play with. SDY trying his luck towards middle with the MP9, but no success for the SMG.
Confidence that Apeks are playing off right now in terms of their spawn-based maneuvers up through middle pushes, down into the canals as well. It's so seamless, it's so fast. It feels like this is a team that has the utmost confidence in their own abilities. There's no second guessing. There's no paralysis by trying to overthink things. They have an idea and they're carrying it through with it. And Monte, off the back of going in for almost full MP9s with one deagle alongside it, losing SDY in mid, they're on the back foot again, and you only have one smoke between the 4 of them.
Getting those opening picks towards mid just give you so much more map control to work with. It might not matter though, as it's the push on the extremity we needed to worry about. And Nork, ready for the entries. Almost getting himself free, but Krasnal replies. Oh, wide swing with a tag onto the back line. He's softened them up, but it's just Bro. It's a 1 versus 4. About 40 seconds left on the timer. He's getting himself into a good angle at least.
That's the problem though, isn't it? When you're in that kind of an angle and you know that your back is exposed, there was actually a player coming around from the backside as well, going to be getting into cams in a few moments. He had to press forward, and that off angle is always one that's going to get checked when you have multiple players left and tons of time on the clock. It's one of the reasons why we say when teams execute with like 5-10 seconds left, those are the kind of angles that go and check. They can be powerful, but when you got tons of time and you have multiple players, of course that's going to get checked, and there's nothing the MP9 can really do in that scenario. But it all kicked off with Jacob just straight through mid, gets his pick, Nork, nice double, and everything fell into place nicely. I mean, this is an Apeks team looking like they are very well oiled indeed. They're coming into the RMR seemingly like they're hitting a peak.
Yeah, the 5 fingers on one hand at the minute. And these are the rounds where Nork is actually able to don the AWP as well. He takes the peek, pre-scopes, there's no audio cue, he gets a clear line of sight. No connection, but information is gathered. Kakanito towards Connector. He's been a real bane into this game already. He must be so annoying to play against with how he's just been finding those picks and keeping them trapped on the bomb site.
I think it's where that intelligence and that cerebral element of him that you were discussing before really comes up. Is he has a very good understanding of positioning and also rotation timings. We've already seen him take confrontations in mid, then drop down into the canals and nearly get a second frag as well. It's very difficult to really telegraph or try and figure out if you're on the side of the CTs. And Anubis is already a map that you feel super uncomfortable on the CT side. There's a reason why a lot of T-halves get out of control quick. A lot of pushing and flowing and probing that you're having to deal with. That's not a great smoke from Jacob. HE is going to slightly blast that to the side, however, and they're going to try and get down cams.
Monte know that a lot of mid-control has been taken for free into these rounds, so they're instead playing on the further back angles, looking to support each other when the push comes in. But Jacob, with a snapshot straight to the face. The issue is those were the two players set to defend towards the A site. It's the backup from B that now has to arrive. Mid's open for Nork, and he's finding the freebies. Down to just 2, and it keeps getting worse.
Yeah, this is looking pretty grim, isn't it? A freebie kill for Krasnal. Wants to wait to see if a second player shows himself. He does have a kit, actually. Is he going to try and go onto the site and ninja defuse?
Oh no.
Oh, hold up. Stiko. This is what we're talking about, man, where many players would just leave. Stiko sticks in here, and he should be able to deny this one. Yeah, there's no way. Krasnal may get the frag. I don't think he's got the time for this one. It's going to be very close, but there's the extra shutdown from Nork. Nice try, Krasnal. Honestly, a lot of players would have just taken the kills that were afforded to them, and they'd have just pieced out of there, try to save their M4. But again, this is where that experience really shines. Stiko going back and saying, hold on a second, guys. Let's just make sure there's no shenanigans going on here, and they found the snake in the grass.
Yeah, you've cleared beach, you've pushed your way around through temple, you're thinking, well, he's not mid, where is he? Should we just check the site at that point? You hear the footstep. Damn. Really quite close as well. You weather the storm on that one, though. That would have been a hell of a round to get back into. Like you say, off the back of him just going, well, don't need the frag per se. Could go for the old cheeky play on the site.
Another issue is here as well here, Jackie. You know, we were touching coming into this game of like, oh, the players from Monte we need to watch out for. Waro2k,
yep.
a guy that can absolutely pop off. He's up there when he's on form as one of the better AWPers in the region, in all honesty. He's pulled off some crazy stuff in the past. He's not got any kills yet. He has been completely and utterly suppressed and silenced by Apeks. He's not had an opportunity to do anything.
I think it's as well just the money side, right? Because you also sat there where the one time we see him bring out a weapon that actually has a scope attached is the scout. Yeah, he got quite a few tags off, but even then you're relying on your teammate to just trade it once they're softened up with the pistols. If he had an AWP, it might be a bit of a different story. You could maybe rotate some of your assets off, allow him to sole defend towards A. Demka as well, he's had a big rating for this team over the course of the event so far. They just aren't in a position to do too much. Kakanito is always trying to abuse control of Connector. Krasnal does back up into the back right corner. Seems like he's got his number on this. He wanted to line up for the spam. He had an understanding exactly where he could be.
Yeah, you can see in action, Kakanito knows exactly what is going on. He just doesn't know the lineup of the smoke right now. The smoke's going to clear 3 players. Smoke put down, going to force them into an awkward position, but he gets caught, and Stiko wasn't quite in spot to help him out there. So a hit and run. They don't manage to get their hands on the AK, which is a bit of a downside for Monte. And again, Jacob cracks open mid, tons of damage onto Krasnal as 2 of them try to wide swing out of heaven. Jacob taking quite a bit of a peppering himself, though, so this is a bit of a scrappy round that maybe Monte can get some kind of a foothold into.
There's a timeline where they could convert this into an actual round, especially when Bro gets the flank off through camera. Oh, more headshots than a photographer on that one. And it is all down to Nork. He's got to give up the round. Finally, they pull one off. And that's with what? MP9s and a 4-man setup towards the B site? Okay, Monte, here we go.
Close in that last round from Krasnal. And this time he has got the full-on defuse. Yeah, a bit of an awkward, sort of laboured round of 1v1, weird wide swings. Kakanito was keeping 3 players busy, but there was no follow-up, and then Jacob gets caught, and then Stiko tries to make the most, and, you know, it's just not quite the protocols that Apeks will be hoping for. The thing is, though, up until that point, they've looked so efficient. I'm not sure we'll see them make that same mistake again.
No, they've been looking really good and playing with such pace as well, setting the overall speed of the game on that T side where it feels like they can just roam. Okay, Waro's finally got the AWP though, and it's a nice early nade. You line it up for the back, you get that instant connection onto the stairs. Even if you don't know you've dealt damage, you've at least slowed down the push and stripped a bit of the HP. Quite a meaty one as well, Vince. 3 players being hit by that.
And that's the better part of 60 damage. From $300, well worth the investment on that. Softens up 3 players for that 1 tap from the M4A1S in the hands of Krasnal. Of course, they have the AKs alongside it and the AWP. But this is really where we need to see what Waro has up his sleeve. We need to see what he's capable of doing. If this is a one and done and you get broken back down again, Apeks 7-1 lead is going to be absolutely brutal to come back from. Kakanito may have taken some damage, but he's brute forced his way into Dark and forced away those CTs in the process. Who going for the peak? Molotov down, and there's the shot from Moro.
Got his first, wanted a second. Can't quite connect onto it, but he's got the backup of Krasnal. And this spells a bit of a rough start for Apeks into the following round. Sense. Ooh, something was tingling. He spotted the player through the back of the smoke, does damage. Demko with the info as well. Onto Beaker now, peeking out, looking for the quick trade, but Stiko actually gets 2, bringing it down to a 1 versus 2 for this man himself, switching from AWP to AK.
Excuse me, Stiko, that second headshot was a little bit spicy. There's some Die Young. He is here and he has arrived. The 3rd kill and a 2nd round on the side of Monte. That 2nd flick from Stiko up onto the platforms, man. People say that he's just a thinking man's player. He doesn't have the mechanics. Well, he's shutting those naysayers down. It was ridiculous.
Made you think maybe there was a bit more to be done on that one, right? When he hits the follow-up frag. Okay, this is the first time we actually see Apeks kind of look a little bit more mortal as well, right? They have to take a pause for the first time. You get the coach involved, slow down the game, and don't let these mistakes continue. But great resilience there from Monte, at least. You had to find something to, you know, start that buffer, give yourself some kind of barricade on the CT side. If there was a couple more rounds, then we're asking the question of, at what point do you wake up? Now they're awake, you can build a little bit of money, they keep the AWP in circulation as well, so Warro can have that back in the next.
Let's highlight on the replays, Warro with a couple of very nice kills. A wall bang and a shot through the smoke. Tons of impact. And the belief beginning to build. Applause from Krasnal to his teammates. Let's go, boys. We're still in this. And of course, we know that Anubis can be so heavily T-sided that they're absolutely still in this game. There's tons of rounds to be played just yet. Jacob, though, just walking out of main, does a lot of damage. That grenade's going to finish off. Bro, what? How did that not hit him? Opposite side of the wall, perhaps?
It's bounced off the lip. It didn't go deep enough to take Bro out of the round, so he's still fighting. And they get themselves inside of the smokes. They're making it uncomfortable for the T's. But Sense lights up one like a Christmas tree. Kakanito comes in with a HG as well to blow away Krasnal. And what looked like they could have had some shenanigans here to defend the site. Now the pressure's mounting. Now it's all going wrong. Warro, he pushes up like a combat sniper. But no joy, no connection. No one wants to give him a freebie to let them back in.
But the war's over. He's going to have to call a retreat with that AWP. They know that this is far too hot to handle with all 5 of Apeks standing. And although they have some utility, it's like one of those very clumped up bottleneck angle retake sites. It's very, very tough to make this. Even if it was a 3v3, it would be hard, let alone 5 players still alive. I honestly thought that Apeks were about to get robbed of that round when Bro survived off that grenade, because it looked like he was dead to rights. I think it was Jacob that tagged him and then threw in the HE. But Monte's win streak comes to an abrupt end. It's just 2 strung together before Apeks finds success again. But with the saved 3 weapons, they'll be coming straight back in with another buy. They can still turn this half around. I think if they got like an 8-4 or a 7-5 scoreline, game is well and truly on.
It's still early, there's still room. You can see them favoring that control towards the site. They've known that Kakanito's good to, even if he's not finding the frags, just make it so uncomfortable for those players with how much space they have to give up for free. You can't fight down towards the canal. You can't even really control the connector for the most part, so it gives them a way in. And then if Warro's not there with the secondary AWP, you've got Nork, right? He can pre-scope in, go for the contact peek. You've always got the backup of that sniper on the T side to get you those entries if need be. An unfortunate round to lose out, especially, I'm right there with you. When they got themselves into the smoke still alive, you're thinking, okay, there's room where you can really delay this for a while, make it uncomfortable for the T's, buying time for the rotate. Didn't happen, though, Vince.
Is that a scorpion on Nork's left arm there? Tattoo, I think it was.
It looks like it, yeah.
That lightning fast strike that you'd expect from an AWPer, perhaps trying to channel that one. So we'll have to find if Monte have the anti-venom for this. So far, though, they've been hemorrhaging. They've been struggling. But they do have that buy that we were discussing before. And Jacob, again, not for the first time, is like, yeah, don't worry, boys. I'm going to just rush straight down mid. Bypassing those Molotovs. Had a chance, but didn't quite capitalize.
He's switch up the setup a little bit. You're having Warrow just roam with the AWP so he can back up wherever they need the extra defense. SDY tries to play inside of the smoke, but map control is slowly but surely being claimed. Sense. Is he going to walk straight into the scope of Warrow, though? He sees a little bit of the body on the peak, has to back off. Timing on it's going to be awkward. Dives around the corner and is still alive. That's the important fact. But Sense, with a fadeaway shot, Demka tries to deny. Warrow's getting tags, but the site itself is gone.
It is. They're playing for retake again and potential save again. It has to be so frustrating if you're Monte. You're getting those weapons, you're getting the utility, but then you just get barraged by straight-up rushes. There's nothing too crazy tactically about this Apeks. T-side, they're playing off spawns and making the most of Jacob's aggression. And now they're going to be walking into the gauntlet. And the clothesline of AK sprays them down for 3 headshots. Apeks 8-4 in the lead, and Monte can't buy around at this point.
Can't get their hands on these for love nor money. Damn. Small moments there as well. A couple of intricacies that could have changed their fate. For SDY as well, you could be fuming, man. That fadeaway headshot through the box and the drop down. Sense hitting that one makes a world of difference. They've got so much energy as well, coming straight into it. That's what you need. Oof. You do look across, right? CT side, a little bit more limited. At least the utility's there for them. It could have been a lot worse than the buy. And the nades have been on point. Again, huge chunk of damage done on the setup. This time expecting the push from the players over towards carpets. You get that early tag out, but they are grouping up for what really could be a quick play out towards the site this time. Demka, he's got a Molotov and the M4, but the entire site is set ablaze.
It is, and although they tried to put a Molotov down to delay the push, it wasn't quite on position. Slight gap in the smoke, and Demka makes the most of it, though. As Nork is spiraling out of the round, you can hear the bomb being planted down in the hands of Stiko. And Sen's going to get aggressive again. He has so much success up in this heaven position, as the previous round showed with that kill he picked up. Once again, Monte have been brute forced, evicted out of the site. This is now Apeks territory, their domain. You have to walk into their lair, and it's fraught with threats. And Sun Dai Young, he's decided it's not for him. He has to go back and save again, Jackie. And how many times have Monte just been bullied off the site? Have to go in for these saves. Apeks 9-2 in the lead.
Trailblazing on their T side.
Terrorists win.
And all of the pieces for Apeks that you need to show up are delivering at the minute. SDY. You'd hear them all coming, but time will tick on by. Saved by the bell, so at least he holds on to that one M4. How much is that really going to bail them out, though?
That's a really nice kill from Demka. Unfortunately, it's the only real highlight out of this round. The rest of it is just going to be the bloodshed, really, on the CT side. You can see that from their reactions, they're not happy, they're not comfortable. Warrow's still really to get out first gear. It's just been stuck there the entire time, has another scout available. They're going to go for a bit more aggression now down on Dark. 2 players pushed it. Demka's hiding just outside of A main, can go in for that wide swing if he feels like it, but it feels as if Apeks have conditioned Monte to be scared. They feel like a team that is not playing to their own strengths, but more reacting to the strengths of Apeks, who are dictating the pace of every single one of these rounds.
You saw at least Monte in terms of the setup down towards the canals, fighting a bit more confidently to hold back Kakanito. It's a 3-player setup towards the A main face as well. And SDY will at least get that opening pick. So you've taken down Stiko, but again, it's mid that's entirely open. They're bleeding their way through. Jacob's been so good at finding frags down through camera. Rips another head off. Demka trades it back. We're into a 3 versus 4, so there is an edge for Monte.
There is, they have to convert this. They have to get a 9-3 half here. There's ways forward if they do find success, but Kakanito's going to be going out first. Multiple players around here. First spray off. Does connect some shots on the second one. Nork next up to the plate, but there we have it. Finally, a solid lockdown. It took 12 rounds, but we got there eventually. 9-3 the halftime score, however, and Apeks up. Oh.
Looking really good. Whole squad firing on all cylinders. But Monte getting that round, the tail end, at least one more under the belt. Now you kind of have to shake it off. Forget about what's happened in the first half. It's a best of one as well, so obviously in terms of the overall rounds you've got to play with, it's fairly limited, but a pistol round can still make a world of difference. And this is a team that, honestly, man, they're all pretty sick on pistols. They've always got that going for them, Vince.
Very true. They are a solid pistol outfit, but it doesn't feel to me that Monte have fully arrived into this game just yet, Jackie. I mean, honestly, in terms of trading, in terms of tactical sort of situational awareness with how they were trying to answer the early aggression from Monte, they didn't have the nades, they didn't have the aggression. It felt like they were just lacking bite. Super flat performance, but as you said, if they can kick things off here with a pistol, get themselves into a situation where they can really try and choke out the economy of Apeks, they have every chance to come back into this. But a lot of it falls upon this round, and they've got Kakanito to deal with his Julies.
Oh no. He's been eating a breakfast of Nitro. He wants to blow them away. Dooley's in the backline. Will they clear it? Headshot connection onto the first. The right hook will go wide though, and SDY trades it back on the Glock. At least you've taken site control. You can punch in those digits and get the bomb planted, but the flashbang comes in early. Stiko sprints in, swinging with the Doolies, looking for damage, but it's none to be found as Monte put the foot down and take that pistol.
That's exactly what they were looking for. Not just the pistol round win, but it's explosive. Their aim was on point. It didn't get close. It was one-sided. That's a confidence build around, but you've got to make sure that you don't slip and slide out of this force buy that will be coming up now from Apeks. So often do we see teams do this. That was crispy aim across the board. You highlighted it. They're very good at pistol rounds. They showed us why. And now you can see things start to change just a little bit. Actually, no full investment in this round from Apeks. Interesting. Full eco comes in from the CT side.
They just go for the stack. Whole squad at mid. No audio cue. They haven't ran towards the A site, so the player DP main wouldn't have got the information. Nork eats the grenade. SDY with a Mac 10 can farm a whole load of money as the Mac Daddy is back on the server for Monte.
It's going to make Sum Dayoung feel a whole lot better right now. Padding those stats, money in the bank, $5,900 in his account as he replenishes some of that utility that was popped in there for the peak. And they may have gone for the stack, but it was the perfect weapon for the job, and Waro had his back covered as well. However, because of the eco, now M4s are in play on the side of Apeks. But Monte, this is a strong bonus to have. 4 rifles, tons of utility, and a Mac 10 still in play. There's also headless armor on Sense, so he could fall prey to that Mac 10. The Apeks certainly not out of the woods just yet.
That's close on connector as well, so potentially an angle where you might be fought by the weapon. A bit of a drive-by to come out. Aim punch sending you all over the shop if you eat those bullets straight to the cranium. Could go a bit awkward. They do go for the double face though. Krasnal on point in the pistol round. Slowed down by the nade, audio cue connection. Smoke goes up to block it off, so a 1-for-1 trade on the fight towards canals.
Spending a bit from the CTs as well, though, so they only have 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and a molly, which has just been tossed out with a minute left on the clock. A main smoke has cleared. They're going to get aggressive behind this. Stiko and Jacob at different angles of aggression. Stiko removing the head of Demk and forcing back Krasnal behind the smoke. So Apeks facilitating aggression because of a lack of utility. Very well played by them, but it puts Monte on the back foot. And whereas they had tons of time before, now there's only 40 seconds. And they still have to congregate together, pick up the bomb. This is all taking valuable time across, and Kakanito, in a bit of an off angle, isn't known just yet. This is starting to look a little bit dicey on the side of Monte.
Oh, you've got such a quick rotation. They're already down. Krasnal's about to get stabbed in the back. He has to turn, but time is ticking. That's the additional man on the server right now. Even if he finds one with a Galil, it's all about getting the bomb plant in. And Kakanito, he knows he can roam, finds the easy frag. Jacob holds against SDY. And Apeks, as soon as they get the rifles, they start to look confident again. 10-5.
Really nice aggression into Dark there, realizing the situation was dire on the site. If they all exploded out, Kakanito was against the world by himself. That's why they went for that aggression. Really nice buddy system into A main as well, and Kakanito making the most of it. He realized there was weakness there he had to exploit. Don't allow Monte to get comfortable. Don't allow him to get set up. pushed on the back foot again. Double digits for Apeks. Monte have a buy-in, but if they were to lose this, they'd be back onto nothing again. Apeks on the brink here, on the precipice of securing a 2-1.
The early utility from Apeks, designed to just make it uncomfortable for Monte early. If they were going for a quicker paced play towards A main, you're held back by the flashbang. Exchange of smokes, stripping a little bit more time off the clock. Oh, it won't matter though. Demka gets confident, walks his way through the first, but Nork's there with a nade, drops it straight on him. So it's another opening duel that they've won with not even a lick of damage back onto them. They're all full HP. SDY is the mid player on that CT side. He's trying his luck on the T half now. And he's peppered through the smoke.
Oof, Jacob with the A1S has laid down the law there, but you're already seeing Apeks having so much more confidence and aggression on their CT side. We didn't see this a single round on the side of Monte until the 12th, and that was because they had a trash buy anyway. Apeks already showing us that the CT side of Anubis can be very aggro. And Sense behind the pillar, not requiring to go for a wide swing in. He has a teammate there, the buddy system's been erected, and now 4 players making moves over onto this side of the map as well. They have such a good read of the situation because of this rotation that Nork has gone in for, and now Monte are basically screwed. They're walking into a stacked site with nothing alongside it, no grenades. And suddenly Sumdai Young alone is about to run into the flank. At least deals with that one, dispatches of Nork, but there's 10 seconds left, and there's not really anything he can do about it.
He's got to turn tail, run as fast as he can. There is a squad hunting this man down. Best case scenario with 11 HP, he limps his way through, clutching onto the Kalashnikov. Oh, last second territory for survival of one single weapon. But the way they're playing, I think you summed it up perfectly, right? It's just a difference of confidence. You're playing T on your CT half. You're able to cut down the map control, force out those rotations. As soon as you get a pick to play with, they're pushing for a little bit more. Stiko had the entirety of the A side of the map basically under his pocket in a matter of seconds. There was nothing they could do. Even on the entries as well, they had a flashbang that blinded the player on close left by Pillar, but it all went skew if, it all went wrong. As soon as you've given up that one, they've just got so much more to work with. Oh no. Monte using their last time out here as well. And this really is do or die territory now. You're looking for things to turn around and have to be flawless all the way through the rest of the game. And I think if we're talking about flawless, that's kind of summing up the way Apeks are playing.
Yeah, played a really, really solid map of Anubis here, have Apeks, but I think also on the CT side, they're afforded these luxuries of getting aggressive because they know they have such a vast lead as well. They're really pushing and making the most of their advantages. A lot of teams will sit back, absorb and soak in the pressure in the atmosphere, but Apeks deciding the best course of action here is to get in the face of Monte. They're clearly not comfortable, and Jacob with one does a ton of damage to Sumdai Young. But that is mid. It's now changed hands. There's no one else here on Apeks that can lock this down from mid itself. So Stiko's going to come up from the site, takes a little bit of damage of his own. Smoke has been deployed into cams, but they charge straight through.
You might have taken down the first head of the Hydra, but one more is waiting in its place, and that is Nork. Strikes. The Viper takes down SDY. It's a 2 versus 2. Kakanito, he was a demon on their first half and wants to cause issues once again as he wreaks havoc straight in to guarantee match point for them. 12th is confirmed.
And this really does piggyback a lot off what you were saying before, Jackie, about Kakanito having this very good read of the game, and he also has the confidence in his own abilities to follow through. He had the idea, I've got to get aggressive onto the site and make sure, even if they do get a plant, I've at least neutralized one player so they can't get into post-plant positions. He catches him just off the plant, and that's the round done. Kakanito's moved up to about 18 kills in this game. It has not just been the Jacob show. This has been a collective effort from Apeks, and they've been looking fantastic.
Doing work on the server and bringing the vibes outside of the server as well. So animated, so explosive. Ooh, Nork. Could be naughty with the AWP, takes his peek down on Connector, and Krasnal's removed into the 18th round where pressure is at an all-time high. You're fighting with only 4 on the side of Monte.
Maybe going out with a bit of a whimper here, Monte, the way things are looking. Monte onto the doors. Jacob comes out. The dangerous player to poke with a stick. You may not want him to exit his cave. And he maintains that player advantage. Stico, not for the first time, getting some shenanigans, some aggression outside of A, and getting a lot of intel in the process. Needs to survive, though. If he goes down, then that's going to put a lot more pressure on this A side of the map, where currently they have Nork laid in wait with his M4, or his AWP, pardon me. They can just hold positions here, Jackie, and it's going to be a case of Monte at some point. They're going to have to make a decision if they want to go through cams or maybe wrap around the back. But Nork has this angle covered, and if some Young peaks slow, he's going to get nailed by that AWP.
It's got to be a fast swing. Oh, tries to throw off the crosshair with a crouch on a peak. Slightly delayed reaction, but still a connection nonetheless. And they're smoked off from camera. You're so paranoid as well because of the timing of Stico. You knew that he pushed out. He could be anywhere at this point.
Yeah.
So it's a seed of doubt in the back of your mind, thinking we could get flanked from middle. Bro has to watch that angle. And it's just down to 15 seconds. Dying embers of this round. As long as Nork finds one pick, worst case scenario, you get a bomb plant out of it. But even then, the round should be guaranteed for them. And he's not going to miss that one. All on Bro. Has the plant now. And it's too little, too late. The game is gone with it, as it will go the way of Apeks.
Extremely one-sided map of Counter-Strike, and Apeks showing us that they absolutely deserve to be in that major contention. They've secured themselves bare minimum now the last chance qualifier spot as they move 2-1, but they obviously now in these best of threes that will be coming up for them. Next in line will be eyeing up a 3-1 scoreline. It's a super stacked group, as we mentioned before. It's going to be tough. But it never felt like Monte really got started on this server. We saw moments, we saw glimpses, but nothing more really.
Yeah. No, I think that is kind of the overall story of this one, really. It's rough as well, because the longer the game went on, the more we were seeing SDY starting to feel so comfortable on the server, you know, finishing it with the highest frags for the Monte side. Waro2k unable to really play the playstyle that he's known for, where he is sort of, you know, that in-your-face sort of warper. So limited in terms of the buy on his CT half as well, didn't have the weapon out that many times. Apeks, they just kept running at them, site take after site take. They owned mid for free on their T side, Vince.
Yeah, and a lot of that was off the back of Jacob. I mean, Kakanito comes out with the most kills. He had an extremely good CT and T side, like he was consistent throughout both of them. But I think Jacob's impact and a lot of those entries definitely needs to be highlighted as well. He was pushing up mid time after time.
Yep.
Even on the CT side, he was getting aggressive through mid and was locking that down. But the man on your screen right now, Kakanito, in terms of the stats, big smile on his face in his photo, and for good reason. We were talking about the good vibes going into the game. I was like, yeah, but let's see what they're like after the game. Still massive grins.
If anything, probably far happier now,
Sure,
right? Because now you're in a position where you know, hey, worst case, it's all best of threes from here out. Wow, this is a team that actually is going to be very exciting to see when they do get into the best of threes. When those games start coming up, if they can carry on playing like this, all the pieces of the Apeks roster that you need to hit the ground running are, and it's so fun to watch him. I was telling you, man, he really is kind of a character for the team. Just explodes round after round. Kakanito's got some of the best celebrations.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, everyone on the side of Apeks can style a little bit with those celebrations, but it's the man that we just discussed before. Again, Jacob didn't realize he actually had a higher ADR than Kakanito, even had 4 less kills. Goes to show the work that he was doing round in, round out, posting up the damage. I'm now remembering multiple times through the smoke, he wrecked some Young in mid, so he was consistently just out there and doing his job. We didn't really, again, get a chance to see much of Nork on the AWP. Wasn't required, they just dominated.
Yeah, I mean, the rounds where he did have it, you know, you kind of had the benefit of them pushing in towards this site, was finding the frags when he had to, at least putting himself into a position to close out those rounds. Overall, though, this one felt a lot like the Apeks show. Again, still doesn't feel like we're seeing the true flavor of Monte, because this is a powerful roster. They've got a lot of talent. It just gets so much more uncomfortable now, right? Because you are facing elimination best of threes. And at that point, it's an absolute slogfest. Game after game, where you're basically sat there just one loss away in those best of threes from the dream being snatched.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also, again, testament to some Young having the sort of courage to come back and play after he's very ill. Obviously, he's still carrying a bit of an illness, so hopefully he feels better soon. But Apeks were just the better team today, man. It's that simple.
They were. The 5 players on Apeks is what won the game overall. They're doing an awful lot of work in the best of ones. That was a quick one, but we still have an awful lot more to go. So don't go anywhere as the battle here at the RMR rages on. We'll be back after the break to step into our second BO1 of the day.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Apeks are going into the RMR, looking off the back of what we've seen them do at Katowice. But ENCE, for you, this is very strange. This is not what many players have to go through because you didn't need to qualify, you know, you just come to the RMR. How is that as like a young 20-year-old in-game leader to come to your RMR and say, oh, I'm just taking part?
Yeah, it's stressful, of course. Like, it's a hard task and it's a lot of responsibility, you know. Coming in as an in-game leader, 20 years old, not really much experience in the tier 1 scene. So yeah, it's hard, for sure.
How is this whole situation for you to lead this team? Like, does it feel like you're just on some movie, like just enjoying life and just, here I am, I'm gonna do this?
Yeah, sometimes it's hard and sometimes it's, when you have those days where everything is just flowing, it's super easy.
Like,
super
nice.
easy.
Yeah.
You're like, you can just do whatever you want and Tim just go. But the days it's going rough, it's kind of hard because, yeah, sometimes it's hard because I'm a young guy, you know, like I don't have that much experience at life, for example, and in-game. So sometimes we need to like sit down and they give me some feedback and then I say like, okay, I'm going to be better than that, and I give them some feedback. I want you to do this. So it goes like both ways.
But let's look at what we expect here from Apeks. We expect you guys to be able to make it through when looking at the teams and the level here and what you guys have shown, but it's definitely not going to be an easy route.
No.
So how was your preparation for this? Have you had much time to like refine things and add to your game?
Yeah, we had a little bit unlucky situation after we came home from Katowice because I got really sick.
Oh no.
Food poisoning and everything, like fever. So there was like 2 or 3 days we missed practice because I couldn't get out of the bed. But after that we practiced and then we went insta to Oslo for bootcamp. And we've been there the last 4 days and really productive bootcamp, I would say.
Okay, so you're coming in quite confident then?
Yes.
Nice. From a bootcamp perspective, what was the main key focus for Apeks to improve and be at their best level?
I think just get people on the same page because we have been struggling that a bit in Katowice and before Katowice. Since I become the AGL, that we're on the same page on how we want to play and execute things. So that's been the biggest focus.
And how nervous are you in terms of your map pool and being ready for your map pool, especially on best of ones? Are you confident enough in what you have?
I'm pretty confident in the best of ones, but not the same confidence in the BO3s. I think. Yeah, like our map pool is, we have some good maps, but we also have some maps that are looking shaky. But it's hard to know because when you get into official, you also get the official mood. Like you get into the official environment, so you never know on the maps. Like one day one map can be good, and the other day other maps can be good. For us, at least.
And for you personally, how important is it to try and make the major and get to Copenhagen? What would it mean to you?
For me personally, I mean, of course, it would be mean a lot. Reaching a major has been a goal since I started playing when I was like 12 years old. So it will be really nice. But I think for my teammates, it means a lot more because they want to be a part of the first CS2 major.
Yeah.
Of course, it will be fun for me as well to be it, but yeah, for me, it's not like I don't have more years to go.
Yeah, you've still got a long career in front of you.
Yeah, I think so at least.
And you said something I like. You said you started playing at 12 years old.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. You started with CSGO?
Yes, CSGO.
Okay, so you've just been playing CSGO into CS2. A good time to be alive for you as you move into a new game. Well, I've learned a lot. I wish you the best of luck for your first RMR and hopefully going to the major, mate.
Thank you.
Set up teams and start digging. Start digging. Start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Before I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better put it in queue. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Our opening best of one went by quite quickly, but our next one has the makings of a game that could have a lot of exciting rounds in it. There's some potentials here where either way it could go. ENCE versus GamerLegion, Vince.
Yeah, this is the game that I was most excited for coming into today, because we've seen two very different sides to both of these teams. Both teams getting dismantled and wrecked in the very first game and then bouncing back and have much better performances. ENCE in particular, Hades was non-impactful, a bit of a ghost in their first matchup. Second match, one of the better performances of the entire tournament, and that includes some of the Donks and the ZywOo's performance. He was up there with the best, kind of carrying on that Katowice form. So I think we're in a very interesting position coming into this 1-1 matchup. Both teams pretty evenly matched, a lot of people having a lot of faith in both of these squads, but there can only be one that moved to that 2-1 bracket.
There can only be one, and it has to be decided on the server. GamerLegion up on your screens, a side, of course, that has a lot of talent, and Kioz, for this event specifically, he has been a big dog. He's been the one for GamerLegion making all the plays, setting all the moves, needs some backup from the rest of the roster. We know pound for pound there is a lot of talent there. We've just got to see it float to the top.
And there's your man Volt just before, obviously on home soil here. Also one of the players that you're looking at to perform. Stacks, of course, at the helm, legendary player from Poland. Back in the VP days, he was one of the best players in the world. He also had a really rough game in their first matchup of the tournament. So there's a lot to be said here of both teams kind of coming through, and they've had their, I would say, making amends. They've proven their point that they are not just here to take part, but they're actually here to compete. But now this is a super tough matchup. I actually kind of feel bad for both teams coming up against each other in the 1-on-1 bracket.
Yeah, it's one of those draws where you look at it and go, oh man, okay. Yeah. You know, one of these two sides is really going to have a bit of a rough run ahead of them, and either one of them could contend to be there. Glaive as well. Individually, it's so sick to see him back in CS performing so well, just as a solo player, right? But it's also the roster around him coming together and feeling like it already has quite a close-knit family vibe. In the way that it was put together, it's quite interesting where, you know, like the change from joining the ENCE roster, the entire roster departs, you build this squad with a whole new identity, whole new mentality, and the pieces have been clicking. You hope to see them find success.
Yeah, and the thing is with this ENCE roster, you know, we were talking before about how in the lead up to that Apeks game, a lot of good vibes, a lot of jokers, a lot of people having a good time.
Yeah.
The fact that ENCE, after they got demolished yesterday, had all of their players pretty much tweeting, making memes of themselves.
Yeah.
So, for example, Kyler made a tweet where he had these thick glasses on. He was like, me looking for frags in the last game. It's like, it's so good, and it's the best possible way to react to something like that. Not to get down on yourself, not to get emotional, but just laugh it off and be like, hey, look, it happens.
No, that's good. That's good. There was a lot of great memes that came out of that, because then, of course, Hades then had the resurgence. We saw the HLTV post, checking the PC, making sure it's all good, because his rating was unbelievable, Vince.
Yeah, it was like 2 or 2.05 or something absolutely outrageous. But here we go with the picks and bans. Inferno, Overpass, Anubis, all removed.
Okay. Feeling like we're probably going to be gravitating more towards your Ancient, your Nuke, somewhere around that sort of placing in a battlefield between these two. Vertigo falls away. Okay, so we're right on the money in terms of where we should end up. But what is going to be the pick for this last best of one of the day here on the B stream?
Well, they're deep in thought, aren't they? It's going to be Nuke.
Ooh.
So Ancient gets removed from ENCE, meaning that both teams have played this map roughly around the same amount of times, 8-9 times, to varying degrees of success. I will say, though, that ENCE have typically been playing against tougher opposition on Anubis, and sorry, not Anubis, Nuke, and that's kind of, it may not paint the full picture as to how these two teams have come into this one, but yeah, this is very interesting. And this additionally is where we saw yesterday kind of ZywOo have his way with I believe it was GamerLegion with that opening 4K on Nuke on CT side. They never really got into the game at that point. They just got slaughtered. ZywOo, of course, didn't even use the AWP in the first half, and we're still slaughtering them. So we'll see if they've managed to go back to the drawing board, fix any of those problems.
And I think they would have. You know, both of the coaches behind both of these two teams decorated in their own right. But I would say for GamerLegion, one of the added benefits of having Ash is he's someone that's got such a good understanding of Counter-Strike and the way that he approaches the game, the way that he'll look back over past mistakes and find solutions. He's always great for, you know, seeing the good in the benchmarks. Even if it's a blowout game, there's something that can be fixed, and he'll piece that together. And you'd hope there's some changes for them. They started off on that T side, I believe, in the game versus Vitality, and were unable to really find too much. Here, you start off on a CT half, and already with a buy, you're going to see Snacks on the Julies. Julie Watch is always exciting for me, mate. If there's a set of dualies, I just want to see them go absolutely huge. But ENCE, not going to be running into the onslaught early on. They set themselves up with a utility. Molotov through the skylights. You've got the smokes as well. Glaive with double flash. Oh, boy.
Here comes the smoke. Molly's also tossed in. It's the long-range smoke, banks off the top into heaven. That's a beautiful smoke. Very nicely done from the observer as well to catch that. And now Kyla straight in. Double Glock headshots. Oof. You were saying you're on the watch for Julies. Well, they've been instantly evaporated into this round. And Acorn now, the Dane, is going to try and piece together a comeback. Yet to get the bomb planted, but Hades going to go in for it now. The pressure swarming, swelling into this round for GamerLegion. They had a rough start against Vitality, and that was on the T side of things, and on the CT side, it's not really faring any better as Isaac just gets rushed down by 3 and ENCE secure their first round.
You see that one becoming more and more common as well. The smoke that bounce off the kind of half silo, however you describe that, round towards CT spawn. The amount of faith you have to have in that. The map geometry on that, Vince, it always makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. But the round itself, very smart. High IQ plays on the opening pistol round, caught them off guard, but also hitting the shots. That's what matters, right? On that burst out towards the upper site, you find those connections. And Acor, at least getting 2 into the pistol round, Acor can do so much for this team. I feel like he's one of those players, Vince, that we still haven't really seen the highest skill ceiling that he could push himself to. And he's got to back up his boy Kios in a game like this. Dehart outside with a mat 10. Oh, okay, 5-7 straight to the face from Snacks.
And he makes sure that he's still safe as well from the silo peak, where Glaive is waiting with his Galil. Shot rains out, Molotov tossed in, additionally a player below the silo, so Glaive needs to tread lightly and carefully. But he's managed to draw 2 players away from the A site, which is where the T's are now spilling into. Through on main side, Isaac round the back, Kyla has some ideas as to Hut being pressured into, and is going to go and have a quick look for his teammates. The spray's rough though, and Volt punishes him with the MP9.
ENCE down to just 2 players. Hades. He might be brought back down to the underworld in this round. 47 seconds on the clock. Trying to back up to support and block off the angles on a retake here from the CT side. Paranoid about Hut and Heaven. Goofy with a nade straight into the plant. Body blocked as well, providing an extra element of cover there. Now it's about the retake then. Can the CTs mount this one and cause an upset round, or will Hades and Goofy defend?
GamerLegion will be desperate to make the most of this very solid start into the round, but they've lost another one. But there's the double peak. Isaac with the Galil picked up off the corpse of the T. He's now going to be making most of it. There's Goofy stuck on the back of the site. In this post plant, 1 player is low. This is a winnable round now as the double spray comes in, and Goofy has 11 bullets to his name. A scout round the corner, but it's Acor with his sidearm. With the USP that gets it done, and with the kit, or the lack of kit, it's going to be close.
Oh, no.
This is going to come down to milliseconds. Does he have it in time? Oh, no, it's a millisecond away, and ENCE have stolen it. 2-0, a heartbreaking, tantalizingly close defuse. But the T's come out in the lead 2-0.
GamerLegion on the retake, playing into the hands of Goofy. The 1-for-1 fights. When you think it's all over, when you think you've finally been able to pick that one up, a tick of difference and the bomb blows up in your face, the round going down with it. So it won't be a 1-1 start. It's 2 on the board for ENCE. A clean house at least, all weapons lost off the back of it, but they buy straight back in with the SMGs. And Kyla, he's opened up control down through the vent and into the lower site in a matter of seconds. How did CTs respond to this one? Mostly 5-7s, you're playing those close angles. Snacks, he's got a sinking feeling that there is an imposter down on the B site.
Kyla's actually making moves all the way into ramp. Normally, if a player gets down vents that early, they just hide in vents, they just chill there for ages, and he's going to get winged. Down to 2 HP, this could also fall apart. Double player stack in the ramp, there's going to be a 3rd player there as well momentarily, so 2-for-2 comes out. MP9 still in play from Kios, who gets traded by Goofy, who continues to just land those entries thick and fast, as he did against Spirit as well. But now those 2 pistols just sing together, chime in for a double of their own, leaving the Dane of Glaive with it all to do. And although his spray tries its best, Snack stands tall, delivers, and GamerLegion pick up their first round.
Fine margins on this one, scrappy stuff. Snacks with the timing as well. Oh boy. If you get that backstab off from the lower site already, ramp control would have been gone in seconds. And the round probably falling with it. Damn, Vince. This game already showing signs of having a very back and forth layout ahead of us on Nuke.
I'm very surprised. Obviously, it was a preordained call to try and get down vents quick, then wrap around onto the ramp side. But so often, Jackie, I mentioned it before, if a player gets down in vents that easily and that quickly, they normally hang around vents for a while and try and cut off rotations. And the irony is, had he have done that, Snax would have been an easy kill. Snax came down the ladder super slow, tried to bait out the first shot, but a Mach 10 is going to shred him at that range. So an unfortunate time, but a great call from GamerLegion as well on the other side of the coin. And because of how close that last round was, it's immediately put ENCE into a force buy with just pistols. And GamerLegion with a prime opportunity now to shift through, get a couple of rounds back-to-back, stabilize the economy. The pressure is certainly on the Poles.
Everyone priming themselves with a utility. Lineups galore. They studied trigonometry back in college, and they're going to put it to good use into the 4th round. 47 seconds on the clock, getting ready for the full take. Molotov will force Volt into an uncomfortable angle, but he burns bright. Taken down in the end as the flames will remove him. Isaac so confused at the back of the bomb site, can't see anything, but Snax, crystal clear vision. Snap onto 2, trying to hold this back. You don't want to give up anymore though. You've already lost 2 weapons into this round.
Yeah, sneaks downstairs though, through the vents, Molotov in. They still need to get that bomb, the flash is so good. And Snax brings in for a few kills into this round. It could be a 4th. Nakios denies that one. It was looking pretty grim for a few moments though. The Molotovs and flashes were on point. Volt dies without seeing a single thing. Second frag towards the back of the site came, but then Snax with a wide swing put this round to bed.
I've just realized as well, Snax has got a big apple in front of his desk. That's absolute poetry, mate. That's genius. Everyone with their talismans, you know, you got the little bits on the desk. Snax just goes for the callback. What a baller.
One of the finest moments in Counter-Strike history, which he, of course, was a part of. One of the finest teams in Counter-Strike history he was a part of. And he'll be hoping this is the beginning of something special for GamerLegion. Snax, speak of the man, and he will deliver. This is, of course, an eco round, so it should be a bit of a bashing. And indeed it will. It's a very fast-paced round and a very abrupt end to said round as GamerLegion string 2 together and gain the lead.
Easy pickings then. No bomb plant, no casualties. So the ideal scenario for GamerLegion into the prior round, but this is where the game begins again fresh. ENCE actually have money to work with, so the AKs are donned. Galil supporting it as well, and Diha, and a ton of utility. The backbone of the T side on Nuke.
Flurry of flashes and smokes. ENCE haven't pushed behind it. They've erected the wall of smokes outside. I haven't really seen them battle for secret that much. They've vent dove multiple times. This is a slightly different read, but Diha, although the wall was put down, it wasn't fully depleted, so he still had a little bit of that shroud to work with. It may very well have just saved his life.
Down secret. Jiggle peek for information. Acor, as soon as he catches whiff of a player pushing by, he dashes the Molotov to break the timing and slow down any sort of opportunity for them. Crouching in the back of the garage. Glaive. He's looking for opportunities, hunting for anyone that is here to defend. They can't see each other. Neither one of them getting the information on this. Again, time starting to slip away as well. About 47 seconds left on the clock here. And all the utility they brought into this round is now down to just 2 flashbangs and 3 HGs for the T side of ENCE.
Kios finds the timing. Flash behind it as well, just to keep the T's at bay. 30 seconds now on the clock will strike for Kios as he tries to rotate downstairs where Acor is laid in wait with his M4. It's just a case of picking apart the small threads away from ENCE now, which they're doing expertly. It's a 2-on-5 post plant. They managed to force their plant down at least to tick the economy forward. I tell you what, if GamerLegion could take this round with no casualties, that would be perfect. They trade up to multiple AKs, and ENCE will have a very good call of this being the possibility. For the here and now, though, they have their eyes trained on this 2-on-5, and they have good post-plant positions. Goofy needs to tee off, but he misses. He clubs his lines, and that puts way more pressure on Hades. If Goofy could have posted up 2 from that position, it would have allowed Hades to maybe go in for some kind of a swing and to try and neutralize as many players as possible. And the timer was pretty low there, Jackie. There was a way in which that was winnable, but Goofy had to get at least 1 kill out of that.
Goofy's been good for those rounds. It feels like he really is in a position where you can kind of rely on him as a bit of a clutch man, right? If you need him to pop off in those sort of scenarios, he's hitting some sick shots, especially if Hades on point as well, bails you out so much more. The round itself, though, is you've got to sing the praises of, like you alluded to, doing it flawlessly, keeping everyone alive, finally having an opportunity where you start to build up the money. You can live the high life a little bit more, start sipping on a rosé, not worrying as much as you've got the 9K in the bank. Isaac breaking the smoke towards Squeaky early on as well. If anyone was close by, he would have had a bit of a freebie, but instead, it's the Tech-9 causing trouble.
Scandalous shot. Isaac down to 9. Molotov's missed. It allows safe passage downstairs quicker than they would have anticipated. That could force some rotations away. 2 players already low, and Kios being forced out. Just spitting bullets is Kyler. Takes his man. Acor, no bullets left in the magazine, has to replenish it, and that's going to buy up a little bit of space and time for ENCE to push down ramp. They've kept Goofy here as well. He's got so many entries, but there was a team kill. Volt actually shut down Isaac, but there's Acor. 2v3. There's a chance for ENCE, though, in this round. There's still plenty of time.
Dave walking a tightrope back round towards the ramp. Back turn, spots them out with a tech. Trying to pepper them with it. Looking to guarantee at least 1 frag. Could have bought time for the flank up the ramp from D-Har, but no. Acor raining down on them with 5 frags in the round for that one.
An important ace when it really, really counted. And, you know, you touched on him before that you think there's more that he has in store for Counter-Strike, a player that bounced around the Danish scene for quite some time, felt was honestly disrespected a lot of the time as well. People didn't really believe, and that's a bit of an awkward one, isn't it? I was thinking, oh, maybe they lined up. No, just straight up clapped his teammate. Just pure reaction. That was the lizard part of the brain. Like, I don't care if they're friends or enemies, I'm shutting him down. I must kill! Yeah. Bloodlust was not satiated. It is a buy, but also, Jackie, here's the other component of it as well. Hades has had a very slow start. 1-7, and he's one of the guys that you need to perform. They won mainly off the back of him having an outrageous performance in their previous game. They're getting wrecked at range. 1 pick, HE has just destroyed them in Trophy Room.
The early body language, the positioning, quickly falling against them. Hades, though, a sniper with a hell of a scope. He's got it attached for max precision, but the same can be said about Acor. In the battle of the AWP, he falls short this time. Isaac playing around the edge of the smoke, spams the bullet straight onto Glaive. Kylar low HP and will be taken down by the nade. It won't matter that he doesn't fall to it, as Volt's there to bring the electricity back to GamerLegion.
Snack's getting bumped, getting hyped. ENCE getting wrecked. They just lost a pick through on ramp through the smoke. HE behind it, never really stabilized. It was very one-dimensional as well. No one on the periphery of the map. I'm a bit surprised that they haven't tried to at least have more exposure and more real faith in this outside play with the wall of smokes. They've got downstairs a couple of times. And yet, it feels like they've only done it maybe once so far in these rounds.
Yeah, it's looked like you've had all the setup, but you just can't land the punchline at the end, right? And they were just battled off any kind of advanced positioning towards ramp. Every time they wanted to go through it, there was another nade, another peek, another factor to strip the confidence away. Going into the 9th round, you're not really going to have much to play with whatsoever. Dribs and drabs, nades. A couple of upgraded pistols here and there. Hyla around towards the hut. Seeing if he could find another cheeky maneuver. Back to vent, but this time Acor's got his number.
Yeah, they'd have seen him briefly when that HE hit the smoke. And Acor finalizes the rest. Glaive, not with much utility to play off here, realistically, just the 1 smoke in his hands. They've got up to red, but that's not even a quarter of the journey that they're looking to try and complete. Players in Garage as well, and GamerLegion, after a bit of a slow start, losing that pistol round on the back foot, have now strung, what, 6 rounds together? And they're looking so confident, man. I mean, also, the other thing as well, their reads, their protocols, their retakes, their counter utility has been so on point in this game. How many times have we seen a grenade just do like 40 or 50 damage?
Yeah, it's been paying off really well for them. Ooh, bomb at the back of the line as well, and Isaac beheading Hades means that you now know exactly where that bomb is. Volt tries to scrap. Doesn't matter that he falls as you've got Snacks in the back, and he'll shut down Glaive. It's all on Goofy. 1 versus 4, time up against him. Tech to the face of Isaac, upgrades onto AK, knows the pathing towards the bomb. He won't know the location of the remaining CTs. That's the rough part.
Yeah, and he only has 15 seconds to complete his story in this round. One that he hoped will be a happy ending. Flashbang affords him a bit of space, though, so a post plant out of this isn't too bad at all. Oh, there was a way there that maybe they could have lined up for a double spray. Doesn't work out. Nice effort from Goofy. It's another post plant, but we've seen quite a few of these come in now, Jackie, and it's not really building into anything extraordinary or anything that you can get hype about if you're ENCE. You get a post plant here, a post plant there, but GamerLegion is still locking it down.
Especially when you think about the fact that one of those 2 rounds was off the millisecond defuse attempt.
Right, yeah.
It's kind of scary. Okay, opportunity to change fate at least. Hades, again, brings out the scope. Living up to his mythological counterpart. Whenever you take him down, he always comes back. Will he be stronger this time, though? Kyler looking through the squeaky door for an opening opportunity. The CT's been very good at holding back the wave towards the A site, but a lot of space taken outside this time.
They're going for the wall of smokes again. This time the grenade not quite in tandem with the peak, so nothing forthcoming in terms of information on the side of Snacks. He'll have a good read of the situation that downstairs control is possible. As Keons is jumping up and down with a HE, but it's Hades that flicks into action. One of the first times that the ENCE roster has had the opening pick. Can they exploit this, though? That has been the problem. Getting onto the site, not so much of a problem, but maintaining it and holding it and controlling it has been. And Snacks now playing a different angle. He's had a very good half, 11-2 so far in this round. And a well-timed smoke is going to force the T's away again. Eating valuable time. D-Has going to try and explode with an entry from Main. He gets 1, and that's going to open up business on the side, but they still need to deal with Volt, but Kyler does check his angles.
In that position, you're thinking Volt would have been the live wire for them. But they contain it. Back to earth for ENCE. This is one that you can't steal away. Gios, though, maybe just looking to inflict some damage in the last few moments of the round. Obviously, the big bomb radius on Nuke makes it very uncomfortable to save. You have to rotate so far off, and he's just taking a couple of pot shots, weakening up the opposition. You do find 1 back onto D-Har and force out the rebuy. Money is going to be a real big point as well. So you haven't had really any rounds cleanly or in succession to build much of a bank to get yourself into a great spot.
No players down with the bomb. So 5 of 10 will make it through to the next round with their weapons. A lot of these rounds have been scrappy ones, though. I mean, we've been talking about how ENCE haven't been able to, maintain control over post plants and things of that nature. They've at least been getting kills here and there. They've been at least getting 2 or 3. So it's one of those situations where you're 7-3 in the lead if you're on GamerLegion, but your money's not going to be in the best of possible shape. So you have to be very careful, hence the timeout. Ash wants to make sure everyone's on the same page. But to be fair, the CT side has looked like a fortress, Jackie. That's probably the one round I can think of with rifles where actually ENCE have outplayed GamerLegion straight up.
maximizing the use of those pauses as well. It felt like there was many an opportunity where taking a timeout in their opening game back yesterday versus Vitality could have done wonders for them when they were tunnel visioning.
Right.
But they didn't, right? It was really late in the game before we saw that first pause caused. Here, at least losing one round, even though you've got such a buffer to play off of, you can instantly have a bit of a chin wag about it, figure out what you want to adapt. And also just giving out the fist bumps, trying to keep the overall mentality in a good position. Acor switching up the pace with the AWP as well. Took the early peak on the elevated angle. Snags trading blows, but taking a lot of damage. Very low now.
To be fair to GamerLegion, their economy is actually in better shape than I anticipated because they're sticking with the A1Ss over the A4s. So they're keeping a little bit more money in their back pockets. They're fine for the rest of this half. Even if they lose this round, they're going to have another buy into the next one. So you're dead on the money there, Jackie. It's more strategical rather than economically speaking, hence the tactical timeout. But the early stage is one that paints Snacks into a bit of a corner. 4 HP, can't do much about this one. Outside control again being established by ENCE. And keep in mind that GamerLegion got absolutely destroyed when it was their T-half against Vitality. So I have to see if they have a better go of it this time around. Isaac with 1, gets 2. No counter frag there from ENCE. Oh, that's a rough passage of play. Isaac with 3. Aim on point, and this round just falls into place.
As everyone on ENCE has fallen away. It's just Hades left with the AWP. If he peeks out, Acor, he's dialed in. Zeroed and waiting, but Hades flicks back. 27 seconds, a 1v2. Quick flash round the corner, makes his move up towards main. Molotov to isolate the push towards Squeaky. He's waiting over by that CT side. Vent, Hades cutting noise, 14 seconds on it. Timing on this one's going to be so dangerously close. Just trying to go for the bomb plant, realizing he had to dive out on the site. You take a couple of bullets in mid-air, and Crater down to the ground.
Gravity does the rest. Smiles on the faces of GamerLegion. Not quite the same for Hades. You can probably feel it, man. When you're in those kind of clutches and you're feeling it, you've landed a couple of nice shots there in a 1-on-4. It is always going to be very disappointing. I thought for a second it was a smile. It was more of a grimace.
Yeah.
Understandably so, considering the situation is the best case scenario for ENCE. Even though they won the pistol, even though they were 2-0 up, the best case is an 8-4 half. It goes to show how dominant GamerLegion have been, and another opening pick goes their way.
The opening duel, 1 out. As Chaos continues to unleash havoc. Diha, we've seen him slip his way down secret a fair few times now. It's already smoked off. Here in the audio cue, Snack's actually backing off to try and toy with him a little bit, using the noise of opening the double doors and then repositioning towards vent side, keeping his crosshair in the wrong location. The initial scrap not resulting any more frags for either team. Hades still waiting for the response, thinking now they know we've got pressure down on the B site, maybe they'll start to push towards upper. If they walk into the crosshair, then you get a frag, you can build off of it.
Hades will need to have a lot of impact in this round. I think matters worse, they've lost Diha up through the vents. The wide swing from Glaive yields 1, but it probably won't be good enough as Volt stands his ground and maintains control of the A site. Hades flicks in. There's 1, knows where Volt scampered off into, but there's still 2 more players unaccounted for. And Volt really playing with his food. He's wasting time, though, more importantly, so the rest of the team can get in. That's a hell of a flick from Hades, but Volt will not allow this kill streak to go any further. 9-3 half score for GamerLegion, even though they lost the pistol. I don't think that we've seen ENCE get that destroyed in quite some time. On the T half, at least. I mean, it was just so brutal to watch.
Yeah, they were just getting really outplayed in a lot of those rounds. It's unfortunate as well. You know, both times you kind of start to believe a little bit, thinking, man, okay, there's some of these opportunities where Hades being given a chance and he's hitting the hard ones. That's the scary part. Like, he is hitting those shots. But obviously, how many times are you going to be thrown into a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4? and thinking, I have to win this. It's the only way we're going to get enough rounds to work with. Like you say, especially with the way the game went towards the start.
And I mean, the reason I'm saying that is they have glaive as their IGL. Like, this is a guy on T sides that was notorious for, obviously it's a different team and a different era and a different period of Counter-Strike, but his T halves were always so methodical and so good at finding out the little gaps in defenses and making the most of it. And now it comes down to the Julies. D-Ha gets 2, but traded out, and that's going to allow the T's to now move on to the site. Beautiful insta-headshot from Hades, though, is going to deny this from getting out of control too much, at least. Post-plant comes in, but it is only one casualty on the side of ENCE, and with Glaive up on ramp, they have multiple facets for this retake from different angles. Volt, though, comes in and removes the head of Kyler. Hades is taking a lot of damage as well, although Snacks is able to live. That smoke's now going to clear, and Volt has to go in for a 1-on-3. They know exactly where he is. They're going to start to just swim into the control room side, and Hades lays him down. ENCE get both pistols. It gives them a chance, but they still find themselves at a 9-4 deficit.
One step at a time. That's what you're thinking now. Forget the issues from the first half. You get that pistol round close, though. Another one where, even with the damage done initially with the Julies on the ramp push, it still looked pretty scary. Volt in those sort of positions as well. Sometimes he just comes alive. He's able to play around it so perfectly. And if he delayed for a little bit longer as well, could have been a whole different kettle of fish. The round itself, though, is ENCE's, and they are given the fortune of having a bit more money to work with now. So mostly rifles brought to the table. Kylar is the only one on the SMG. A lot of utility there. For GamerLegion, you got the hero AK. The Kalashnikov is in play for Volt, and he's headhunting down towards ramp. Glaive now realizing that there's a man armed with an actual rifle. You don't want to give him those opportunities for free. Oh, hello.
Oh, the double peek. That is more like it from Glaive. But I feel a bit sorry for Volt in that situation. He didn't know what hit him. Just immediately removed. Hades also chiming in for 1. However, they have given up ramp control. They've allowed the T's some luxuries here. But it's all designed. Glaive now behind the site is waiting with his M4. Now the calls will come through. It's down on the B site. He needs reinforcements to show up. Needs to stand his ground. There's still an AK in play here. There's still a way forward. And Snacks has had a good game thus far. But the T's dropping all around him, and now it is all down to the veteran, and there's not much he can do. Hades and D-Ha finalize the round, and ENCE, it's so important there, Jackie, they got that one done clean.
Yeah, it's not just about winning the rounds, it's about doing it with a bit more dominance now. Building the cash and getting through it. For Glaive individually as well, you'll take that one to the bank, mate, print that out, slip it on the fridge. Nice couple of shots there. 9-5. A lot more achievable. Obviously, knock-on effects as well of going for that hero K is now Volt only has the Tech 9 to play with. If someone perishes, he can be next in line to get his hands on the rifle.
And again, this is where GamerLegion really struggled yesterday, Jackie, on this T side. Yes, they ran into a Vitality that were taking no prisoners. Zaiwu taking it personally, all of the donk praise, decided to make an example out of GamerLegion, but you would hope that Ash and the rest of the troops have gone back to the drawing board and they've came out with some ideas as to how they could improve in this one. Because make no mistake, although ENCE have had a very rough game so far, if you allow them the luxury of getting established and stable on their CT side, you are going to be in for a world of pain.
If you open up that Pandora's box, you're never going to be able to get it all back in. Kylar looking for the jiggle for contact. Stays alive and drops the smoke. That was the important part of the play. No one funnels instantly in to look for the pick, though, so the nade won't deal damage. Falls short. They've got a heavy read on the overall game plan from GamerLegion, at least into the 15th round.
Smoke just feels like it's lasting forever. Flash behind it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Kios fully blinded. And out into the open. They'll fall. MP9 spray is good. And Goof got a bit of a nightmare, but it doesn't matter. Kylo wakes him up from it.
Snacks is still alive. They're still in with a chance here. There's 13 seconds left, Jackie. It's a 2-on-2.
How has it got to this position? The acrobatics, what is going on? Dihar waiting to be the neck breaker onto Acor, and Snacks, as he falls down, he realizes the round is gone. What is that round from Kyler, Vince?
Kyler was leaping through the air. He was feeling himself. But I think also Goofy had a bit of a horrendous spray with his M4. He shows up to Squeak, he's right, like, I've got it, boys. This is me. Oh, I've whiffed. Oh, God. And then the MP9 just leaps into action above them. Death from above. But yeah, the fact that ENCE hemorrhaged that many players, though, I mean, GamerLegion, do they want to go in for another buy? Yeah, they kind of do. They've gone for the hero AK. They've got the Tech 9s because they know, again, that ENCE's economy it hasn't had a chance to flourish yet.
It's not that strong. You could still break it. The sledgehammer is donned. It's in the hands of Snacks. The outside smoke take again as well. Goofy, hearing all of this, breaks the smoke, but his face gets smashed in. Snacks hits the connection, puts one straight between the eyes. Hades able to at least find one clap back, but they're low on health and they're still losing players.
Yeah, they have lost so much downstairs already, and Hades, aggressive peek in. He feels confident to do this because he has that secondary unit that's watching his back. But there is a way back up onto the A site right now. Everyone's vacated apart from Dihar, and Dihar's preoccupied with outside. There's a way they can just slip into A main here and completely catch Dihar off guard. And he's not even nailing these shots. He's down to 20 HP. He can't afford to re-peek too often. GamerLegion have brute forced their way onto the A side. And there's actually a way here that ENCE may have to save.
One of those three weapons will not be brought into the next either. Dihar gets the lumped out. Glaive even takes a dink on the first face up towards Secret. So low on health as well. Just 21 left to his name. Oh, man. These rounds have been really dangerous. And that's GamerLegion putting themselves on 10 as well. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Just the one AK they go into this with.
One AK and Tech 9s, and they made it work. And whereas Goofy in the previous round had a bit of a whiff, you can't really fault him for this one. He just got insta-nailed in the head while running and gunning. Checking into the smoke wall as the grenade was tossed in. So although ENCE started this CT side in such a solid fashion, GamerLegion, this aggressive style that we didn't really see from ENCE for most of those opening rounds, is paying out so well for them. Another tactical timeout called. Glaive and Kuban are going to be in deep conversation, I would imagine, and trying to figure out where they go from here. They've got an AWP. They've got the weapons they need to utilize, but it's more the overall rounds here, Jackie. Like, this is starting to slip away if you're ENCE. You're starting to get worried. You're looking over your shoulder on the CT side, and you're like, Christ, we're getting straight up manhandle from some of these plays. The fact that Snacks, by the way, is one of the top fraggers and is landing these insta headshots, again, this is the play I was talking about. That's terrifying.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away, but Snacks, he's here to stay on the server. 14 frags. A change of pace. We were saying going into this one, Kios, he was the only player with a positive rating on the team. Everyone else realizing they need to step up into these games to the best of ones. You're in an interesting position in the RMR. You can still forge yourself a new destiny. Leading right now with the rounds as well. Acor outside, scopes in, looking for the peak. Sees a tiny sliver of Hades and inflicts damage. 64 HP left on him.
All taking the brunt of the damage there from the AWP. Nice shot from Acor though. But now that things have started to slow down a little bit and those smokes began to fade, ENCE can start to make a little bit of a move. Just a few meters of extra real estate gives them the opportunity to go for those wide swing peaks with flashes. We saw them go for it in the likes of Squeaky. We know that they like to go for that run and gun style of hit and run. Well played smoke. Flash is also tossed in. We've seen already though, Jackie, even late on in the rounds, GamerLegion have tons of components that they can entry frag with.
So even if it comes down to like 20 seconds once those smokes have cleared, you still favor them to get at least one pick.
They've got the muscle, and it's been working for them. Inside of the smokes at the minute, they're waiting for him to dissipate. Goofy up on top. A laboured flick, and it won't deliver. The MP9 is again singing for the side of ENCE. It went from a position where you're thinking GamerLegion could grasp this round to just being Acor, forced to try and make a getaway up towards T-Roof, bail out and clutch onto the orb. ENCE staying alive at least for one more round. A 7th will be added to the board.
Well done by Goofy, honestly. He's had a bit of a rough one today in terms of the timings of his peaks. To get the first kill alleviates a lot of the pressure that was swelling. They wanted to try and explode out, take main control, and then just swarm the site and overwhelm it. He gets one, stays in position, they're all looking up, then swings out for that second kill. Was huge. That basically stopped this round dead in its tracks. There is still money though available, and there will be a buy, including an AWP. Yes, it's Kio's down to a Tech 9, but we've seen them win rounds with Tech 9s and the 1 AK. Picking up the pace as well, getting in towards ramp a little bit quicker here, but it's Hades with the opening pick outside.
It's what you need for ENCE as well. If Hades can carry on being such a dominant force, it could really give them another element to this game. He wants to peek into this. Acor was waiting. They actually trade blows, but Hades is still standing, and he's still got an ace to work with as well. Oh no.
That is madness that Hades peeks into the crosshair and still wins that trade. Taking the bullet to the leg. Snacks already rapidly descends onto the B site. Will have a post plant. It's a 3-on-5, but when you have a weakened Hades, then Snacks is getting up aggressively, and Hades is now being really pressured, but he does have Diha there. And Diha doubles up, dealing death with the A1S. Snacks up close, delivers one. Minimal damage inflicted, second frag for Snacks. He's gonna try and draw out that AWP shot. He knows he has to get aggressive. He can't just sit there and wait for the three of them to peek him. It's such a nice effort from Snacks. There's only so much one man can do. And he tried his best, but it won't stop the defuse.
Snacks, last major appearance back at the London Face It Major in 2018 with MOUZ. Making major moves on that round towards ramp. Couldn't close it. Tried to set them up as best they could, and it looked scary when it was on Diha really to bail them out on the ramp control. So many moving pieces to that round. There's answers from ENCE. And from what was such a one-sided scoreline as well, now you're only 2 rounds away from equalizing it, both of you being level pegging 10-10 apiece. The game's really afoot now.
And it's also been one of those situations where ENCE have won multiple rounds against rifles. Excuse me, Acor? Through the smoke, double taps him to the head, and that's Hades down. That's one of the big power plays that goes with it.
Acor might have just flipped the script like Quentin Tarantino. Oh, here we go then. It's all down to 2. You've got moves to make on this round. Suddenly everything is stacked against ENCE. They're down to just Kylar and Goofy. And Acor's got the rotation cut off. He's waiting outside. He's the early warning system. They know exactly where you are. Oh, they've got the round in their pocket. The Vault wants to check out Acor with a final blow. Opened it up with a worldie through the smoke on the Galil. Made it look like it was an AK. And that's how they get to 11.
Yeah, that has to be such a tilting round if you're Hades. Like, you're just minding your own business in garage, 2 bullets through the smoke, slap you upside the head. Look at this again. Absolutely destroyed. Yeah. What can I do? There's nothing I can do, boys. What is that?
Literally is the reaction there. Like, I don't know how else you even compartmentalize that one. Wow. Yeah, Ash summing it up perfectly. That is a huge round.
I mean, it's not just huge for the momentum, it's also broken the economy back down. You got a FAMAS in play, D has on a 5-7. I think Kyler's probably coming through with like an MP9, yeah. Or it was either a choice between MP9 and a few grenades or a 5-7, you get full utility invested. That's the importance. And this is the thing, though. Like, this is why the players go on deathmatch. They put so much time and effort into learning these positions where you wall bang through the smoke. He had the perfect angle there, Acor, and in doing so, he's turned this map on its head. It was looking like ENCE were picking up steam to take the lead, and now they're on the precipice of loss. If they lose this round, Jackie, without saving any weapons, they'll have nothing for the next one.
Back against the wall, inches from being broken. A round that could spell the end for them into this best of one. There's no other option but winning it. And for glaive, it's a FAMUS up against an entire inventory. Armed to the teeth is the T side, and they're walking up on him. Kios trying to jiggle, baiting the face. The flashbang goes over the top. He peeks from the box, gets the information, dashes the flash to back off towards ramp, stays alive. That's the important point. He's still a presence on the server for the CTs.
Honestly, that's really well played by glaive. Was not anticipating all 5 pretty much to charge down on him. So to escape and waste time and allow the reinforcements to come in. If glaive dies there, they're already on the B site post plant and there's probably a save coming in. That's the importance of glaive just ditching as fast as possible.
Do they clear this man? Diha on the off angle towards the left-hand side. As they expand their way around, taking map control. Volt wants to look for it, but he takes the bullet straight to the face, trying to grasp the AK. He walks past the AWP. It doesn't connect onto him. Acorn needs the backup of Isaac, and they do find the moving pieces, but the problem is Snacks is still waiting, and he hits the head. But glaive, he survived so long ago, they've got no idea that he's here. They've all walked straight past him. He makes himself famous with a FAMUS as he strikes his way through 2, and Snacks is back in the position he was in before. A 1 versus 3 on a B site, but with 7 seconds, he has to jump down, instantly commit to the plant. You can't afford to come off it, and they know where he is. All on Snacks to try and clutch the 12th in a 1v2 post plant.
He's had enough time to back away. No one was close enough to shut him down after the post plant. Yes, he's on 48 HP, but he's got the AK. And the way he's been playing, you wouldn't write him off this one. Hades, though, goes in for the slow peek. They double up, and it's important that they got that kill done quick with the post plant. But glaive take a bow. The clarity and chaos there, Jackie, to allow all 3 players to bypass so he could shut 2 of them down. That is something only experience can teach you. And he may have just got his team back into this. Yes, it's a great cost. This was another wacky moment. Diha gets the frag, just rushes straight past with the AK. The AWP misses. It's complete fiesta stuff, but man, is it entertaining to watch. ENCE are still in this game. Just about.
Ash again chiming in as well. And reality now dawning on them. Around where you're thinking, everything's gone our way. We're in a position where we can close this one out. And like you were saying, break that money as well. Put yourself into a position where economically you've got such a bigger leverage on the game. Instead, ENCE finding their way through it. They can have a semblance of a buy to play with. The utility's there for them. You get the AWP back on Hades as well. AK in the hands of Kylar. But glaive, man, he's been commanding respect. That's a round from the leader of the squad.
That is a veteran play. A veteran play to keep them in this match. On the brink of breaking GamerLegion when it really counts. The finish line just a couple of steps away. We thought this would be close on paper. It has delivered. A 2-1 position in the second RMR for the EU is on the line, and lots of damage inflicted on both sides. Diha and Snacks taking the brunt of it, but Hades once again playing up on the ramp. Not sure he intended to drop down in that position, but the timing's not going to hurt him too much. The problem is, though, he knows there's a possibility one player crossed, and that's why he's changing up his angles. He typically likes to play the closer angle here. And that little bit of uncertainty could prove to be the difference maker.
We're seeing already this is a game of very fine percentages. So even the smallest could come back to haunt you. Outside, a bit of space is taken. glaive called for the rotation as they know there could be a player through Secret. They've got the timing for that now. So it forces you to adapt your CT side setup. Meanwhile, Hades, he's just got to stick to his guns.
Post that smoke, he has decided to move back into position again. He did have a bit of backup for a few moments. Smoke was tossed into play. Flashbang out, 30 seconds now. Hades will be tested. Isaac's already made moves downstairs. Clave is here. He'll get an early warning system. Hades waits for the opportune moment to strike, and Isaac's going to go down too. Hades back in, taking that up aggressive angles and making the most of it. Puts Acor into a 1-on-4. 10 seconds, going to have to go back to CT spawn and try and survive. Nice flick. That should afford him safe passage now for the save. But 11-10 the score, and ENCE now breathing down the necks of GamerLegion.
Hades as well. Just these shots he's hitting, playing around the anti-flash, facing the wall so well. He even gets the follow-up shot off. And Glaive knew exactly what was going on. They understood the timing of the player that could have gotten into the lower site. He sets up on the rafters, finds the frag into the back, denies the split push on ramp. So Hades can just focus on what matters most, defending that angle and hitting his shots with the AWP. He does exactly that, but we're back to the present now. 11-10, still an opportunity for GamerLegion to make it to match point into round 22. Will this game go 11-11?
Two decorated veterans on the server in Glaive and Snacks. It's been 7 majors since Snacks took part. Glaive, of course, had his own era with Astralis. It's interesting that that Danish roster is now in multiple teams, all at this era at RMR. Dupree, obviously, with Preasy playing later on. It's going to be ENCE that have to deal with a 5-man push downstairs. We've not seen this yet from GamerLegion. They've toyed with the idea, they've teased with it and flirted with it, but Glaive on the other side of the double doors is waiting.
The smoke blocks off Decon. It isolates the angles. Hades, M4 in his hands, close towards the window. They want to try and double peek into this. One of the glass panels already shattered out, so they'd have clear vision and a pathway through to the bomb site. 44 seconds. Snacks, he's got an understanding of the angle in play here. The rest of the CTs waiting for that call to quickly rotate and make their move down to B. Oh, Hades stands his ground with a first. There's the trade though. Acor punishes on the sniper. Glaive looking for the flick, but can't. It's 2.
They've managed to funnel away the rest of the CTs as well. They're effectively stalling the rotations and the reinforcements from arriving. And now 4 players strong on the site. Kyler, though, has got one. He's trying to make moves. He's trying to get aggressive. Goofy also comes in while flashbanged. Removes the head, but there's Volt with 2. And now Goofy has to try and chime together 2 kills, and Acor shuts him out from Decon's side, putting GamerLegion into 2 match points. And ENCE against the ropes and a terrible buy.
Those are the rounds where Acor pays off so much as well. 3 frags, all of them, with heavy impact. 22 kills overall. A beast on the server for GamerLegion. And like you say, for ENCE, they've got to do so much with so little. A broken buy going into round 23, fighting for survival now.
Oof, that made just a little bit too deep to fully affect Glaive. He was winged, but not too seriously. D-Har in the meanwhile with just the USP. As Glaive is going to get aggressive through on the red side. There's one. Needs to get it cleaner than that, though. Will he be afforded safe passage to get back to the rest of his troops? The answer is no, and that's the one rifle they had in play alongside Kyler, who's down on low HP himself at 16. It felt like they needed Glaive to get 2 from that position. It just doesn't work out.
He was the hero. But his run in this round is cut short. D-Har as well, exposing out towards outside, and Acor's able to hit the mark, delivers with another killing blow. So the numbers quickly being stripped from ENCE. They've got the info. Kyler, he fires off the warning shots. The tag with a 5-7. A fadeaway connection onto the cranium of Kios.
Gives them a chance. Gives them a way back into this. The gamble stacking downstairs for the time being here. ENCE may be assuming that the rotation will come in, and by the looks of things, they could be proven correct. Snacks and Volt have no way of having this information available to them, and they're making moves down on Secret. We just saw them toss the AWP away.
to do their due diligence and make sure there'll be no saved AWP for the ENCE roster should they be successful. And it's looking more and more likely that's going to be the case. They're coming down now, and Hades can have the MP9, can hear the footsteps around the corner, sprays in for one. Bit of damage to the second, 7 seconds left on the clock, and there is the kill onto A-Core as Goofy goes in for 2, and ENCE live to fight one more round at least.
ENCE, they have been rolling the boulder up the hill time and time again. But like Sisyphus, it just keeps falling back down at the dawn of a new day. Finally, this time, though, they keep themselves in a position to fight for overtime. So many rounds they've made their way through with nothing to fight with. Scraps into these, Vince. But it's the understanding, the positioning, one step ahead in some of these plays, and that's what has paid off most. But it's still not over. You still need to guarantee this one. Will it be going to overtime? Can GamerLegion finally close it down? The last timeout used, it's fragmented though. You're looking at the buy they're going into this with 2 AKs, a few Tech 9s, but utility is there.
102 ADR for A-Core, just shy of 100, 98 for Snacks. Hades has been dipping in and pulling out a whole bunch of kills, and it comes down to the full distance of 24 rounds. Will we have additional ones after this? Perhaps. But Kios has given his position away, and Hades gets one, but he's caught in a very awkward position. He was nullified by 2 separate angles. Smokes and Molotovs now being dispersed, and a post plant will be coming through. But Glaive is going to try and do the best to whittle away as many of these teams as possible. Long range MP9 work from Kyler, and ENCE shut the door on the regulation win and take us to OT.
Overtime it is then. It couldn't end like that. So many ridiculous rounds throughout the course of regulation on this one for either team. So many small moments back towards the start, crazy plays on the tail end of it. But the influence of both squads is being felt on Asava, and we get into OT. Such an important game to win as well, for what this will do to your run at the RMR throughout the Swiss. You can't afford a loss here. Either team knows that, and they're striking with pace now. GamerLegion have been speeding up the plays over the course of the game, and they bombard out. They want to take A.
Supreme confidence in their own trading abilities, and it's that man Snacks again who gets himself one alongside Kios. Both are heavily injured in the process, but they've got their impact. A-Core takes the shot outside and then dips back down to join the rest of his teammates, but Diha taking the initiative. It's like, you're not the only players that can go aggressive here. He's going to get on the roof. He's going to have a fast flank behind them. It's whether Glaive can stall this. It's whether he can get maybe a pick on the cross here and try and throw a bit of chaos in. There's one, and that's going to play into Diha's hands, who's now making a move around the back. A second kill for Glaive through the smoke. And Diha did catch them go down secret. He saw one player move down there. Now they can send the rest of the troops downstairs.
They know exactly what is going on in this round. Diha, he's your insurance policy. The man in the back, waiting to strike and rip this round away from GamerLegion. 30 seconds on the clock. A-Core clears it, but his head's blown to bits. The flashbang delays even more, and it's a dink as well. Isaac solo. Glaive, he's been punching holes in them into this round and now looks to just finally put the foot down and close it in the last 17 seconds. Snacks looking for a frag, but no one wanting to give it to him. It's a 4K from Glaive. He's slicing through them one by one.
That's a pristine round by Glaive. 2 kills through the smoke, but it was all by design to activate Diha's flank. He knew with each kill that he landed, it's going to slow down the T's that little bit more. They have less utility. They're a little bit less inclined to go for wide swings down on the secret stairs and through on the vents. And the weakened play is finalized by Glaive at the end for a 4K. Leading by example again, getting ENCE the first round. And it didn't look good, Jackie. They lost the first 2 picks in the round pretty cleanly at that. And had tons of real estate across the map, and they still concede.
Not only is he leading by example in terms of the fragging, it's one of the first times we see ENCE lead in this very game. Since the very beginning, they've been on the back foot in so many of the rounds. Now going into OT, you again have that edge to work with. One of the few times where it feels like you're starting to win this matchup. 13-12, Hades. Oh, he's been such a beast. Will it go unchecked? Can they finally figure out a solution to this puzzle at ramp?
Spot on as well, Jack. It was 2-0. Since then, ENCE have always been behind. They've been chasing. It's a very different kind of mentality to be in. Hades hears the shot, but instantly quick with it on Kios. Falls back, and it was a bait and switch setup. There's a second player in ramp as well, but Snax with an important entry. 1 HP separating him from his demise, but he's at least keeping 2 players interested outside, and that's allowing the rest of the T's to funnel their way in and get entries through the vents.
Kylar back against the wall. Snax still alive. Oh, meanwhile, down in the depths, it's the strike from Hades. No scope required as he blows away the first. Glaive might just catch Snax as well on the drop down. Hits him with the elbow. Not another no scope on that one, though. Can't follow up with it. So Acor makes his move out towards the site. Bit of a fake as well, seeing if you can force them to peek into you, but time will tick away, and that gives a little bit more stock to Glaive in a 1v2.
It's giving him time to maybe get the element of surprise here on this flank. With each passing second, this becomes more and more of a realization for GamerLegion. Oh, Glaive so nearly besting Vault. But it was about that pick outside, Jackie. There was instant repercussions for Snax landing the 1-tap, getting down to 1 HP. It forced 2 players into main, and that's when Isaac went for the vent drop, and he actually got the kill on Goofy. That domino effect fell into play. The butterfly effect from Snax getting this entry here was so huge. Isaac dips down, gets the opening pick, and the rest falls into place.
This is where the true feeling of Major Cycle Counter-Strike is shown between both teams. The tiniest of plays making such a difference, the eruption of confidence, that sinking feeling that even when you get so close, it's not over until it's finally finished and you lop the head off. Kylar, he makes his move down through the vent, spots Hades. No chance for shenanigans with a shotgun AWP play this time. Another opening frag goes to the T side.
This has been a consistent theme as well. ENCE are consistently conceding vent control. How many times have we seen GamerLegion have 1 or 2 players push down here? Whether it be Snax, whether it be on the side of Kios. They're getting a lot of success over on this part. And this is the last round of their CT side on OT. I wonder if we do get a second OT, if ENCE are going to try and plug those gaps. Glaive in the meanwhile, though, getting aggressive. Unbeknownst to him, Acor is watching this one from a deep angle, but misses the shot and gets dinked. Man, Glaive is feeling it right now. He is so fast on that trigger.
It's wild. The crouch as well to throw off the crosshair even slightly. Oh, and you've got backup. Kylar, he could turn this entire trophy room into an abattoir. He wants to feast on them with the SMG. But the trades are coming back in quick succession. It's all about the pacing now. Glaive puts the foot down in the front line. The backstab arrives in just a nick of time. But now we have to focus on Kios. Hands down on the lower site, low HP in a 1v2, 20 seconds. And that Molotov burned so much time off the clock.
And I'm pretty sure they heard him running from a mile off as well. They know exactly where he is. 12 seconds to go. If they weren't aware already, that shot has given it up. They've traded 1 player downstairs. It's going to be Glaive on 10 HP. You can just dart out of that double doors. There's no time. It's over. The round is a done deal. And it was all about that lobby crunch. All about that play through on the trophy room side. That was spot on. They do have the advantage going through onto their T side. But this was the half, Jackie, that ENCE really struggled on. They won the pistol. They got 3 rounds in regulation on their T side. It was a real rough one.
Overtime CS, though, always hits a little bit different. So can they change that fate? What are we going to see them pulling out to the table? Obviously, the economic factor as well not being an issue here. So it's not a matter of not having the rifles in your hands instantly. You don't have the utility to set yourself up for success. And Hades, if he wants that AWP, there's a real possibility that it could be a gigantic asset for them going into this T side.
They got a lot more success in those last 5 or so rounds when they were pushing outside with a wall of smoke and they're trying to make the most of main drops. They didn't really get much success out of lobby or ramp. They were continually getting shredded through. So I'm curious with this tactical timeout that's being called right now by ENCE, if they're discussing that very prospect right now. What do they do coming into this half? Do they want to kick it off with aggression? They want to get in the face like GamerLegion did. We saw Snax get out a secret, get an entry there. Or are they going to play this one a little bit more dialed back? Going to make GamerLegion sweat this one out just a little bit. Snax looking like he was channeling some kind of inner demon to take over and frag out in this second half of OT. He's been doing a really good job, man, individually speaking. Not even talking about IGLing here. 20 kills from a guy that many people haven't seen in CS for absolutely years and years. Showing up here to the RMR and turning some heads.
Making it exciting. And already into this round, he's unleashed outside. Early damage done. Prematurely breaks the smoke, or sees a small gap as Dihar sprints with confidence, trying to take that map control away. And now you've got to calm that across. You know there's a timing where they're already down on secret. Acor's in position at least to be the tripwire to deny it.
So yeah, they've gone back to the outside control. This is the thing that yielded a lot more success for them. Acor playing deep, passive angles. They haven't heard the AWP shot rain out, so it stands to reason that ENCE would have a good read of the situation right now. Tons of time on the clock. They don't have to force their way into anything. Acor may be into a rotational play momentarily once some pressure's been applied elsewhere, but Dihar's going to throw in the Molotov. Doing his due diligence, very important, forces Acor off the angle.
They're dotting their I's and crossing their T's with how they're playing it. Don't leave anything up to chance. But waiting to pop up like the jack in the box, that's Dihar's maneuver. It's the issue about the angle though. Isaac on the timing gets himself up on towards the hut roof and sees the shenanigans. Knows what could be happening here. Final 30 seconds, ENCE go for the bombardment, but Isaac playing around it perfectly, supported by Snax as he clotheslines them. And they take that one, 14-14, the CTs reigning supreme there.
Yeah, the problem is that if you run into 2 players on the A site and they have hut control and back as silo, and you have no grenades to force off any of these angles, this is the reason why every single set play on A includes a Molotov, or at least 1, maybe even 2 on top of hut. And Volt already died to that in regulation in the first few rounds. That's the other side of the coin. If you don't, it's a massacre. It's so easy to strike from above, and there's not really anything you can do from a T's perspective. So it felt like a little bit of desperation creeping in towards the end there. They get a chance to go back to the drawing board though and come out here. Much more aggressive smokes utilized from the CTs, but tons of smokes now tossed down. Allow a bit of safe passage to ENCE, and the CTs in the meanwhile just back off.
Restrict the vision and make it uncomfortable outside. Molotov towards the lip of secret, but they bypass it, extinguished by the smoke as well, just giving him a little bit of room to breathe as he pushes his way down. So one player already in position again, forcing a slight bit of rotation for GamerLegion. Both scopes were close towards locker room. Hades is looking to clear it, but they've stationed the CT all back towards the A site, dropping down as well. So Acor playing hard committed towards A now. Glaive and the rest of ENCE, they're starting to slip back through secret. You're selling the idea of the A play. Molotov detonates in midair, but it won't matter. 40 seconds on the clock. Snax, basically the sole defender of B.
Gonna pick up the pace as well. Snax is in trouble. Snax is in real trouble, and there's no real hope at any reinforcements anytime soon other than ramp. And that's gonna be one-sided. It's gonna be bottlenecked in. And Kyler is waiting for those rotations down in vent. It's not going to be forthcoming. The bulk of the CT is going to be moving into ramp itself. And when you consider you've got HEs, you've got flashes, tons of them, it's going to be a solid way of just stalling off and starting this push back in. Hades and Goofy making short work of this rotation. And Acor, no real hopes in him getting anything done into this round. Is going to back away and try and save the AWP for the next one. Maybe get some exit frags alongside it, but ENCE have got it done. They picked up the pace, whereas last time they slowed it down once they saw Acor was downstairs. They tried a late A hit. This time they had full conviction.
They didn't make the same mistake twice. And although Acor will die to the bomb, it'll still read 15-14 to ENCE. And now, Jackie, they have their own match point. There was 2 for GamerLegion. They were 12-10 in the lead. And now ENCE on the brink of making the comeback and getting that all-important 2-1 side of the bracket in the RMR.
The lifeline for ENCE. The opportunity presenting itself. GamerLegion. They splash the cash one final time as the buy comes back out. And what is the change of pay from ENCE? Acor switching it up, looking for the aggressive walk-in, but it's the angle you've got to be worried about. The back turn as he only finds one initial pick. And Kios held back by the utility as well. Glaive goes down.
Acor's on 30 kills. It felt like he almost had main character syndrome there. It's like, listen boys, I'll do it myself. The problem is that you overextend. It's so unfortunate timing. How many opportunities have there been where that very play could have happened and it never did? And that may have sold him into a false sense of security. And although it's a 1-4 trade, it's the star AWPer of GamerLegion. It is Glaive, though, who's been performing fantastically over the duration of this map, but outside again is falling prey to ENCE. This allows Glaive now to become the puppet master, to observe everything from afar, and it's Goofy from range that secures the kill on Snacks and gives a huge advantage now to ENCE.
Versus 4. Volt on the re-swing. Dealing damage. Just tags though, no frags. That's Kios's domain, but it's all about the flank. Kylar from the depths. The old god whispers of ENCE could be able to secure this one, but it's still swinging back and forth, hanging in the balance now. Kylar on the move as Hades hits the killing blow onto Isaac. Volt, can he save them in this round? 16 seconds in a 1v2. Backs off onto the off angle, but they bail out straight down to the depths of B. They've got time to get the bomb planted.
It's a great decision by ENCE. Great decision. They know that Volt is on the site. They heard him throw a HE out. They had time. Why walk into a potential crossfire where you both lump up together and you give the opportunity to Volt? Instead, play it safe and play it solidly. And now Volt on low HP has to try and carve a path back in. There's one, but the re-peek from Kyler. We'll see ENCE get the successful comeback. They were 9-3 behind going into the second half after a horrific T-side. But they showed grit, they showed resolve and tenacity, and they now move 2-1 in the RMR.
Wow. That's a wild game. Trailing for so long. And they finally bring it back. The soul-crushing reality for GamerLegion seeping in as well. A series that Command did so much from both of the brains of the operations. Glaive, man, single-handedly, you're kind of recalling some of the rounds that he had throughout the course of that one to bring the ebb and flow to what it was. The famous round on ramp,
yeah.
The heads-up decision-making as well. That's magnificent.
And some of his calls, man, some of the calls as well. The T side was rough, let's be honest, but some of the calls on that CT side were inspired. I'm thinking of the fact when it was 12-11, 12-10, and they gamble stacked their last 3 players on the B site, and it is the perfect call. It remedies the situation. I'm sure GamerLegion are absolutely gutted right now because they know they had ENCE on the ropes. They know they had an ENCE that wasn't performing to their fullest by any stretch in that first half, and they were able to finish off and land the killing blow when their enemy was weak. ENCE regathered, they recouped, they re-emerged, and let's be honest, they resurrected into this game. And that man on your screen right now, Hades, at one point, he was 2-7, 2-8 on the scoreboard, but finished strong.
Yeah, the longer the game went on, the more we saw the pieces coming alive for ENCE. And even seeing it now, right? Recounting the overall flow of the rounds when you see these replays, you can see how that scoreline was going. And ENCE, it took them so long to even get into a position to lead the game, to feel like you're the ones making the decisions, you're the ones that are in charge. Unbelievable round. So much pressure on everyone on the server as well. You can see it on their faces. This was absolutely balmy.
Yeah, this is the mass Glaive play you were talking about. That reaction from Hades, of course, was when Acor just wide swung through a smoke and double tapped him with a Galil. That was when
ENCE were really making their first push, their first charge of a comeback. We thought at that point they were broken down economically, spiritually, momentum-wise, whatever you want to call it. But they managed to pick up that second wind where it really counted, took it into OT. And at that point, it looked like they were always going to be the favorites. And yeah, that has secured them bare minimum last chance qualifier position now. And if they win their next best of 3, they make it through.
Wow. Looking back on the scoreboard as well, you can see the performance there. GamerLegion, Acor, you know, we were talking about the fact that this man, it feels like he still hasn't even reached the heights that he can excel himself to in terms of an individual. 30 frags to his name in that one. And Kioz, this is kind of the duality of it as well, where over the course of the RMR, he's been the shining light. He's been the player that's been doing so much for them. In this one, really not having as much impact as you'd expect, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Acor was landing tons and tons of entries on the T side, in particular with Yorp when they were having a bit of a rough time. I think Snax for me was probably one of the standout players though, because even though he doesn't top the board in terms of kills or in terms of ADR, it was the positions he was playing in, man. Like, he was in those really awkward, like, squeaky confrontations and main confrontations where you need someone to have impact, and Snax was putting himself in there to do as much damage as possible, and the amount of times he survived on like 10 HP and then had impact later on in the round was so stellar. So although GamerLegion lose this map, it's kind of hard to see how they don't at least win the next game, because they look so good right now.
They do, they really do. It feels like the roster has so many working elements that kind of make you think there's just going to be these explosive plays from them. And that one, you've got to buff it out. You've got to forget about it, because you still have more games. There's still a gauntlet to run. For ENCE, at least, though, it's a victory under the belt. We move on from that. That was our last best of 1 here, though, on the B stream. We start to set our focus on the elimination games. It's best of 3s from this point forward for us. So join us after the break when we get into Bad News Eagles going up against Nexus.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
It's the quiz time where our players have to try and defuse a bomb before it blows up and everything comes to an end. We've got ENCE's Kyla to give it a challenge. How do you feel about your CS knowledge, my friend?
I think it's pretty good, but you know how it is with tests.
And there's pressure and there's a timer, but I believe in you. I believe you can save us. Get your hand on the mouse, press the yellow button, and get started when you're ready.
Who is the player with the highest rating on the pistols during the 2023 competitive season? Zagu. Which player from Canada consistently ranked in the top 20 from 2018 to 21? I think Twists. How much money do you get for a kill with a knife? That's 150? I think so. How much money do you get a kill with Mach 10? 600. Who was the top ranked player in, oh my god, 25, starting Olaf Meister. And what caliber is the AVP? What? For 20. Oh, the minimum amount of deagle shots to the body to kill terrorists on a pistol round without armor. 2. What is the capped damage of Molotov after the first 3 seconds? 8.
One more, you gotta keep going.
What?
You gotta get to 1
What
minute
is
15.
the capped loss max bonus? 340.
Whoa! You nearly jumped the gun, but that was good. That was very good.
Yeah, but the Zoom question caught me off guard.
Yeah, that was it. But very well done. You saved the day. You took your time, but you were fast enough with it. There you go. Kyla has the big brain from ENCE. It's not just Glaive. The Guild Eagles are coming into this major, and once again, you guys normally have a lot of success when it comes to the majors. I've got Coach Devilwalk with me, but the first thing, you're no longer the Bad News Eagles. We've got good news for you guys, and it's joining Guild. So obviously, other than me not being your manager, what has that changed for you guys? Like, what has improved? What has been the difference?
The sound levels are lower when you're not around.
Thanks, mate.
No, but obviously having the backing of an organization and not worry about a lot of the background stuff is obviously helping. So it's nice to have a home, get to know them more and more as the months go by.
Mm-hmm.
And we're proud to represent them and hope we can get their sticker in the game as well.
We've had a good run of getting stickers in the game. It's not been too hard for this team for sure. Now for you guys, it's always been looked at like very aggressive team, very momentum-based team, but you also try to add a bit more of this tactical element, right? And a bit more of the strategy behind it, a bit more thought. How do you feel you've developed that between Paris and now?
I think it's kind of difficult to assess fully because we want to be an aggressive team. We want to keep that momentum and be kind of straight in people's faces. I think that's where we do our best work. I think it always, when you shift play styles and thinking of CS, it's always going to make you a little bit worse before it gets you better.
Yep.
But I think we can play the slow style and kind of more methodical style now compared to before. But I hope that we don't have to.
How's it in CS2 though? Because I felt like CS2 is a game that would benefit some of the players you have quite massively.
Yeah, I think being aggressive definitely is a good thing in CS2. It's been a little bit changed recently with one of the updates, with peaker advantage and stuff like that. But in general, I think, CS has always been, a game where the one that takes the initiatives or creates a plan will be the one that with the advantage no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always easier to create simple, T-side initiatives comparably to CT, which needs to be a little bit more timing based in CS in general.
Here though, in this group, you'll play a lot of very good teams as well. So do you have any concerns about that? Do you feel like you play better against these better teams?
I think the better the team, the better we play, The more focused, the more, we want to win. And I think the wanting is really like, it's at 200% when you're playing these kinds of teams.
Yeah.
So I think that really benefits us.
Would you say as well that a lot of teams, when they see you and they get put into a match versus you, are kind of scared of playing you guys because of the way you play?
I think when they look at demos and everything, I think they don't know what the outcome is going to be. I think it's going to be very hard to predict. And I think that kind of control compared to other teams makes people nervous,
Yeah.
Because it is tough. I know myself when I was playing, if you're playing aggressive players, and you have a bad game, you kind of want to just push back and you give them more space. And it's like, it can be really, really tough to counter. And you start to get annoyed at your teammates or something because you don't get enough help. I think in that high pressure, especially at RMRs, it's definitely something that is good for us.
And in terms of looking at the group here for the RMR, would you say this is one of the, not just tougher in terms of these two RMRs, but like just looking at major cycles and RMRs, this is a very tough group for you guys to go through?
I think it's one of the toughest RMR groups ever, if I'm honest, if you just look on paper. But at the same time, there's a lot of pretty recent roster changes and stuff. But, if all teams would have had an equal amount of time, I think it would have been one of the toughest RMR groups ever.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks.
Let's see if you can do it again.
Set up teams and start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
for. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm rolling into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better put it in queue. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back to the beautiful PGL studios with myself and Vince. Best of ones are done and dusted. It's all about the best of threes from here on out, mate. And we're starting with a bit of an interesting one, Vince.
Yeah, we are. I mean, it's two teams that I think would be fair to say are down the rungs of most people's ladders in terms of, you know, the movers and the shakers of this group. It's a stacked group at the best of times, and these two teams have struggled. I mean, there's no getting around from it. 0-2 paints the full picture. Both teams have really had their issues. I will say, though, Guild Eagles in particular probably shouldn't be in this side of the bracket because they did have a game against MOUZ they should have won. They let it slip, and now they find themselves in this predicament.
Well, let's start off with their opposition then. The Romanian side playing on home soil, of course. You really would hope they'd be able to come out and play some lights out CS in a game like this, because you can see what it means with the overall standings, where these teams are currently situated. The reason this is a best of 3, of course, is because it's a 0-2 game, meaning if you lose it, you're facing elimination. That's the same for both Guild and Nexus. Now, it's one of those really where I suppose, you know, kind of the double-edged sword is, do you see Nexus rise to the occasion, knowing that in terms of the pressure, you'd imagine that's more so stacked on the shoulders of Guild. You had those major appearances, you have everything going into it, having an organization now behind you. For Nexus, you're doing it live in Romania. There are 5 players that seem to bounce off each other really well. Sound looked incredible as well in the game that we saw. Do you go into this just thinking, you know what, boys? Worst case, we've made it this far, we bring our A game, we see how far we can go, because you've got to reverse sweep now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think you have to have full faith in your own ability at this stage. You got to the RMRs in the first place. That in itself is an achievement. But I think if you have this opportunity, this is something that you'll regret for the rest of your life if you don't come into this and you don't give it everything that you have.
Absolutely.
I firmly believe that to be the case. And I think, yes, the pressure is off in the regard that Guild Eagles, they're looking for their 4th major in a row. This is a team that obviously we know on their day can be solid. Yes, they're up and down. They always seem to have like an RMR buff. It's like they can do nothing. They can get clapped in online cups by, you know, random tier 4 teams.
Yeah.
They come to the RMRs and suddenly they get like this crazy step up in their performances. We haven't quite seen that just yet. So I think Nexus will be looking at the Guild Eagles and thinking, do you know what, guys? We actually can beat this team. Like, we can absolutely 100% win this game. So, yeah, there's an element of the pressure is off, even though they're on home soil. But I also think they're going to be looking across the Guild Eagles and thinking, this might be the best time to play these guys right now.
Yeah, it's true. It really is true. I mean, it's rough as well, right? Because kind of the big talking point about Guild is the fact that obviously we didn't see them at LAN for like something crazy. It was like, what, 260 days or something before their last LAN appearance. And that's where they play their A-tier CS. That's where they're at their absolute best, hands down. It's something the Devil Walks always said multiple times. Like, when you get these guys together in an environment where they can see each other, feed off that energy, well, they bring the house down. They get loud. They go for the crazy plays. You know, they're sort of individuals that do just make the insanity look normal, make it look calm, make it look like they know how to play into that each and every time. It's just the near misses. That's really what worries me. I'm thinking back to the MOUZ game, the opening game they had, one that honestly, when I'm checking the scoreboard in between our games, I'm thinking, man, you probably actually take that win.
Yeah, I went back and watched that. That honestly was Guild Eagles throwing that game away.
Yeah.
MOUZ shouldn't have won that at all. And when you consider that MOUZ, like, they're rated in the top 5 in the world, they have some incredible players. Like, these are situations you've got to capitalize. However, we can see our picks and bans, best of 3s now. Nuke and Overpass instantly removed. So both teams do play Mirage. We're both curious on if the team will pick it, and if so, which one, and there's your answer.
Nexus go in for the Mirage pick. In fact, pardon me, it was Guild Eagles who went for the Mirage pick, so they'll be starting on the T side. And then Vertigo is our second map.
Okay. Ooh, all right. That was the big tidbit that we were thinking about going into this, obviously. Both teams love playing Mirage, so just at what point does it get chosen? So with Guild bringing it out first, it gives us a little bit of an idea in terms of the way this is going to start off, at least with a confidence factor. Ancient Decider as well. Okay, that's the bookend and the real meat and potatoes of the series. Those two maps are the ones that is a little bit more level in terms of the playing field. Both of them play it very regularly. They're good on it. It's a map that they'll feel confident on. Vertigo being the mid portion for me is the interesting one. That's kind of actually a bit exciting. I think no matter what we look at in terms of the stats there as well, it doesn't live up to the true picture, because again, you think of how Guild play, it's vastly different when they're in this environment. And for Nexus, I'm just wondering how the overall team looks. Yesterday, it felt like there were some issues of just getting into the environment and being able to adapt to playing from the studio with everyone next to you as quickly as you necessarily need. If they've now ironed out those issues, you've already played 2 games, right? It's not as if it's kind of dawning on you. You know where you are. You've had the time to prepare. A whole lot that could go either way on this one. We'll start at the beginning though, as we are here on Mirage. Guild, of course, are on the T side. Nexus on your CT side. Start for the first map in an elimination best of 3. Lose this and your run towards the major, it's over.
Yeah, no last chance qualifiers, none of that. You are done and you are dusted out. Sound, in the meanwhile, one of the players that we definitely had expectations of, is going to be first to be called into action with those Julies, but it's only the 1 kill. In the meanwhile, though, Zello is stuck at the back of the site as his teammate is nailed in the form of Raga. Zello gets 1 traded from Rigon, and a 3-on-2 has befallen the server. Ursin caught between 2 players very awkwardly. And although BTN may get the drop here, Jackie, I think it stands to reason they're going to be checking the apps anyway. And I don't fancy his chances. He's not one of the heavy hitters in terms of fragging distribution on this team. He's been caught, he's been sideswiped. Great flick though from BTN. Puts it into a 1-on-2. He's down to 18 HP though, and with no kit and nades, it's gonna be a done deal. Whether it's now or in a few moments, he is a dead man.
Ticks on by. Wins his first clash on the back of the peak. Seneri taking a face from the bumper, of course, so you can jump up and take a little fight into the apartments. But no joy, the round itself, that was pretty firmly planted in the Guild Eagles camp. So they spread their wings into the pistol round, at least secure this. Obviously, it's always a good start. Get the pistol under your belt, mate. It just makes it a whole lot easier to warm up into the series and start things off. Curious about the body language as well. It's one of those where if they're winning those rounds, you start to see really the amps flying, right? Everyone gets a lot more hype, the energy's there, and that also affects their style of play. It feels like when confidence is at an all-time high for this team, that's when they're going for those audacious peaks, and 9 times out of 10, they do pay off.
Yeah, the momentum on this this team definitely drives them forward. I will say for Nexus, obviously we got a chance to cast them yesterday on Ancient, and the one player that I would say was a little bit of a disappointment, I was expecting more of coming into it, was Zello. He's typically going to be donning their AWP. He's more of the sniper in this outfit. And he had a very absent game on Ancient. It was really only Sound that was showing up and delivering any kind of inspirational moments. The entry fragging up on ramp, for example, was really solid. So I'm thinking if Nexus want to have a chance in this game, one of their main win conditions, their keys to success, needs to be Zello showing up and showing up early on this CT side. Because we know he's capable. In the open and close qualifiers, man, he was the guy that we were constantly looking at thinking, geez, this dude's a real deal. Like, he's a powerhouse player. We have not seen it so far at this tournament.
No, and you are right. He was kind of the big dog, right? Won them so many important rounds. You think about the fact that they had a hard run as well, because it's all the way from the start of the cycle, we saw them grind their way through the open qualifiers, right? Arduous games there as well, because you're waking up so early, you're playing countless amounts of matchups, and you can't afford to drop the ball a single time. Then through close, they weather the storm and make it in. Oh man, all right. Sound is at least being able to show up in terms of the eyebrows today. Big fan of The Rock, potentially.
Hey, he's on Romanian soil, hoping to be the people's champion, perhaps, come the end of this game. Meanwhile, a very different look on the side of the Guild Eagles. tech issue, of course, so hopefully that's going to be remedied shortly. Especially when you look at the map pool as well, man. Like, obviously, Mirage up first, then we have Vertigo, and then Ancient. These are 3 maps where you need your AWPer to be teeing off. Especially Mirage, I think, out of those 3. Ancient can have a lot of impact, Vertigo less so. You can get away with running with AKs on the T side, etc. But this Mirage, this is why I'm saying I really want to see what Zello can bring to the table as soon as the CT economy affords it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a map pool that bodes well. That if he can have a good day of it coming into things today, it could definitely change their fate an awful lot. Obviously, both teams really favouring their run. Oh, do you like the drip as well for Rig on there? Man's got the chain ready. He's living that lifestyle, Vince. Absolute bad man.
I think is it an AK with a foregrip or something? What's the weapon he's got there on his chain?
Looks like some sort of maybe an L85 or something of that nature. Some sort of rifle. You would have thought he would have gone for like the Deagle, really.
Yeah.
He's always been a beast with the Deagle. That would have been sick.
Maybe at some point we can ask him the story behind that chain and the weapon in particular. Maybe it has some kind of value to him individually. Yeah, this is one of those matchups, man, where you're 0-2 in the RMRs. Nexus have never been in this position before. This is their first time at an RMR, obviously. A lot of hype, a lot of excitement, energy flowing through. Hasn't worked out the way they were hoping for. Guild Eagles eyeing up a 4th major. I think it's safe to say that every single RMR they've came to, in all honesty, they've probably been one of the underdogs. They've always proved people wrong.
Oh my.
That's freaking me out that his little finger's bending that way.
The magic trick there from Sound.
He's got the moves.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool, actually. I'll give him that, dude. He's been whipping out all the little moves on the server, playing up to the camera. Obviously, not much else you can do, right, during a technical pause. Can't really banter back and forth between each other. You've got to sit there, wait for things to be resolved and get back in. That's one way to kind of take any potential pressure off.
Yeah, I think it maybe I'm looking too much into this, but it maybe indicates as well that there is less pressure on this Nexus team. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're messing around, keeping themselves busy, just sort of, you know, having a good time. Whereas you look at Guild Eagles, they're all heads down, fully focused, hunched over their keyboard, you know, like really deep in thought, almost like internalizing all of this. Sometimes just allowing that energy to flow through you and just exit you is the best course of action. Absolutely.
No, I agree with you, man. I do think it is absolutely one of those where, although, you know, he's kind of rough in terms of, oh, hang on, is he teaching him how to do it? Oh, that's so good.
He's cracking up BTN.
Oh, mate. They get back in for the next round, hands are off the keyboard. No, right, so what I was explaining is you have to bend this finger this way, and then you put the hand down, so when it comes up, it looks like a mask. Oh, man. But yeah, no, it definitely is one of those where I think that is kind of the story behind that, really, because obviously you've made it this far. Every opportunity that you've come up against where they had some close runnings as well. You know, you think about some of the games that even we saw, they had some tight runs to keep taking wins, keep shutting down the next opposition to make it to this point. And they're not easy games as well. The games you've been given coming into this, what, you play Astralis first round, right? And that's on Ancient. You're trying to make some moves there. You've got to just beat every team that's put in front of you. And now at this position, you just keep taking names, keep taking victories. Well, that's really the overall timeline for both of these two teams. If you want to find a way to actually still make it to the major, mate, you've got to win every single game that's in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely the nature of the beast. And I think we have Zello as pieced out there. I don't see him sat down, so I'm not sure what be a bathroom break or something. Hopefully he's fine. Guess we'll find out soon enough. But yeah, I think it is one of those situations where if you're on the Nexus team, yes, you want to make sure you put your best foot forward. You want to give as good an account as possible in this game. You want to make sure that you come out of this feeling like you left everything on the server.
Yeah.
But 100%, man. I mean, they've already experienced something that none of these players have before in the past. They're already having a good time. They're on home soil. You know, there's going to be a lot of feel-good sort of factors about this as far as Nexus are concerned. Whereas for Guild Eagles, like, let's be honest here, if you 0-3 in this group now, and you're knocked out, you're not going to go to the major, what happens next for this roster? Because you haven't been putting up stellar performances in LANs, you haven't really been capturing the CS2, you know, opening few months by storm. What happens for these guys at that point? Because this would be a failure, surely.
It's hard to gauge as well, right? Because it is kind of a very different team in the way that they always worked previously. It's the fact that you look at them more as a family rather than sort of a roster and the way they work. There was never that sort of debate of would they make roster moves, would they change any of the pieces. They always wanted to just be this squad, this five, and that was the dream for them to play together continuously and be able to write that storyline for themselves and self-funding that time and time again with those major appearances and obviously kind of being the pride of a nation as well, right, for all of these players. The fact that you would get those stickers in the game each time, it would mean so much for the entire scene. That whole fan base behind them time and time again. And the amount of upset runs that we saw as well. Like every time they would get phased in the draw, you'd be thinking, surely not again. But they would, they just would. And you've got a lot of backbone there, a lot of support, a lot of help. It's also like the tenure of having Devil Walk as your coach. That's another player that, sort of the coaching talent we have in CS right now. God, we're in such a good position, Vince. So many players that have achieved greatness time and time again that are giving that wealth of understanding of the game. It must do a lot for you, know, having Devil Walk in that position to bounce the ideas around, kind of keep the morale up as well. But obviously, what a nice guy, just in terms of being able to keep the mentality high. If you need someone to kind of ground you in reality again, he's the perfect person for it.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, we've worked with Devil Walk a lot in the past. Obviously, he's worked a lot on desks and been he was part of the Antwerp Major as well. Obviously, back in the other PGL Major beforehand, and he's just such a likable guy, but he's also so knowledgeable about the game. Like, he is nerdy in the best possible way when it comes to CS. Like, he is so interested in the very minimal sort of details, but he's also a very kind, like, chill, jovial person to be around as well. You can see him being like quite stern and harsh if he needs to be, but for the most part very approachable. So I think it's one of those situations, we're blessed with coaches, and there's also a lot of players right now that are playing that are going to make fine coaches if they decide to after their playing career.
Oh, absolutely, man. The wealth of talent in CS is in a very great position. What we're going to do, though, is take a few seconds to resolve the technical issue here. We'll get things covered up behind the scenes, get it all sorted, and then set this best of 3 up for you guys. So take a couple seconds to grab yourself a drink, and we'll see you once everything is ready.
We are guessing the CS team by the emojis. Zello from Nexus is with me here, and we get to see what emojis might represent a team. It'll be a team or an organization, not a player.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Maybe.
Do you use a lot of emojis on your phone?
Not really.
Good luck then, my friend. We'll see how it goes. We'll start with a nice easy one though, and it's up first.
This will be Vitality.
Da-da-da, nice and easy. If you got that one wrong, we would have a very, very bad whole show. This would not work at all. So this was a good start.
Baby Goat. It's only teams, right?
It's only teams, yes. So the GOAT of CSGO does or did play for this roster.
Navi.
Ba-bam.
Let's go.
Next one.
Is this Astralis?
Oh, woo, okay.
Good at this.
I like this.
Virtus Pro?
Yes. I'm impressed, I'm impressed.
Bad News Eagles.
Yes, sir. Look, okay, this is going to be the quickest one yet. Oh, damn.
Are they French?
They used to have French players in the past.
And the second one, can I get a hint about it? Or?
It's a mask.
Okay, and they have it in the logo or something?
Their logo has a mask.
3D Max, no?
Nope, very close. If it was just that emoji, you said 3D Max or a monster or something, you'd be right. Because the 3D Max logo is like a like evil monster thing, right? But this is a mask specifically. They won Cologne and Katowice in the same year.
Now I'm gonna look stupid. Cannot remember.
Last year.
Okay, G2.
Yeah, you got some help. You got some help from the sidelines.
Thank you.
By the way, if you did that quietly, I wouldn't have heard. But it was like he's making little.
Oh my god.
All right, next. So what do you see? An eagle? Then what?
The Statue of Liberty, America. Okay.
And then what do you see?
Splash, water, something.
So?
I have no clue.
I really thought you were going to have it there. I have no clue. Okay. So America's team competing at the America's RMR. They have 2 Canadians playing for them.
I have so many teams in my head now.
2 Canadians playing for this team. Super famous. One of the Canadians came back to the other Canadian. He went...
Liquid.
Ta-da!
Okay. Whew. Superhero backstabbing or what? A siren or what?
So you said one word there, you said backstabbing. Who backstabbed someone?
Heroic.
Ba-boom! What's this looking like?
Angry Sun football.
Correct. Very good at knowing what the emojis were. What does that mean? Think of the team this is all revolving around. Neymar for football? What
Furia.
team?
Furia, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
there
Furious,
we go.
okay.
The ones that said Neymar, you were done.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. You've done. Thank you very much for taking part. You did pretty damn good, man. Some of them you were really quick, so fast. Coming into the RMR with difficult circumstances is Monte, as always. LMBT, the coach. It's never easy for you, and that's what we've got to start with. We found out yesterday, at least on you had your announcement video, that SDY will not be playing here. So just explain to me exactly what's happened here, how he's feeling. Is there a chance he could be better?
Well, he might be playing here. It depends on how much days we're gonna play.
Okay.
Right? Let's start from that. He became very sick and he had like a very high fever. Health and doctors' responses. Like if they're allowing him, he will play. If not, he will not.
Talk to me about Gizmi, a British player that comes from the Monte Academy team.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not going to be easy to be like a straight one-for-one role swap with him, right? But is there any similarities to how he played? Is there anything that kind of lines up for you and any positives here?
This player is like very talented. He's a player who is studying a lot of how opponent plays. He's preparing to matches himself very hard. It's not just some random player or whatever. He played a lot of online matches. He played last RMR. We're working together still, like everyone, because everyone has the same goal anyway.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay, so let's look at back when you had the full team. We were at Katowice recently. Certainly not the result or start to the year you guys wanted. It was also the first officials you played, but how disappointing was that result there for you guys?
Well, it wasn't disappointing, I would say, at all. That was expected result, because beforehand, all the teams played a lot of matches and they was warmed up to a season. We wasn't, and that was first time for these players exactly starting a season without those like tons of online tournaments played before. So we was cold. We lost the first game. We beat Cloud9 2-0. That's not bad, right? This tournament showed us the direction, and we had this week to actually fix all the things, and we knew like which problems we had. Unfortunately, we fixed those things, but unfortunately now we don't have a roster, so
we fixed it, and then we got another problem.
Then we got another problem. But again, it's like how you look at this, you know. Problem, solution, problem, solution. That's it. That's how you take it.
And that's what you guys have to deal with from obviously majority of your players have to leave Ukraine each time, the lack of boot camp, the lack of practice. But what has this done to you mentally as the coach, where you're saying like, okay, our chances were here, now maybe our chances are here. How do you view it? Because looking at this group, it's harder anyway, right? This looks like the toughest group.
Yeah, of course, but you're not looking at it this way, as I explained already before, right? We don't know that our chances is here. Let's start from this. It's like we have 12 teams at least in a group who can qualify, maybe even more. A lot of even teams, a lot of teams who didn't play this year, a lot of matches still, or results was like not the level of a team, let's say. So everything can happen in this group, and I don't think that our chances dropped there.
Okay.
Our chances stayed exactly at the same level because our expectations is, let's say, yes, we want to go through no matter what, right? Even if we are maybe not 100% ready, so it doesn't change. Only thing which changes is a player. When expectations are lowered, then it's much less pressure on you.
It sounds like a very well thought out and well-rounded decision. So what you said is interesting, right? No one will know how you're going to play. You don't know how you're going to play. Is there something where you look at how you might use Gizmi though, in terms of saying, all right, go off. Just like, let him do what he does best. Yeah.
Of course. We will use him how he wants to be most like comfortable. That's how it is. And that's what we appreciate in the team in general. We're using their strengths and like lowering the weaknesses, because if you'll try to put the player exactly in these cages, it will be very bad.
We've seen it many times.
Yeah, so we are not doing this. That's not our philosophy. You know, we are trying to like benefit the player's strengths. That's it.
We see that always. Well, good luck going forward. Thank you very much for your insight, and hopefully SDY comes back as well, fully strengthened up and not ill anymore.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's fantasy draft time for the PGL RMRs. I've got Cloud9's Perfecto with me, and he is going to spin the wheel and test his luck. How are you doing, my man?
Good.
Yeah?
Let's try it.
Let's try. I believe you can do it. I believe in your smart brain picking out the right players for a team that qualify for the major. And the first team you get to look at, well, it's quite an easy one, I think, unless you surprise me.
Not for me, because like...
Oh, whoa!
Yeah, it's between Chopper and Dong. Okay, we take Dong because of hype, you know.
Yeah.
Let's say Dong.
I was about to say, anyone that gets Spirit, would you pick anyone other than Dong?
I mean, Chopper is a good choice because he's smart captain and you can take it.
But I mean, you could have no IGL and just send Dong to kill everything.
Yeah,
right?
we can put IGL later, so it's okay.
Okay, we're starting with Dong.
Good one.
You think Dong's a pretty insane player right now, yeah?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts. And you're, okay, you're getting a complexity player. Your face.
Okay. We take Floppy for entry role. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Floppy in next, I like this.
Yep.
Most people were picking a leash, but I can understand why you'd go for Floppy.
No, we have like Dong, he needs space.
Yeah, that's it. Floppy will be supportive for him, help him.
Okay, the next.
Ooh, a Furia.
Furia.
You got potential for 2 captains on this team, right?
Yeah. Let's take Keiko, Kiserato.
Kiserato? Oh, you're not going for an IG? Okay.
It's okay, we have AGL later.
You've got 2 more chances if we get IGL later.
Yeah, I want the other AGL.
Another IGL, okay. Let's go again. You got a very strong rifle core though. This is really strong.
Now we need good AGL.
You need a sniper and an IGL.
Zaiwu.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, Zaiwu.
So Zaiwu and Donk on the same team. Kiserato and Floppy. This is very dangerous.
Yes. Okay, give me a good IGL.
What is the IGL the Perfecto is gonna get? Oh, nearly ENCE. Nearly, you would have hit the absolute lottery.
Who Kuksan IGL, right?
Kiksan, yes.
Okay, Kiksan.
Could I put another player there? No, Kiksan. That's fine though. Kiksan will have.
Maybe Zush can IGL as well.
If you're the manager.
Yeah, I know.
You can choose Shush if you want.
No, Kiksan is good.
Okay, we'll do Kiksan in there.
Kiksan, yeah.
Poor Kiksan, very young in game.
You need
leader.
coach as well?
No coach. That's it. You're coach. You're general manager.
Exactly. Nice.
You're the brains. That's it. Okay. Question.
Yes.
If this team played in the RMR tomorrow with these 5 players, no practice, would they still qualify?
I don't know. Okay, he win first game. I'm pretty sure. But other, it's qualifier.
They can qualify, yeah? They go to the major?
Of course, it's Zaiwu, Donk, amazing.
It's pretty damn stacked lineup.
Sure.
I like it. Good stuff, Perfecto. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is time for another CS fantasy draft here at the PGL RMR. I've got Stare from Astralis with me. How are you doing?
I'm all good. I'm all good.
You ready to make a dream team as such, man? Will you get the choice from spinning the wheel? You down for this?
Yeah, I'm so ready. I'll for sure make the best team possible.
Oh, okay, let's see how it goes. Let's see what team you will get first to take your players from. And it will land on...
okay.
Good start.
Yeah.
Now, as a general manager, do you pick yourself or one of your teammates?
No, I pick one of my teammates.
Okay.
I'm thinking who, because I would like to go with Device. But I'm thinking like, if I get like I like Saiwu right now, it would be good. Like there's a lot of good Orbers, you know?
Yeah, but you can make Saiwu rifle.
I can pick some of the best rifles right here, you know, as well.
Ah, okay.
And Orb, there's a lot of competition as well. So I'm taking Stown for this one.
Stown, yeah. Okay, I like it. And Stown, you're just keeping his normal roles and positions,
yeah,
right?
Of course,
play how he plays for you, it's no problem.
Yeah, that's the thing he's best at, right?
Yep.
I need that.
Make him do what he does best. And the next team you will get is Monte.
Okay. Then I would go for Krasnal.
Krasnal.
Yeah, that's actually a very underrated player, I would say.
Underrated player. Right. Well, so how will you use him?
I mean, he's just like in the positions he plays. I just feel like he always like pretty consistent. And when I see him aiming, like also in just face it, like FPL,
yeah,
he's actually insanely good aimer.
Okay.
And I didn't notice myself even until lately.
Oh, nice. Well, there you go. Krasnal getting some high praise from you. I'm sure he will appreciate that. The third player on the third team we'll be looking at is Liquid.
Okay, interesting. So right now I have Stown and I have Krasnal, so I would go for like, I would take Twist for this one. Also, like everyone knows he's an insanely good player, right?
Yeah.
I feel like he's also a player that can play kind of every role, I would say, like everyone on the map. That's a good player to have, so for sure Twist.
The Twist to do whatever you need.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
I still need an Orba now.
Yeah, you do need an Orba, I see. But
it's not good, it's not good.
Because you didn't want to take Cadian as IGL and Orba, right? But you...
Okay, yeah.
Ah, look at this. This is what you want.
Yeah, I think I'm good now. I think I made a good choice. I'll go for Saiwu instantly. I don't think I have to explain anything.
No, Saiwu is Saiwu. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, also good roll rise, right? When I need the Orb, that's good.
So now you just need to find an IGL.
Let's see what happens. It goes over, but I take it. I still take it. I still take it.
Very good.
Of course, Siri. Then I would say I made a pretty good team. I like my choices.
Yeah.
And it paid off not picking Device, I would say, in the first round.
Exactly, yeah, because you got Saiwu later on.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a gamble, I would say, but it paid out. It paid off. So I take my team with Siri here as the caller.
Now my question for you, we take this team, we put these 5 players together, no practice, we throw them into this RMR, do they qualify?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Think you got good enough just individuals to do what they do best?
I mean, just Saiwu, then you're like almost...
just Saiwu, the vitality one.
And then with some good players around him as well, it's just, yeah, no practice needed. No worries, yeah, for sure.
Well, there we go. I like your stuff. Mr. GM here, building his ultimate fantasy team.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us. A bit of an extended timeout on that one to resolve a medical issue, making sure that players are happy and healthy before we resume the game here. But it seems like we've got everyone back in position, Vince.
Indeed, it wasn't a tech problem, as you said, a medical problem that needed to be resolved. Apparently it has been now, so nothing too serious to worry about. But yes, we're ready to jump back underway here, Jackie, in our first map of the elimination best of 3. Guild Eagles, of course, if you just joined us, did win the pistol. They do have themselves the 1-0 lead and a full assortment of weaponry to kick things off.
Okay, so back where we left things then, of course, as Vince touched on. If you missed the opening moments of the game, it was pretty cleanly cut. Wasn't too much to write home about in terms of the opening pistol. But the game now going live again with a whole bunch of Zeuses being brought out. So tasers on display. Ursin and Raga both having one. BTN trying to play on the back of the bumper for the peek up with the Deagle. But the first Deagle shot that lands, well, that's from the hands of Sound. He obviously is a big part of this Nexus roster and already showing up into this one at least. Zello as well. Okay, straight in with a wallbang. See you later, Juan Flatro.
Great shot. Unfortunately, it may just be a drop in the bucket because the bulk of the Ts have already made a move across to the site and have smoked off the CTs here. It isn't a full investment from Nexus. They will have options available to them come the next round, so don't necessarily have to worry as much about saving. And Sound again with that deagle. Man, this deagle work has been stellar from Nexus.
Oh yeah. They're making this round look like it's got a whole lot of stock to it. No right with the deagle to cause so much carnage. But for Nexus, it bodes well. Sound had an awful lot of impact, and he's still continuing here. Forces it all the way down to a 1v1 and can clean house at least with the weapons for Guild. Strip them of absolutely anything. It's a 4K for him in a round with a free upgrade onto a Galil. Ooh, timing on a bomb blast though. Doesn't survive it. No chance for that one, of course. Can't get away. So low HP as he goes running out there, seeing if he could at least dip and clutch on to what he's got. But no chance for that. So Guild Eagles get 2 rounds, but don't carry any of the weapons over.
They were already eyeing up the buy coming into this one, and now it's looking that little bit sweeter. Knowing that if they are successful, they'll break Guild Eagles early on. They have an AWP, which Zello is going to be using for himself, of course. Mentioned before about how we were looking to him to have more impact in this game. And early on here, Jackie, Guild Eagles just setting up for a meat and potatoes execute onto the A site.
Yeah, the old faithful. Old reliable. Worse in with the timing. You would have thought actually his days were numbered there. Plays anti-flash though, turns back around, even gets a dink onto Juan Flatro. Ooh, wait a minute. Shenanigans to be had into this round, but Zello is spotted on short and slain. Actually, no, he's still standing. It was his teammate in Sound that's gone down, and that's Senary with very low HP on the move towards B.
Yeah, flashbang up and over. Is rotating all the way around, but as the observer is showing you, the bomb is down on ramp. So Senary is just trying to play more mind games than anything else, try and win the war of the psychological elements in this one. But Zello's traded up to a Galil. Senary already low. 1 bullet will finalize this round. And it's looking good for Nexus to early doors break back the Ts into a awkward position. They won't have a great economy either, so I'm curious if we would just see a force buy-in for Guild Eagles, regardless of what happens here and now. Zello just making sure he's not about to get backstabbed, and this is what Senary was hoping for. If he takes enough time, he can maybe find that window of opportunity to get closer, and as long as he gets closer, then that's where the Galil headshot can come into play, and he connects with the AK-47 to put down Zello and take the round, and that's why he went all around the world. The timing of Zello checking behind him at T-spawn allowed him to get up close and have the off angle to strike.
Freak him out a bit. You play slow, you play with the mind games, of course, on the rat back, so he's debating where on earth he is, and also if that bomb's even been picked up, if it's been taken, or what the situation is. So he re-peeks for the info. Instant snapshot. Whew. That's a bitter end on that one. Lost a little bit of HP, but wins the overall fight for what it is. 3 rounds on the board then for Guild. Back to Deagle's school here for Nexus.
Thing is, school is very much in session. When these Romanians have these Deags, 2 of them from Ersin. Man, maybe just play with the Deagles from here on out, boys. Ragga's going to miss out on his chance, but the damage has already been wielded. And now things will start to get into a bit more sanity. Ersin with 3 Deags in this round. Has the AWP also picked up additionally? But unfortunately, from his perspective, Senary already has the bomb and is charging to the B side. So some heroics, some beautiful moments with the Deagle, but I don't think it's going to yield the round.
Won't need to, though, if you can at least clutch onto the AWP and take that as a bit of a bonus gift into the next round. Playing with a lot of confidence, though. He's scared that school was in session and they were teaching Guild a lesson with those Deags. Really clean connections. That's going to warm you up a little bit. Get the blood pumping. Obviously, a couple of stops and starts in this one. Nice him. Just hoping to guarantee the save. Rigon's back is turned. He tucks in. Bygones should be bygones. So we'll see this brought into the next round then. But Guild with a hot commodity of 4 rounds to start it off on their T-side debut into the Elim best of 3.
You know as well, Jackie, I think it's only fair from Zello's perspective to actually explain that he was the player that needed a bit of time away in case he does have a bit of a rough start to this game. Wasn't feeling well. That's why I had to step away for a while. And we do have medical staff here that checked him out, said that he was okay to continue. But I think it's only fair to mention that because he is a player with the AWP. We've already discussed him at length, you know, coming into this game as having a bit of an off one on the first day.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out to see if he can perform now. Guild Eagles are 4-0 in the lead. Will be Nexus on the bye. Have 2 AWPs in play now, Jackie. 2's better than 1, apparently. It's a heavy investment, though. That's the downside of it. You do lose this round. You've got round loss bonus accruing, but it can quickly get into an awkward spot. Plus, they're not ideal for retaking sites should you lose one of them.
It's true. It is always the band-aid fix, though. If things start off a little bit slowly on your CT side, of course, you could don both of those AWPs and have a lot more control to play with on a map like Mirage. Station one of them towards middle. It's a big talking point. If you gain that T-side favor of winning the fights towards mid, you open up all the avenues of rotation and put the pressure on Nexus. Early fight towards the A side. Utility comes over the top. Ragga baited for the peak on short. Guild Eagles really starting to speed up the pace of the A site take now.
Oh, Rigon, that's a huge entry as well. But Zello with the 1 kill alongside BTN is keeping the T's honest, keeping them at bay as well. There's a lot of damage inflicted across to the CTs, and Zello is found and plucked out by 1 Flatro. They've made moves onto the site. They are isolated, and BTN's found that window. He's moved onto the fire boxes. Sound misses out on a shot, though.
Oh, BTM with a repositioning. He's got the read on the round. Oh, he's putting pen to paper, Vince. Hits the head of Synopsy. And Juan Flatro trapped in connector now. Baiting with the audio cue, expects the peak, spams onto the first near miss. The Bunderblast AWP being used by Sound, but it's the sidearm that gets it done. Wow, all right, Nexus then. Straight in. Like you said, though, a lot of money invested into that, of course, and everyone else on the team going down. So it is only the 1 weapon brought over, just 1 AWP. You can at least give that back to Zello. And man, he's hitting some blinding shots already.
Yes, yep. Fair play to him. The thing is, though, even though it was a heavy investment, I think because of how close these previous rounds have been with the consistent Deagle headshots that we've seen from Ersin getting a 3K and the rest of the troops kind of pulling their weight, I'm pretty sure that Guild Eagle's economy is very rough, like $2,500 to $3,000 across the board. Yeah, indeed it is. So they forced in again here. They've got 2 Galils, an AK, a couple of pistols, but Ragga already off to the races with 1. Should get traded back. It was sloppy, but Juan Flatro got the damage done.
Ooh, timeline where I'm thinking maybe he does actually hit the turn and burn. Talking of burning, getting hot for Juan. As his toes are set on fire. And Ersin cools him off with a spray from the M4. GX back in for the backstab. Sees the opportunity to strike onto Ersin at least. So all things considered, what they went into this round with, you've now brought it down to a very winnable 2v2 where both of you are armed.
There's a lot of time on the clock as well, so they don't even have to necessarily force their way through on this smoke. They've decided that's the best course of action with these 2 AWPs in play. Zello switches to the USP. Ooh, nearly catches him on the side, but Sound from the side is now struck in from jungle and gets 2. 2 quick fire kills. And Nexus with 2 rounds on top of it.
From only having the 1 AWP, they're back to 2 again. And Sound, he was all about the rifle. He was sick on pistol rounds. He was really good with rifles. You'd see this guy going in to cause issues on the T side for Nexus. He's kind of the point man. He'll always take those fights. We hadn't seen him use the AWP once, but into this matchup, he's showing that he's very multi-talented with the different weapons.
Just resurrected his teammate as well. He looked like he was just done in the back of his chair like, oh, guys, oh, you won! Brilliant, right, we're in this game again.
Oh, mate.
Wonderful.
It's like the that rap video, but just bring him back from the dead, Vince.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what it'll do for you because they know they've reset the economy. Rig on. The Deagles, man. Nexus, though, are laying down the authority through middle, shutting out the T's. But Rigon is still alive. 10 kills, by the way, he's picked up so far. He's been having a very solid first half. Can he add to that tally? No. The emphatic answer by BTN's M4.
So building an opportunity back into the game already then. Keeping it close and now away from potentially making it a balanced affair with either team having 4 rounds to work with. And this is where we finally see that influence of Devil Walk as well. You can see so vocal, animated as well with the way that he communicates these points. Very articulate. He's someone that understands the game but can explain it to you in a way that makes sense instantly when you've only got a few seconds. And of course, that's one of the harder parts of being a coach. You don't have very long to chime in, right? You've got to articulate all those points in a very small amount of time. And everyone's eyes darting to Devil Walk there and realizing, okay, focus up, back into it.
It's a really good point, man. It's a very important skill set. Knowing how to win a round, knowing what should be done is one thing. Being able to convey that to others in a way that they understand is an entirely different ball game altogether. So having that rapid response is super important. Knowing that Guild Eagles already off to a decent start in this half, they could extend their lead. They're still in with a real shot of a solid 5, 6, 7 rounds here on Mirage. It's a map that both teams play. We know that both teams are very solid on both sides. So it's as close as we were expecting, but underpass control now being gained. And meanwhile, a set play on A again. They've been going back to this formula over and over.
Rigon trying to line up the nade to break the smoke back towards CT. Meanwhile, supported by GX's spam. Ooh, window control though, where that exchanges hands. Ersin still deflects the head of Rigon, buys a bit of time for the CTs, but the side control itself is quite quickly falling in favor of the Eagles, and it continues. Zello comes over with a scope, snipes back onto one and changes to the M4 to support his teammate.
Van Flatro has a great angle here, but he is very low. One bullet and he's dead, tries to find that window of opportunity and strikes. A kill from that position, huge. He now knows exactly where Sound is. He lands another AWP shot, trading to the M4. Moving that sideways. Angle as well of jungle, and that wide swing from Synopsy. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Love the retro glasses as well, man. Reminds me of like the 80s or something. You man, imagine those with shades, they look banging.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, they've got the drip. They've got the drip down. A well-organized unit. And we knew this one was going to actually be probably one of the closer of the two. When you look at the two maps that really seem like there could be a bit of a bloodbath between these two teams, it starts here on Mirage, sort of level pegging in terms of the opposition they face. They're both pretty confident on it. And then you get Ancient at the tail end if we make it to a third map as well. It's Vertigo that could be a little bit more interesting in terms of some of the dynamics. But Nexus, they've been fighting fire in a lot of these rounds and answering to the call. Early on into the 9th though, the utility will ruin Sound towards underpass.
Just see the flash and him just full white. The surface of the sun descends for a couple of moments. Ooh. That one tap from Rigon. Sound was already low from the HE. It's overkill, but it's a beautiful look to this round for Rigon, who's got 3 and a 4th as well for Rigon. That's an outrageous round. Puts it in his pocket and runs away with it.
Oh, mate. If you had a little checklist, which is rig off or rig on, they've just ticked the on mark. That was gross. That's really gross, man. Wow, okay. Those are the sort of shots you want to hit. That's going to wake you up and get you into things. He's giving it as well. You think about the KD this guy's got over the amount of rounds we've seen. He's coming out swinging right now. Oh, yeah. There's the pop-off.
Completely justified as well. And what did we say about Guild Eagles, man? Like, they are a team that live and thrive on momentum, on hype. Man, Flatro, not quite as clean as Rigon. Still the same outcome, though. Nice attempt for the Zeus, just a little bit too far away. Range not yielding the kill. And although Ersin survives, it's with his kneecaps blown out, flashing for double peak and double kill, making a triple. Zilla with 2 and Ersin chips in with one of his own. And Guild Eagles now find themselves a player behind.
Ooh, it's all going a bit skew-if as well. Senery getting a bit paranoid about the jump out from his teammate, spams off a few warning shots, but they quickly realise the situation they're in and go for the boost up. Rigon wants to carry on with the success he had in the past round, but there is a flank developing towards top mid. Masking the noise on the drop down with the AK shot. Zello hitting some huge connections with that Deagle. BTN's lying in wait towards window. A lot of small moments could make a big difference in this round.
Rigon with another one, may not anticipate BTN's position. Tight right, near the murder hole. 40 seconds left. Still need to pick up this bomb, retrieve it, and try and find Sanctuary. Molotovs, making sure Underpass has no one there. Rigon does check his angles, does look and find prey. And Senery puts this round to bed. A flurry of frags in Connector, though. 2 rounds back to back. 7-3 the score.
We get to see it from his POV as well. Saying Zello to everyone at middle and saying bye-bye as he pulls the trigger. Nexus, weaponry to work with again though. Scopes pulled back out, just the one this time in the hands of Zello. And look at his positioning. All right, confidence is starting to build up. Goes for the heads-up play to push in Palace, see if he can get a read and an opening frag. No success. Backs off and Ersin is slain towards close ramp.
The issue here, though, Jackie, is that although Nexus are getting kills and they're making some really nice plays happen, they're not making the most of these opportunities. This round may be different, though, as Raga, hiding in the smoke, may get an opportunity sooner rather than later. And Flash Rose at the top of that position right now, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. But there's the secondary unit. Sound shows himself through on short. Drops the bomb down, and GXX now, he's had a bit of a slow game, has a minute to try and carve a path between these 2 remaining Romanian players.
The bomb cold on the ground. Makes his move back up to collect it. And as time begins to tick away, focuses in on the important point, making his move up towards the site. Zello's deep in CT. He's walking out towards triple. They see each other. And Zello strikes first. A round they convert this time, as they will get themselves to 4.
Guild Eagles, what do we go for next? It seems like when the going gets tough, they hit A. That seems to be their default strategy, so I'm curious if we'll see another set play come out onto the A side. They do have the utility for it, but it's not going to be the case. Instead, they're rushing over onto the B side. They, of course, can rummage down Underpass if they decide to try a crunch onto the A site via Connector. But early flashes and smokes being deployed already. Sound hiding on the balcony. They have mid-control as well, Jackie. This feels a little bit rough for Guild Eagles at this point. They've put all of their eggs in this B basket, and Senery's just going to charge straight out with the Tech 9.
Zello, he seems to know there's another player that has pushed his way out through the underpass. It's Rigon, though. Oh, the Fire Serpent. It can strike like a Viper. It tries to hit 2. Will clean up on a follow-up as well as BTN goes down. Senery falls, and the SMG... well, that'll get some success at mid, bleeding back into a 2 versus 2. It's a hell of a rotate, though, and the bomb is on the back of GX. He makes his move over towards A, arriving now. And the last 2 for Nexus, Raga and Sound. Sound's holding. He's got a crossover, but they'll plant. It's a safe location, so Raga's flank being a big point now.
HE tossed in. They do very minimal damage, but Raga is making moves into Palace. GXX may be called upon yet. Problem is for Raga, he's so low HP that he needs Sound to do something to tee him up. The alley-oop for the slam dunk, perhaps. Now moving in, time is of the essence. Raga will pierce in first. The spray from GXX, good for 1. And the second as well onto a weakened Raga. 8-4 the first half score. On the side of Guild Eagles, on their T side of Mirage. Solid, solid half.
Yeah, a lot of spooky ones, a lot of crazy plays. The Eagle work was good for the CT side of Nexus. But the meat of the rounds being taken by Guild. You see the communication again here as well. Taking a few seconds to get those points across before the start of the second half, a pistol round. But if Nexus are able to find some footing into, you could now bridge yourself back into the game a little bit. It's not that far out of hand. 4 rounds is manageable.
Definitely, but it's this man, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rigon. I think he ends on 20 kills in the first half, which is just absurd. So many multi-kill rounds, so many rounds where he just comes out of nowhere and just lays down the law. 20 and 9. That is an outrageous half of Counter-Strike. But is he going to be able to rinse and repeat on the CT side? He was finding a lot of windows, a lot of opportunities, a lot of gaps in the defense. When he's having to be a little bit more defensively minded, are we going to see Rigon still deliver? Nexus need this pistol, as you said. If they win it, they're right back into this one. But Synopsy, perched on the back of the site, is waiting when Flatro onto Sandwich tries to devour them in kind. But at 4 kills in a second, we'll see Guild Eagles in real trouble.
The wings have been clipped into the second half pistol. Bomb going down now as well. Oh, Zello with a P250. That's a banging shot. Straight to the face. And that's the opportunity. That's them seizing the day now in a position where if you lose that pistol, suddenly everything starts to quickly unravel. It feels like it goes wrong. Now you have a path back into the game, of course.
That was Erston saying bravo. Bravo indeed. Great round on Nexus. Guild Eagles, you're always on Julie watch, Jackie. Well, we have one of them. And of course, it's in the hands of who else but Rigon.
He's a mean machine with the Deagle. But he can do a ton of work with the dualies as well. And you like to see the heads-up play, at least from Guild. Obviously, you're not going to win this out playing it like a rifle round. You've got to do something a little bit more creative. They clear out towards the ramp early. If there's anyone lurking there, maybe 1 or 2 frags go your way. Hopefully, you don't run into the crosshairs of that MAC-10, though, and give a whole load of additional money over to that T side. They find the first pick, and they gain themselves access to B, but there's a bit of bombardment back. The bullets connect, and they look to push out through the elbow. Back by the Molotov now, but it's Dink City.
Yeah, unfortunately, all those links from the USPs and the Julies have just been rattled. Fragmented from the HE. 1 casualty onto the Nexus. They'll be fine with that. They didn't actually manage to trade up to that rifle, so I believe 1 Gilil was lost in the process, but it's not the end of the world. Guild Eagles in the meanwhile, though, will be bouncing straight back with their buy, and I did just catch a glimmer of an AWP in play.
And although the story is obviously the whole team gets activated on LAN, for GX especially, I feel like he really does come alive when he's in these environments. This is where you want him at his best. And he can blow so many of these teammates away with the AWP. Tries to defend towards middle early on. Classic site take, bit of a gap in the smoke towards connector, but they don't need to see you. They'll just spam straight on through. Sound. Oh, hitting one. Synopsy replies back onto Erstin, but they've got the bomb site.
Not planned just yet, but it will be getting forced down now from Zello. And yeah, that gap in the smoke has actually afforded 2 kills. On the side of Guild Eagles. It may not end up costing them round, but that is a little piece that could come back to haunt them in future. Synopsy, though, meanwhile, pushes through that smoke and gets one, but Raga doubles up from CT boxes. GXX, nice flick to the head. The execution comes through fast. And Zello gets winged on the approach on the firebox. Tries to stand and deliver, but can't get it done. But neither can the CTs, they didn't have a kit.
Oh no. No kit, no defuse, no round. And Nexus make it to 7. Zello's survival making the difference as time was burnt down. All right. One that you'll be taking to the bank then. Couple of opportunities on that where it looked like Guild had their number with the small mistakes. GX at least keeps the AWP in fruition, so you can maintain that into the following rounds, but that's of course just supporting the only other saved weapon, the M4 that's in the hands of Juan Flatro. Everyone else with mere pistols to play with. Whereas Nexus looking good right now. Seems like they're playing off the spawn as well, as they've given Raga the AWP to take the fight to middle, and he instantly strikes.
Just has a quick wink as Zello drops the AWP to him. That's how it's done, mate. It's always lovely when you've got multiple players on the team that can opt with the AWP and actually have success with it early on. Play off those spawns. Really cool play. And just as Guild Eagles are trying to stabilize themselves a little bit, and Flatro, though, putting that M4 to use. One of those 2 save weapons. And so Nexus, they may be feeling pretty confident right about now how this half has started, but they can't afford to lose focus. Even for a second, they'll get punished. BTN catching a glimpse, but he will get smoked off.
5-7 singing, but not delivering. Seneri back towards triple. At least a little bit of damage inflicted, softened them up and allowed Juan Flatro to swing for 2. But GX so far back, isolated on short, re-smoke in connector as well, so his vision isn't going to open up anytime soon. He's got to close the gap, and Zello's on the back towards triple. A little bit of a window here. There might actually be a pathway for him in. He's playing with confidence. The body language looking good. Gets up all the way on top of stairs. Quick dip down as well. Dodges the flashbang over the top. Fires off the warning shot, and now his position's compromised.
He knows where the player is. The unfortunate part is he can't line up that shot. The body in his eyes as well, he can't quite see past. And that nade, so much damage. Yeah. As soon as he took that first shot, speculative through the boxes, that pretty much was the final nail in the coffin. 8-8 the score, 4 unanswered T rounds now on the side of Nexus. The Romanians going from strength to strength, their confidence building with each passing moment, and this is the play. That's a good shot as well from Raga.
Ooh. Man, Zello's actually playing kind of lights out right now. It's pretty sick to see how he's come alive. You know, that was one of the big talking points we were delivering, saying that he didn't really have as much impact as we expect from him into the first day, whereas online, he really was able to constantly cause issues into these rounds. Great on T-side, great on CT with the AWP. It was Sound that was having to do so much more. Whereas at the minute, everyone feels like they're stepping up to the plate. They know what's on the line here. They're getting some big rounds, a lot of impact as well.
These are the kind of moments as well where coaches are worth their weight in gold. So Devil Walk is going to need to have a chat with Guild Eagles and try and course correct. These last 4 rounds have been far from ideal for them. Rigon came into this half with 20. He's still on 20. 4 rounds without any kills. Definitely been a piece of the puzzle that's been missing. But they're going to get aggressive underground. 2-player buddy system with the AWP and M4.
Nade over the top. BTN losing a bit of health, but still in position. As he takes a bit of mid-control away, getting himself out towards top mid. You can flash peek from it, see if anyone's still lurking around from the CT side. Playing a lot more on the choke points this time in the way they've set themselves up for it. Hoping that if anyone walks into underpass, that's the spider's nest, you can strike. Oh, GX even looking for the peek up as well with that AWP.
Yeah, this underpass control is multifaceted. They've really invested a lot in terms of their manpower and attention over on this side. Really nice setup. They got Seneri on short, Synopsy in connector, 2 players in underpass for a fast rotation. One of the main counterplays to this would be a straight up A execute. And instead they're going in for the push. Rigon watching as his teammates fall around him, and they may have heard the shots coming from bench. Meanwhile, Raga is watching for this. Rigon with 1, but that's all he can get. They put so much into this mid-control, and it completely backfires.
Really uncharacteristic of Rigon there as well. It's one of those where normally, you know, he's good for at least 2 in that sort of position, especially with the timing that he's kind of set up for. Able to find the 1 frag, little bit of tickle damage, but nothing more. And Nexus, you go from feeling like you've been on the back foot, we've had some close rounds, we've almost been there, to now you actually have control of the game. You're 1 round up, you're going to be sat with 9 on the scoreboard. And sometimes that mentality, well, that can do so much more for you. When you're looking up towards the top of your screen now, you're thinking, all right, boys, we're in the lead. We can build off the back of this. We can keep it going. We're hitting some 6 shots right now. GX at least does keep the AWP in play, but obviously it's got to do a whole lot more.
big respect to Nexus, man.
Yeah.
Coming to this, Zello was not feeling 100%. They started really slowly. They were up against it come the second half, but they've stood. And they've withstood all of this pressure that's been applied by Guild Eagles. Now they find themselves in the lead. Guild Eagles into a really poor buy into this round.
Aggressive positions, playing to the strength of the pistols at least. Pre-scoped though for Zello, so he's pushed up tight on Palace. Laser focused on a face out towards jungle. Meanwhile, some jumping peaks, baiting the face. Seneri doesn't want to overextend. That 5-7 can inflict so much damage. He doesn't know Zello's here though. Hasn't been given that audio cue. Meanwhile, to walk up, Sal might draw their attention. Needs to be a repeak. Seneri's got to walk on in now. Nutmegs him. Bullet straight between the legs. Seneri hits one with a 5-7. We're down to the 4v4.
I have no idea how that missed. That must have gone like literally a millimeter away from connecting on some pixel of Seneri. Dances his way and moonwalks in. And in doing so, Nexus now have all control over B site. Already Ersin out there on bench, watching for his teammate to plant. Guild Eagles absorbing a lot of pressure early doors here on this CT side, and they decide they're going to actually play together as 4. These are the kind of audacious plays that a lot of teams would not go for. They have a buy coming into the next round, but it's a case of being able to bolster up with 2 AWPs, for example. This is a lot of investment, a lot of value that they could potentially be losing. And you're trying to retake with 2 AWPs in this situation. This is madness on paper, but they at least get some success to kick things off, and now the noose is tightened. The guillotine comes down. There will be no stay of execution. Guild Eagles get massacred.
A risky retake that does not spell victory for them. So much thrown into that as well, right? Everything you could have potentially held on to. Of course, the round being the real hot commodity right now, and knowing that Nexus are getting closer and closer towards that match point. They go for the crazy maneuvers. Doesn't pay off though. A lot of money going to be spent. Sound absolutely erupting as well. And damn right, you're now in a position where you're feeling like, right, things are really working out for us at this point. Everyone's hitting their shots. Sound's having a great game. 21 frags to his name. Zello as well, finding impact when he needs it. Guild Eagles, they go for the reinvestment. The weapons are there. Nade set goes up to buy time on the back of the bomb site. He's got himself into a good position. Synopsy could strike. Hits the head of Raga. Slays the first. Knows where they are, but he's being tagged up. Slowed down. Sound on the response.
Sound now using that smoke as a sanctuary. 9 bullets in the magazines. They tickle a bomb, try and draw out some of these CTs because they know that they have the snake in the grass of Ersin. And that venom is potent. No post plant though. Not afforded that luxury as it stands just yet. But all the CTs are clumped up on the CT box. Seneri's gonna try and pay the toll, but it's the Reaper of BTN that comes through first, a secondary unit in play. They weren't anticipating 2 from there. They're certainly not thinking about 3. When Flatro now snaps up, he's snatched the life away of Ersin. Zello missing his shot, gets punished by GXX. And Guild Eagles snatched this round away. It was such a strange, unorthodox situation though. 3 plays through CT, nobody jungle, nobody connector, and Nexus had no idea.
Skin of their teeth on that one. Peeking from the same position time and time again, keeping them guessing. It works out. Money's still in play. You can afford yourself some AKs on display at least going into the next. Guild only trailing by 1 round. Their economy is fickle. They can still be broken. They're showing that they bleed at the minute.
Mate, this is like one of those boxing matches where both teams have only offense and no defense at all. They're just tanking haymakers to the head, and it's whoever has the stronger chin is going to prevail in this game. It's not been pretty. It's not been the most technically gifted game, but my God, has it been entertaining. Both teams battered and bruised and bloody, but still in with a fight, still in with a chance.
Potentially a B contact play then being called for Nexus. Didn't step in the fire, no audio cue. The Flames won't give away the sound to alert Guild Eagles of the initial push early on. And Ersin's been gifted that AK, so it's all on him for the hero play. Obviously, if he falls, next in line can grab it. That's the jump spot, that's contact. Now you need to burst. The nade slows them down. Huge response there from Guild to at least buy time.
Yeah, big kill from Seneri. It allows Juan Flatro to also change up his angle for a better crossfire. Oh, and they spam through the wooden panels. There is no escape for Raga. 2 kills, a repelled, a botched push. But they're standing in position. They know they've completely given up all map control. They have to push forward, Jackie. Unfortunately, there's multiple machine guns staring them down.
Grab the AK on the cross. Zello completes the recovery mission, and now they begin to back off. They wanted that weapon to give them some kind of tool to reopen the round. The crowbar. Oh, and it's gifted to the right player as well. But Rigon, he's got their number. Flanking up, walks on in, cleaves his way through one as he slices the head of BTN. And with 30 seconds, they turn again, making their move back towards B. Seneri has the advanced angle and could spot them early.
Smart decision. He's got backup from short, 2 players there. Juan Flatro's now moved in. Seneri doesn't really get much out this round in terms of damage or kills, but he was the linchpin, spotting the players, falling back, allowing them the best chance of not just getting the round, Jackie, but getting it done clean, not losing more players, building up the money. Very, very important moment there. 10-10 the scoreline. Could not be any closer.
And the nade set makes a world of difference. The spacing on it, the first player going in, as soon as they got contact, yeah, he bypasses the nade, but everyone else eats the damage from it. And it slows you down so much from the tagging from the HE that they had to bail out on the idea of going for the quick B take. Into the next, though, you're thinking Rigon's ready to rock and roll towards underpass, but BTN claps back. The AK hits a nice shot. Seneri taking the advanced angle. He wants to peek into it. Timing on a jump up.
You know, you discussed before about that switch, Shaki. I think rig off is now on the server. It's Juan Flatro that's really seriously magnified his performance tenfold. He was having a slow first half, 22 kills. Rigon's got 2 kills in the last 6 or so rounds. Very rough times for him, but there are more than one moving part in this Guild Eagles roster, which has always been the case. They win together, they lose together, they push together. And right now in a 4-on-4, they've got to try and repel this push with 50 seconds left on the clock.
Sandwich for Synopsy. CT face for GX. Ooh, moving and spamming. The backstab from Sandwich pays off as the SMG hits one. The upgrade onto AK works well, but Zello, in a 1v2, tries to make his move back out. Head knocked off his shoulders. Guild Eagles again back into the lead as they find themselves on 11. So many of these rounds there going down to these 1v2s where it feels like it honestly is a bit of a coin flip in terms of who's going to close it.
Thing is though, man, Juan Flatro always seems to be on spot, where he's required, where he's needed. 2 kills here, 2 kills there. In these clutches is always bringing down the adversaries to 1 or 2 players bare minimum. 11-10 the score now. And Nexus onto a half buy. And it doesn't feel like it was just a few moments ago when Nexus had like a 10-8 lead. It looked like they were catapulting themselves towards the finish line.
You hit that roadblock and all the momentum you'd built up quickly disappears. Everyone's a lot more alive now as well. You can see how much more vocal they are and bouncing the ideas off each other. This is where Guild are more playing to the strengths that they have. For Nexus, it's pretty much just a deco going into this round as well with the supporting nades. They've been hitting some blinding shots with the Deagles, but doing it against the full investment from Guild, well, that's a different story. You're on that T side now, so you need to create the openers for yourself.
Middle control pretty much vacated on the side of Guild Eagles. They're stacking 3 players early doors onto A. Double smokes down. That's going to keep GXX interested, but he's actually behind the wall of smokes now. And there is the firebox position from Rigon as he's being forced in from multiple angles, but Synopsy has his back covered. Not before he gets splattered by the Deagle, and Zello goes in for 2. A low Rigon tanks that last bullet in the magazine. but it doesn't stop the rot. It's 12-10, Jackie, and out of nowhere, Guild Eagles now have a chance at a map point.
Important series as well. If you're joining us, you're watching an elimination game here. So if things go wrong, if it slips away from you, your chance at the major can be ripped away. For Guild, of course, it's to maintain the streak time and time again. Even when the odds are against them, no matter what the opposition is, they rise to the occasion, have made those runs to the major so many times on the spin now. And Devil looked a lot calmer as well. We're cutting to the player cams there. You can see, you know, more of a smirk, looking a lot more like things are back in the position you'd want. It's not over till it's over though, Vince.
Wait, is that round when they tried to retake with 4 players and 2 AWPs? Where I bet Devil was pulling his hair out. Like, guys, what's going on here?
Yeah.
But it's worked out for them. The next round they bounce back with authority. Rigon now up to 24 as well. Nexus have 2 map points to try and save. This, of course, was the choice of Guild Eagles, and GXX opens up his account. Could be for the last time. On to Raga. They have got some Palace, though. And if Sounds is feeling it, and we know he's an aggressive player, he can make the most of this position.
So much free info and a lot of chip damage as well. And if they're peeking up into it, it should be a freebie. GX only with a tag. At least recovers on the Deagle. Sound, he needs to back up the boys towards mid. It's labored, but they're still getting the kills, and now it's all on him. Outnumbered, outgunned, spraying, but not going to be able to do it. Guild recover, and they do find the win on the opening map.
That is going to feel like a very sweet victory if you are Guild Eagles. They started in fine fashion, then they had a really rough start of it in the second half. It looked like Nexus would even just pull away and outright win, but they ran out of steam, they ran out of gas. A little bit too short. And now we move into that second map, Jackie, with it all to play for. This best of 3, as you mentioned, it's all about elimination. Can Guild Eagles do it again?
Man, that's the question, right? Because at this point, you go 0-2 in the opening games, you're in a position where they have to beat every single opponent that's put in front of them. If you want to reverse sweep, make it back to the major again, continue that legacy, right? The team that, when you think they can't do it, they always somehow find a way. There's an opportunity, but of course you've still got to close this series. It gets a bit interesting, where at least second map, it's Vertigo. This is one that both teams play an awful lot, and we saw that from the confidence and the peaks, the way they're playing it. Vertigo for me is a little bit more, I don't know, it's far harder to call, really, Vince.
I agree with you. I think it also lends itself to the very aggressive style that we know that Guild Eagles, it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes that aggressive style will win them rounds they have no right to win, and sometimes it will put them into a hole of their own making, as we saw a couple times there on Mirage. But the same can be said for Nexus. This is a map where I expect to see a lot of things from Sound in particular. Let him loose on that T side. They're going to be starting on the T side, I think, Nexus here, so they might as well just go for broke. Like, you're here not as a bonus, you're not here to make up the numbers, you're here obviously to try and outright win and do as much as possible for Romania on home soil and all those excellent components, but like, the pressure is off, especially now. Guild Eagles were the favorites. You were expected to win this game. Let's go, boys. Like, Nexus, let's see what you have to offer.
And they were playing with that mentality. You know, you could see them erupting, hitting some really nice shots as well with a few of the connections. And it's not clean on either side. That's the scary bit. There's room at the minute for some mistakes to cost you rounds, to cost you a map, potentially push it to the third. And Ancient, again, is very similar to what we had on Mirage. If we get all the way to the third map, it's a bit of a toss-up for me in the way that it could go.
Wanflatter 104 ADR, Rigon 103. Again, though, that first half was all Rigon. 20-9 he finished. The second half was all Wanflatter. The guy really stepped up when it was required somebody else to share the burden of that weight. Sound did still have a good game. 24 kills. We saw him utilizing the Deagles, the rifles, even the AWP as a secondary AWP, and having a really solid performance.
He was indeed. Stand out, though, being Wanflatter, and rightly so, as you said, especially the impact. The rounds that you needed him to close out, where you're starting to think, if we concede this one, the whole map could be gone with it. That's when he hits the worldies. That's when he hits those shots that really draw you back into the game and closes it out, sporting a nice ADR, winning a lot of those opening duels as well, and just setting up Guild for at least the first map in this best of 3. Rigon, though, as well, can't be understated. Like, the impact you found throughout that first half on T-side, oh, mate, like, the snapshots he's hitting with the AK, bud, like, he is just a walking highlight reel at RMRs.
Yeah, and also another thing that lends itself towards Vertigo, we're talking about Sound being aggressive. Rigon did all of his heavy lifting on the T side, where he had this unshackled approach to just being super aggressive through mid, getting those entries onto the A side. Vertigo lends itself very heavily to that same kind of playstyle. So I'm looking forward to what Rigon could potentially pull into this one as well.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it again when we get to Vertigo. That's where we're going to be Vertigoing when we're back after the break.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Okay, it's time to guess the CS team by the emojis. Donk is taking on the challenge. Now, Donk, I know you like the chibi chibi chappa chappa meme, but do you know emojis?
I hope so.
Do you use emojis?
Not really.
Oh no, okay. Well, I'm here to help you.
I use only chippy chippy chappa chappa.
Well, we will see how you do on this. The first one is really easy. Just remember, it's a team or organization. So these are your emojis.
What is this?
It's a baguette and a bee.
Ah, vitality.
Ah, see, look at that. You go, what is this? I say baguette. Oh, vitality. All right, second one.
G2.
See, you said this because it's a baby goat, yeah?
Yeah.
Sadly, this is a baby that was born, yeah? Then it's a medal, so like born, winner, and goat, not baby goat. What does that tell you? The greatest player of all time.
Natus Vincer.
Yes, there we go. Boom. Navi in there. All right, the next one.
What is this?
Okay, the mermaid means Denmark.
Astralis.
Boom, good man, there we go.
Virtus Pro?
Yes! They're easy for you, that one.
Whew.
Now.
Oh, it's Maybe it's falcons?
No.
No? Like, how it goes in English?
It's an eagle.
Guild Eagles.
Boom, correct. Bad News Eagles, Guild Eagles is the new organisation, but that is what it was. Now this one.
Taiwan?
No, because Taiwan's China, this is Japan.
Japan.
But let me explain. So the cross-on means they used to have French players on the team.
Mm-hmm.
The mask is like their logo is a mask, team logo. And then Japan is because the mask is a samurai mask.
Yeah.
It's a very good team.
G2?
Yes! Well done.
Some USA organization?
Correct.
Evil Geniuses? Maybe.
Now think what the emojis are. So the first two
Eagle,
American.
Eagle.
Yep.
Like
Statue of Liberty.
yes, and water. So some USA organization.
Mm-hmm. Probably the best USA organization.
Liquid.
Yes, there you go. Okay, this one.
Again, Denmark third one. Yeah.
yeah, well remembered.
Heroic.
Yes. You're good, man.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. This is better than most people. I promise you. You can watch. You can watch.
Okay, like first one angry,
Mm-hmm.
second like sun, and third football.
Yeah.
Like this. Some maybe South America team. So maybe it's like, but like first one I think about playstyle, no?
Yeah.
So it's Furia.
Yes. Way. And that is it. Dong, you did that probably faster. I would have to check, but I think you did that faster than anyone. So not only great at the game, great at all of this.
Thank you.
Good stuff, man.
Set up teams and start digging. Start digging. Start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
Before I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya, cause when I do I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. blood. You better bring it in, you I'm coming for the blood.
Take the first scalp of the RMR for their run as they get a map under their belt in the Elim best of 3 between Nexus. A close affair though, Vince. By no means was that one very cleanly cut throughout the duration of the game.
No, it was incredibly close throughout, you know, and it was the finest of margins, the smallest of mistakes, or the smallest of kind of an upward trend in gameplay that really got them across the finish line at the end. When Flatro and Rigon are going to probably take the plaudits for that first map, understandably so, but Sound was very good as well. Yeah. And as we mentioned before, Vertigo up next is a map where I'm expecting the aggressive components of both of these teams to really shine through. It's a map that on paper, statistically, should favor Nexus. They both played it 4 times. Nexus have 75% win rate, and the Eagles only have 25%, so 1 in 4 games won. But I almost feel like it's irrelevant talking about the Eagles' online results because you never really know how it's going to translate into the RMR performances.
No, it's vastly, vastly different, right? They're a whole different beast, really. When we get them into this environment where they thrive, you know, there was that really interesting stat that kind of came out in terms of the amount of days between their last LAN kind of showing until now. It really always feels like you don't see them playing their A game until we get all 5 of them in one building because that's where they erupt, that's where they play their best CS. The RMR had some close misses. Obviously, that first game versus MOUZ, you think maybe the difference of the timeline there. But we live in the present. We can forget about that for what they're doing right now, fighting for survival to attempt to have that reverse sweep run. You at least get 1 under the belt. If you missed it before as well, Sound is an absolute character. He's been teaching the whole team how to do this little trick. I gotta say, man, like this Nexus roster, it is actually pretty cool. Like seeing them in person, seeing the personality, there's a lot of guys that you kind of want to root for on this team. They do seem really sick at the game, but they're actually pretty cool characters as well.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see that they're still in high spirits after that first map loss.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of teams, they're all laughs and jokes and having a good time before the game, but the second that things start going sideways, it's like, oh, everyone's hunched over, everyone's in a bad mood. So it's great to see that they're still in high spirits coming through into this second one. And I think it's also because they'll feel very confident about their Vertigo. They'll feel very solid about their prospects here because both teams actually played against Big on this very map. Nexus ended up beating Big 13-5, and Guild Eagles ended up losing against Big on this map. So in terms of the stats, at least, it paints a good picture for Nexus, but we'll have to wait and see what actually happens now on the server.
All right, well, here we go then. Second map is live. CT side start for the Eagles. Nexus on a T side. Dooley's detected in the hands of Synopsy, but they're out at middle. And talking of him pushing, he's already got his whole way in through mid. He's getting a ton of info from this and can fast flank through the ladder.
Oh man, the prospects of a Julie flank. That sends shivers down the spines of any Counter-Strike player. Oh, he's going to catch them with a nade out as well. Zello's been plucked. And Synopsy's position, seeing a player with a nade out in that spot is going to give him all the intel. Tries to fake as if he's gone back again, but Ragga's not falling for it.
Ragga was ready to rumble. And does bite straight back, so it leaves them in a 4 versus 4. And the opening gambit you had into this round where you think, right, they're going to hard commit now to the A play, we can clean up with the backstab. Well, that's changed. The pistol round itself falls into a different sort of spin, but Ragga, again, he's struck down out towards middle. And they go back to basics. Smoke over the top, and the last 3 Ts try to start and finish here towards the A site.
Gap in that smoke, though. Nexus can make the most of that. Sound going in for the plant. BTN takes a ton of damage here. Ersin gets 2! He had no right to survive after that first hail of bullets, but he's still standing. And one flat throw up against them. The odds certainly stacked against him in his favor. But one flat throw, if he can get that first tap, if he can get that first headshot, maybe there's a way forward. These post-plant positions, Jackie, are looking so strong, though.
They're set up. Oh, Ersin. Wow, okay, that is a big recovery onto the pistol round. Ersin, more like Ursus on that one. He just cuts his way through them. The claws came out on the Glock. But especially with the start as well, Vince, right? You're kind of just thinking, well, I know where this one is going.
Yeah, especially when he actually connected the first shot and was able to back away afterwards with the smokes being put on the deck. You thought, right, Guild Eagles are off to another good start. It's going to be rough for Nexus. Not the case at all. Ersin with probably 3 of the most important frags in his career to date to kick off Nexus in the best possible way into the RMR now. 1 map up against it. And no real buy in effect from Guild Eagles either. So you'd hope, Jackie, this is going to be a pretty straightforward 2-0, right? Like, surely they don't lose many players, if any. There is a 5-7. That's gone.
Oh, all right, Zello. Oh, yes. The shooting gallery is on point today. He's won himself a big cuddly bear. Probably some sort of panda, maybe. You can take that home.
Well, you were talking about the Ursus before. It's effectively a bear, right? So
yeah.
That's some solid aim. I mean, yes, it's against an eco, but you still can't argue with flicking up and down different layers of verticality.
Yeah.
We were informed that Zello is feeling better now as well, so goes to show it. The proof is in the pudding with that spray.
Yeah, he's proving the difference. He's not feeling sick. He just is sick at the game, which is always nice to see. GX. Warped on, combat warping up close. Peppered though, bullet straight to the face. Oh, the getaway. He does at least find success. He's able to back off. Rig on as well, deep towards the stairs. You're thinking he had Ursin's number there, but the AK flicks back around. And we're down to a 3v3. A lot of early fights into the 3rd round here.
I think we're going to be in store for a lot of this, Jackie, on both sides. Both these teams want to stand and bang. We were talking before, it's like 2 heavyweight boxers just trading blows in the center of the ring. No defense, just all offense. It's not to say that neither of these teams have a solid CT side. They absolutely do, but they're both very aggressive. It definitely muddies the waters on which team is the aggressor and which one is the defender at times. Raga takes a lot of damage on the approach, though. Ursin joins him as well, below 30 HP, lining up more grenades for this retake. Mercenary caught with a flash, but smokes out on side.
Ooh. The setup with the utility, leaving a little bit to be desired in the way they're playing it, but hitting the shots, well, that's going the way of Guild. Ursin on the ramp. He's low HP, but he's taking the point man position. You've got the backup with Sound as well. Try to tap the bomb, fast flick. Juan Flatro continuing where he left off on Mirage. The Oasis for Guild, and they double up. They want to fight for it, but time is ticking. They jump on the bomb, they have to stick it. If he finds the pickup, you could at least look for the second and snatch it away. It's going to be dangerously tight, but it seems like they've grabbed it.
Yeah, just with milliseconds left on the timer, they have managed to clutch out the round. Now, it's that early nade damage that we saw, and on the damage on the cross as well, with Raga getting tanked up as he tried to leap across to the side. But vitally important there, Jackie, that Guild Eagles got themselves on the board early on this CT side. Because Nexus, when they typically win this map, they win big. They start strong, they finish strong. So just cutting them back down to size, bringing them back to reality here for a few moments.
Early flashes in as well. Zello hits some nice shots on the Galil, but when it comes to sniping, you want him on his signature weapon, and that's what he's finally got once again. The detonation of the nade at least gives some information back to Guild. But you've got to set up towards middle here. Putting him on a pedestal. Audio cue confirmed. So Synopsy knows where he is and flashes off.
Funnels away the tease for the time being. Double peek. Zello doesn't pull the trigger. Was more interested in surviving than necessarily killing in that confrontation, understandably so. But GXX is going to make the most of that momentary weakness and push down close. There's going to be 3 players here though, Jackie.
Can he prioritize his targets and will they clear it? The nade instantly gives away the info for free. As soon as it connects, you hear the audio cue, you know to clear the angle. BTN puts him into a grave. 45 seconds left on the clock though. They back off, slow walk over the bridge. Bomb now in the hands of Sound. Ersin's been lurking, so they know that no one has pushed out for deep B control.
I think it's even worse than that as well. I think Manflatro whiffed his grenade. It bounced off the scaffolding, so the low BTN is able to survive that encounter. That nade could have done a lot of damage at the bottom of ramp. 25 seconds though, but Rigon is able to maybe take this round away. There's one in a second as well. Doesn't need to repeat, but went with it with a flashbang, but Synopsy is there to clean up along Scenery. And with 15 seconds left, Synopsy puts one through the smoke and nails this round, but that was all Rigon's double.
Felt like they had the right pieces in place there. The setup from either side, clearing towards the back of the white box, but the timing on it allowed Rigon to get both frags. Set up the rest of the team for success as well. And yeah, this is going to be a really scrappy game. You're expecting a lot of these kind of fights where it goes down to these tight intricacies at the end. Obviously, in this one, though, Nexus, money's gone. It's just pistols.
That's precisely the situation. There's a certain air of freedom when you're in rounds like this. I mean, they do have a Deagle, which has been nailed instantly from the molly and nades. Treat this as a tactical timeout. Not too much pressure on this one. Insta headshot from Ragu. He's quick with that Glock, but unfortunately it's barely any damage that just scratches the surface, and Rigon continues to rip through the oncoming T's with those kills of 3 in this round, potentially a 4th. It will be a 4th kill, and he escalates to $7,800 as a result of those 4 SMG frags.
Ladder was his lair in that round. The SMG just lighting them up. Obviously not the worst case scenario, right? It's not as if that was a full buy and you've been completely crushed by an MP9. It's one that you kind of expected to slip on by you. Oh, little kiss in spawn there as well for good luck. Guild Eagles coming out swinging into this round then. Round 6 goes live, and we do have the weapons to work with. Nexus have that buy again. There's been some interesting pressure applied from Guild towards middles. They're going to be a bit paranoid about that, but Zello, he's already up towards ramp.
He has a good read of the situation, but Manflatro will make sure he can't double up. Raga, though, did go into Rigon, so one of those big, heavy hitters has been silenced momentarily. And additionally, they maintain the player advantage. Ersin can just walk his way out onto the site. He has BTN alongside him, and they do have control over the bomb.
Oh, the timing on the cross as well. He gets towards the backside by quad. They know about BTN now. Play their card, get the bomb planted, smoke off towards deep CT as well. Force out the issue if they even want to go for this one. I mean, you look at the retake, right? Massively outnumbered. It's just not worth even going for it. You're going to have to back off, keep these weapons alive. So Nexus instantly swinging the metronome back in their favor.
And it was a Zello very aggressive push up on ramp. It wasn't preceded by flashes or mollies, which typically will telegraph that a push is forthcoming. And Raga on the ladder sprays out GXX. That's an AWP that's dropped alongside him. This is where you go back to that previous round now, with Rigon getting 4 with the MP9, having tons of surplus cash. They'll be able to buy again. They can even drop an AWP if they want it, but it does mean that all of their savings, all of their pennies, pounds, dollars, whatever you want to call them, are going to be spent into this next one now.
You've had to go to the ATM and make a very big withdrawal. Everything being put on the line then in terms of the buy coming back in. Whereas for Zello, you get the success of feeling like you had a huge play into the round, open up ramp control. Now you're gifted an AWP back into your hands as well. One on either side then. Getting shades of Mirage already here.
Oh yeah, definitely has the same feeling to it. Zello watching for that fast, rapid peak. Wasn't forthcoming. Guild Eagles didn't have the spawn for it, deciding to play more default over on ramp with 3 players. Ersin up and over. Molotov just covers the close angle behind the wooden panels. And if Rigon goes for the peak, he could be found. The AWP shot rings by. There's a HE behind it, leaving a receipt. But that smoke is probably going to keep the T's at bay, so Rigon may have done enough to stave off the push for the time being.
They're backing up from stairs now. Synopsy's just been jiggling the shoulder face with the small jump, so if he sees anyone, he will just dash that smoke, follow up HE as well. If they push into it, they eat damage like they do, and it gives him that audio cue. Ooh, anti-flash, tucks down. Thought he had the drop on him, but Sound spots him.
And Flatro, the meanwhile, tosses out that smoke. I wonder if he took a slight tickle from that Molotov. There was a molly next to the left-hand side sandbags. Maybe that's what alerted Sound to his presence. Not entirely sure. That's irrelevant at this point. 35 seconds, they're looking to try and push on, and Sound and BTN both get expunged through the smoke. 3 separate assailants. And one Flatro goes back in for seconds. What a hold that is from Guild Eagles. It looked like it was going to go pear-shaped, and then suddenly, just through the smoke, 4-3 kills just destroyed them.
They just pummel them as soon as they had vision, right? A barrage of fists just beating down one after another, laying out anyone that tried to take ramp control away, proving that A site is firmly Guild's domain right now.
So another buy can come in. Sound already with the AK. Raga 2900. Deep in thought on Nexus. It's not quite elation just yet for Guild Eagles, Jackie. They know that they are in an advantageous position, make no mistake, but because of how these rounds have been so back and forth and really not clean, that last one had elements of cleanliness to it, but the early engagements up on ramp were rough. They know they've got to dial this one in. BTN on just a deagle.
Fast over the bridge. Zello with the AWP boom. So they hit him with the sonic boom if they peek into him. That one doesn't connect. Cheeky boost as well for the setup towards middle. The AK supporting the deagle in close range. Guild. It's the additional edge of all the utility they've got into this round. Contact face though for GX. He's going to be flashed off the angle. Instant headshot from Raga. That's a beauty of a setup.
Yeah, that's a perfectly placed and timed pop flash. GXX was fully blinded, could not see a thing. But Synopsy, as is so often the case with Guild Eagles, when they go a player behind, their instant reaction, their natural reaction is aggression. And this may play up against him. Raga, though, wide swung by Synopsy, who evens the odds. AG's tossed in, does a little bit of damage, but nothing too significant. And with Guild Eagles as well, getting that opening pick through on mid and seeing no secondary unit, they can force back that player into elevators and bolster up the A defenses. However, it seems like we're going to have a B hit on the cards coming up.
Problem is, they've had a couple of opportunities to steal away around at the B bomb site. But one man in particular has made a world of difference, and that's been Rigon. This time he has the scope in his hands. Flashes over the top. Synopsy's the point man for first contact. Rigon out towards mid, coming across. B-site compromised. Sound always so good at looking for entries with the AK. Carves a path into the bomb site. Rigon pre-scoped, walks in, but Zello swings around the corner. How has he even seen him?
That was through a smoke and the wall. We're very curious to see that from his perspective. Maybe just a timing shot. Like, listen, it's a 4v3. We know there's probably someone around CT side. May as well just take the shot and see what happens. Either way, BTN is on the prowl. He's on the hunt. He knows to these two weapons. Money in a bit of an awkward spot. They can't afford with these two guns if they get saved. And one Flatro is going to make sure that Sound doesn't see any further action in this round, at least. But it will play into a 4-4 scoreline, and BTN may get one Flatro yet. Goes back into the CT spawn side, has heard the footsteps. Ursin bested, Cesenari's going to hold on to his M4, and he was looking for the AWP, and he's found it, and almost shoots off to say, listen guys, I actually got this, you know.
Boy, oh boy. Yeah, you could see the way he was kind of like thinking about it, right? I'll fake the noise, wrap off towards CT. He knew the AWP was there, but couldn't grab it at the time. Bomb blast kind of playing into his favor. Clears the angle, finds it. That's the shot. Oh, mate, pixel sniffing. That's a hell of a Kurt angle.
That's a beautiful shot, but I don't know why it's registered as through the smoke. It didn't look like there's any smoke on his screen unless the HE kind of like dusted off the side of it first. It's a bit of a strange one, isn't it? I thought I was actually fully through the smoke. Yeah, thanks for showing us.
I guess he just smoked them.
That also works.
Oh, pop the smoke, leave them broke. The Zello classic.
Unfortunately, they would have been completely broke, but with those 2 save weapons, I think they can scrape a buy together. But you're absolutely spot on, man. That was, even in slow motion, that was rapid.
Yeah.
That was serious reaction speed on display.
So you see it in the kill feed, and you're just like, what have you seen?
Yeah.
Literally, what have you seen? How have you hit that shot? But now we know, questions answered. Ooh. GX forced off the face down ramp early as well, and information given up. And Sound playing off that audio cue. He wants to move on in, timing on it. Oh, he hasn't spotted his head. He's been able to get the nade out, but still strikes. Lays claim to an opening pick again.
That sounds, just seems like such a strange play to me. Obviously, we have the hindsight of seeing that there wasn't any counteractive kill, but you're being that aggressive with an AWP on side and you had nobody on ramp to help you out. Like, there was no way that anyone could help you. Loads of damage to Flatro. They've lost mid-control as well, which puts a lot more pressure on Rigon, who's stuck on the side by himself in the smoke with the M4 sprayed down and a dead man. But it's a bit of a head-scratching moment there. I don't quite understand what the idea was. Zello should have Flatro dead to rights, who had no idea that he was in position and ready to strike. And Zenari's back is given up, and the rest falls into place. So yeah, a little bit of a misstep, a mishap. They happen. It is what it is. You just have to move forward. 5-4 the score, though the Romanians take the lead.
And a lot earlier into the map this time around. Sound as well. The small intricacies of it. At that point, even on the smoke struggle between both sides, just spamming in, you're thinking maybe there's an opportunity for 2. One was left far back as well, so they even clean house, hunting out a lot of the CTs before the end of that round and taking the weapons out of their hands. Oh, it's the classic, mate. Go for the B bombardment, hoping you can just push out through B main with the pistols, overwhelm them if they're close. And then, of course, you've got the quick flank in the rear. So Flatro at least gets the AK off the back of the early troubles, but the bomb site is given up for free as the knock-on effect.
AK for the round probably would be worth from Guild Eagle's perspective coming into this with just USPs. They also have a Molotov alongside the Flatro, so I mean, normally you'd fancy like a team probably pulls back and saves an AK at this stage. It's Guild Eagles. They're probably going to go for this. They're probably going to be mad men and just try and fight and charge down as many of Nexus as possible. Molotov to the back of Sandbags, forces out Zello, and they have managed to pierce and skewer him at least. It will be a comfortable picked up AWP though, so they can trade it into the next round. But Synopsy and GXX are deciding they want to go down with the ship, they want to go down with this bomb and save the AK alongside it. Understandable decision making there. They got the man they were looking for, the bomb. Don't think it kills Ragger at this position. Indeed, it shall not. So they pick up the AWP and they can give it straight back to Zello. 6-4 though, and now Nexus starting to make a little bit of a move towards opening up a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, one of the added blessings, although the bomb radius was made bigger on a large portion of the pool, the maps in the map pool, Vertigo, although it's bigger, in the grand scheme of things, it's still relatively small. Valve obviously favouring to not make them too big because of the 2 stacked sites with where they are. A lot of verticality to factor in. So you can get those saves away, it's a little bit easier. On Nuke, you're a dead man.
Yeah, you are gone. I died in secret the other night on full HP. Couldn't believe it, I was moulding.
Teach you a lesson, wouldn't it?
I did. Learn it the hard way, mate. Learn it the hard way.
Won't do that again. Ooh, but they want to go back to B. They'll do this again. Synopsy, is he going to be caught with a timing on the face? It's a swing back and a trade.
1-for-1 probably does Guild Eagles no favors though, especially this early on. You've lost Synopsy. He's playing well. He's actually a top fragger in this map so far. Utility count is already low. This isn't going to make things any easier. Rigon keeping that smoke into position. Dual purpose, one, it cordons off one of the areas, and it also allows him to rotate onto the white boxes and play some mind games with the T's, and he's going to decide to get aggressive behind this one. The Molotov, though, is going to stop him from peeking, and he does actually take a tick down to 78. That's going to sting.
Yeah, those are the ones that do tilt you a little bit as well. Losing a little bit of health could be the difference in some of these situations. One Flatro, nicely timed pin pull on the HE though. That's right on the money. Oh, the follow-up. Blows away Ragga. Ersin, he's got right on the bomb site though, spamming in towards Elevator. Looking to deny the reface, but they give it straight back. Seneri hasn't seen a single player, but it doesn't matter as he is slaying them. And Zello boosts up, looks for the flick. Good for one, but they outnumber you, and they play for the trade.
Yeah, it just has the perfect angle, really, to tap through, anticipating that one of the Ts may get aggressive and try and take the fight to the CTs. That's just hours on servers playing time after time. Very well done by Seneri with that grenade, man. I mean, Seneri doesn't have a chance to clean up as easily. You're seeing he's getting assists on both of these players through the smoke, unless the utility is there to soften them up in the first place. And that is the importance of having a well-placed HE, a well-placed Molotov, especially in a map like Vertigo, because you know where they're going to be coming in. You know they're going to be pushing on that side. The timing of it is everything. The flashbang, though, is so good. And Seneri down early doors, and no health cost at all for Nexus.
Even reading it right with the spam bag. Dealing damage. GX, though, he's found his window of opportunity. Got to get the quick reload in. Backs off. Still dropping bombs on him. As the HE start to strip a little bit of skin from bone. Backstab from one Flatro. He could be the butcher knife to deny it right here, right now. As the Howl unleashes a barrage of bullets. Oh, only two. Ersin with a clap back. Hits the blind shot, but GX is here in his place.
You're not expecting two from the same position. There's no way Ersin's thinking about that. Maybe peek from sandbags, maybe peek from ramp. It doesn't matter. As Guild Eagles 6-4 behind get the last 2 rounds to tie us up at 6 apiece. And we know that their T-side is formidable. So, have Nexus missed their opportunity? They could have been 8-4 come the second half. That would have put them in great stead. It's neck and neck again.
Similarities of the map pool, the play style. It's all there. That's why this series has been so close. If we make it to Ancient, that story still carries on. It's a map that both teams are good on, they feel comfortable on. For the pistols as well, I mean, Nexus, right now, pound for pound, some of the shots they've been hitting on pistols, I think I would honestly favor them to be able to find it on this CT side.
Second kill that one, Flatro got through the smoke. He had 5 bullets left, and he hit every single one of them. Some of them were through the sandbags, but that was a big moment, a pressure cooker situation, and he passed with flying colors. But I'm right alongside you, man. These USPs, these pistols have looked sharp for Nexus. Very powerful indeed. Ragga with the P2000. Guild Eagles all pushing up together as united force on ramp, and they're not giving their position away. There's no shots, there's no mollies, there's nothing being tossed in as it stands just yet. They're making sure that there's no peek on sandbags. With a flash for Seneri, they still need to be well placed if it's going to deal with sound. Smoke already down, sound force back. They're actually kind of tripping over one another on the site here. But there's no full investment, there's no full engage as it stands. They get one, but that's it.
He's getting iffy, backing into each other. Trapped between push and pull, split in 2 minds. They hold back the first wave, buy themselves a bit of time. Rigon making noise as he goes for the rotate the whole way back round towards the B side. Ragga's there though. He's in a position to at least cut off that rotation. He can't bleed through the back. Juan Flatro holds, waiting for the push. Zello getting antsy, wants to fight it. Ragga with the P2K, makes money on the headshot. Rigon taken down, and we're back to the last duo at the A site trying to finish what they started.
Oh, Seneri, you've got to kill him there. He was literally 1 HP the whole time. And Juan Flatro, given no favors from his teammates, is just going to have to do it all alone. Ersin slow, but still comes out. It connects the headshot. Ersin has been a phenom in these pistol rounds, by the way. He always seems to get 2 or 3. But Juan Flatro, man, he was trying his damnedest to 1v the world, basically, in that pistol round.
Confidence of 1,000 men, just peak after peak with the Glock. Making them fade away.
Seneri had to get that kill though, man.
Yeah.
Zilla was so low for so long. This is the moment where we were both looking at each other like, hold up, what's up? Because, yeah, like, he goes out for the peak sound, he tries to go back to the site, and his teammate's blocking him the whole way.
Yeah, he's literally, like, taken his angle off him. You're kind of backing into each other, and he's like, bro, well, I guess I fight ramp. Like, it's so mad. I mean, they survive it. You take the pistol at least, so it is what it is. Hero AK brought up as well. Any one of these players can use this to a very high skill level as well. So for Guild, it actually kind of makes sense. If one of you falls, the next in line picks it up. Not if you instantly get your face ripped off, though.
Oh, Urson's read the script, man. It's a couple of pages ahead. He's like, oh, you peeked it and dead. You are dead straight away. As he said, though, the AK has traded hands. So Seneri also has Kevlar. Down to the open they come, the wide swing, but Ranga also has his teammate covered. And now the AK just drops off the edge of the map. And Flatro just watches as his life passes before his eyes. 8-6.
I do love the cuts, the POV, where you just see him look and just go, oh, it's gone off the edge.
Should I maybe just jump after it?
Yeah.
Well.
Oh, nightmare. Gravity there, being the 6th man on the server for Nexus. What you want, though, keeping it clean as well, right? Because obviously one AK purchase, if you can force out a load of rebuys from Nexus, suddenly it's kind of worth its weight in gold. It gets a whole lot more uncomfortable on the CT side. Instead, the knock-on effect for Guild, no bomb plant, no additional money. Your funds are still cut short, so still pistols in play.
Yeah, this is another golden opportunity for Nexus. They had one of them in the first half at 6 and 4. They let that one slip. They have another chance here to really extend their lead, to build up that money, to give themselves a safety net. Keeping his angles as acute as possible. Really, really nice. Important not to wide swing from that position, because then the 3 players can all focus you down. You end up 1v1 trading. So intelligent play. Flatro, 2 HP to his name. Not for much longer. 9-6 and Nexus. Across the board, everybody's over $5,000 and feeling pretty good.
Bank accounts really looking pretty tasty for them now then. And the important asterisk being the round, well, they've found all of them so far from the side swap. Of course, Guild, not just the 1 AK this time. There's 5 in play. They're all armed. Utility, armor, and AKs in their palms. Round 16 going live. Ursin looking to control with Ragga the bottom set of stairs. No early Molotov, a smoke and a nade following it up, so you can play on either edge.
They're making the most of that as well. They kind of have both edges covered. One player at the wooden panels, which is Ragga, and then Ursin tight left. One of the first times we've seen Guild Eagles really try and exploit this mid. Ursin was spotted. Rigon knows he is here. Wide swing is good, but there it is. But the trade back and forth will favor Guild Eagles as they flub their Molotov.
The smoke's gone wrong.
What's the smoke, pardon me, yeah.
Oh, Vince. You kind of had all the moving pieces going your way. I mean, you still found the entry to B, so it's not the end of the round, but it does make it a bit more uncomfortable. GX plays off it, though, and they reface into him. Oh, okay. The shooting gallery going very well for Guild. Zello, his pathway is blocked by flames. You know, 1 versus 3 is being pushed towards CT. Rips the head off. Flatro giving them an opportunity back into the round now. He can switch out to the AK. Man could make this really quite rough. He's pushing up, pre-firing on the angles. Bomb's only just been planted as well, so time's there to work with, and he has a kit. He's got that defuse kit in the back pocket. Bit by bit, starts to get closer towards the site. Synopsy reveals himself and shows where one of the 2 Ts are. If he could win this, it would do numbers for them. Instead, Guild Eagles, with a topsy-turvy round, close it out at the end.
I don't understand why Flatro is pushing CT spawn when they don't know where Zello is. I can only assume like a bad comm came through. Maybe someone called that they were both mid, or heard him coming up the ramp. I'm not entirely sure what the play was, but you don't have much money here, Guild Eagles. Like, you can't justify running in and losing weapons. They're going to be able to buy because of obviously the round win and everything, but you look at their money, $0 for GXX, 650, 100. They can't afford to lose weapons in that and give Zello an opportunity from a 1v3 to a 1v2. Regardless, that's in the past and the here and now. They have a chance to bridge that gap. Very important round coming up.
It's the double break on the ramp smoke. And Sound, he's gone quiet, round towards the edge. He's able to tuck himself in. They'll have no idea about this position. They don't clear it, he could be an absolute nuisance. Strikes onto the head of the first. Rapid trade back. GX sniping with a Galil. But you talk about sniper rifles, that's in the hands of Zello. He's caught though. He had to have his blade out. panicked and peppered as the bullets are delivered. We're into a 3v3. That ramp control, well, it's in favor of Guild now.
Yeah, the second that Zello dies, Raga has to get out of there. He has to play a more defensive angle and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Because of how rapid the early stage of this round were, there's still 55 seconds. This is a kind of late round situation normally. And yet there's time for them to re-rotate if they so choose. The thing that may be causing them a little bit of alarm on that point is that they, by and large, don't have any of the map control, which is why Rigon is going out and having a look first. And if he spots that this is basically vacant, they can always call the pause and come back over onto the B site, and that looks to be what's happening. They throw the nade out onto headshot just to keep them interested, try and draw away any rotations while Rigon goes to get this bomb. He needs to capture this one, though. And now the rotation is through. They're running across. Rigon has full access to this bomb site, but they haven't dealt with Ersin. And if he can get the timing peak on the bomb carrier and spill this one down, this round could come crumbling with it. However, that's not going to be the case. 7 seconds left, the plant starts to come in, and Rigon's going to need to have impact and tons of it. And the first spray is good, but Ersin returns fire, takes out Senori in the process. Rigon and Synopsy both find themselves low, but they're still connecting shots. They're still delivering. BTN in the meanwhile, tagged down a one-on-one. Similar HP bars, post-plant in, and there is Rigon. Once again, the man they needed to deliver, and he delivers first class.
Flips the switch again for Guild. Oh, mate. The devil in the details on that one. The Molotov over the top, an instant smoke to stop that from ruining their day. Flashbang in, Ersin's position. When he finds that first frag, you're thinking you can build off the back of it. So close towards a round. But for Guild, they're starting to tick all the boxes. They're starting to get themselves back alive on Vertigo now on their T side. Finding entries, but playing smart. Playing for the long con in these rounds. Timeout called in for Nexus, though.
Yeah, their money's in a bit of a sticky situation right now. The smiles have vanished for the time being. Nexus realizing that this map, it could have been a clear-cut one for them in their favor. But twice the Guild Eagles refused to allow that gap to open too much. And although a buy is in for Nexus, they are down to their last few dollars. They lose this and Guild Eagles could even take the lead.
Opsy showing his head, but peeling back the first man he sees. Opens it up with the MAC-10. GX, he's already bled his way out through middle as well. No one's here just yet. The late flashbang will at least send him falling further back, but everyone else is responding by running up the stairs and sprinting straight into B. Von Flatro's grenade should be right on the money to deal damage. The bullet's whizzing on by, but can't find the head. Falls down to his death as Raga lays wait with the M4, waiting inside of elevator as well. Sound, he finds Rigon stepping into his crosshairs, and they're all over the place. They're out on B, now they're back towards ramp.
There's so many rotational elements from Guild Eagles. It was like you got 1 foot on A and 1 foot on B, and it's this weird tug of war between themselves almost of where they're going to go. I understand going for those quick reads of when you realize you're running into a stack or you're running into a player or something like that, but at some stage you have to be united. Rigon goes off alone, he gets picked off on elevators. Then you got players over on B like Juan Fratro, he gets picked off by himself. You're just giving yourselves across the Nexus here, and you're not allowing yourself to really burrow into this round. And I was talking about the economic situation being bad for the CTs. It's just as bad for Guild Eagles. They're down to 3 Tech 9s and 2 AKs.
They're playing with pace. They've been upping the speed throughout the course of this half. And again here, it felt like they were really just winding up to go for the haymaker sprint through ramp. Early utility will at least deny that as Senori eats most of the damage from the HE. Attempting to clear the angle though. Fires off the warning shots. Sound in this position can be so annoying to play against. He's got a flashbang and utility supporting from his teammates on the site.
Nades are lined up though. Zello has no reason to make a move. BTN is there to help him out. 2 players stacked in. Molly lands. No tickles though from the Molly, so no sound cues. They have a good idea as to ramp being aggressed on. To be fair to Guild Eagles, though, they have tried multiple areas of the map. They've tried B hits, mid hits, A hits. So it's not as if Nexus can have a complete 100% read of what's going on right now. But now it's going to give it away. Celery in first. Flashbang is on point perfectly. Dispatching of Synopsy. Surgical on its precision. And now Rigon traded out. Kills back and forth. Going to heavily favor Nexus. And although one Flatro has had a really solid best of 3 so far, he finds himself in a 1-on-3. And he may have just taken the first kill. He knows where Sound is. It's all about that second player. He's doing a lot of damage here to Sound, but he's taking a lot in return. 35 HP remains. Can he retrieve the bomb and head to B? I don't think he has the time or the space to do it. But now, it's all about the fragging. He knows he needs to clutch this round, and Ersin says no, sends him packing.
And that was getting really scary. You're giving him the 1v1s, you're thinking, man, not right now. Not with how Juan Flatro's been playing, right? You give him those opportunities, give him an inch, Vince. He's going to take an absolute mile. Hitting some big shots. The Sound showing up into the round, supported by Ragger as well. And into this best of 3, I think we've seen some of the best we've needed to see coming out from Ragger as well, right? BO1, there was a couple of times where it felt like he was falling a little bit short. He's been going blow for blow with some of the best into this BO3. Done so much for them. I mean, you're 1 round away now from having map point here. Then it's just a matter of, can they force it to Ancient? Will we get a 3rd map out of this? Can Guild Eagles somehow recover and close it in 2?
It's been a real team effort from Nexus. I think everyone is around the 15 to 18 kill mark. Whereas over on Guild Eagles, it's a little bit more one-sided. We see one Flatro and Rigon. GXX has had a rough game. I mean, he had a bit of a rough one in the first map as well. And when you consider he's the AWP, he's the guy that you're looking at to make differences in big, key, important rounds. It's a big part of the puzzle that goes missing with him when he's not performing. It's not to say that he's at fault for them being 11-8 down, but it definitely doesn't help when your AWP is not connecting on the CT side when you actually have AWPs in play.
Early nade stack in case there's aggression from the CT side, but no one falls into that. The trap card won't be sprung. Rigon, he was just holding to see if they'd respond off the back of the early noise. Hearing everyone run over the bridge, you maybe think it's an A play and mass rotate, but Ersin, oh, if they don't clear towards back quad, he could ruin them.
He's been really on point with his aim as well. First spray is good, and the second, and Ragger is there to help him out. Sure, he's fell down, but he's done enough. He's weakened up the T's to a point where this should be an easy closeout. And we're reaching the stage of the game where 2 casualties really just doesn't matter for the CTs. They got plenty of cash, they're 12-8 in the lead. This is an even better lead than we saw them have on Mirage, where they were 12-10. Here we go. Jackie, it's been a crazy game of back and forth between these two teams.
The pressure looking like it's really starting to seep in as well now for Guild. Laser focus, trying to keep themselves in flow state. The aggressive comms, everyone trying to wake themselves back up. You lose this map, it could be a very slippery slope. Elimination, best of 3. Guild Eagles time and time again have made those runs to the Major, but this time it's Sound that's making huge plays, strikes with the AK, beheads 2, and Guild clap back to reality. It's all on Rigon. Such a tall order, a 1v5, or we're going all the way to Ancient.
It would have to be the best play of the tournament thus far for him to pull this one off. And he's taken an insta-dink round the corner. It's Ragger that puts him down and keeps Nexus in the RMR. And forces Guild Eagles onto the back foot. We're 1-1 in this elimination series.
I think Sound kind of sums it up, right? You drop the woo, you realize that, all right, it's doable now, boys. It's all down to a best of 1. This is the position that you're in. You're thinking about Ancient, a map that we set up from the start, saying it's equal footing between both of these two teams. The veto itself, that's been the story the whole way through. Oh, Vince. The pressure of RMR Counter-Strike now is really going to be swelling, right? All those extra elements, well, they bubble to the top, all on the 3rd and final map.
All comes down to this, Jackie. I mean, your tournament life is on the line. Correction, it wasn't 12-10, of course. It was 10-8 at one point. Got my wires crossed there, but yeah, it's just... You're seeing all the elements of what we kind of expected from this series. It's not been technically great. A lot of great aim on the server, very aggressive wide swing peaks, re-aggressive elements that sometimes don't work and end up backfiring horribly. That's the nature of the beast of these two teams. They live and die off those plays. That's what's made it a really interesting game stylistically. So it's only apt it goes the distance.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? Because kind of the way you sum it up there, that's what gets hammered home for me. Because it feels like a lot of the times when you have Guild going into these RMRs, it's their playstyle is such a contrast to the teams that they're facing, right? You don't have those constant games, those constant benchmarks against them. You face them one-offs at RMRs where they upset you. They come out with these plays that you can't contain, you've not seen it. Whereas Nexus, they play the same style, and we're seeing that clash.
This is a huge performance from ENCE, man, because he's typically one of the guys that goes under the radar of this team. You're looking at Zello, you're looking at Sound, not necessarily ENCE. 107, just shy of 108 ADR, 20 kills. But where he really comes alive for me is those pistol rounds, man.
Yeah.
I think out of the 20 kills he got, like 6 of them were from pistol rounds. Tons of them were from the Deagles as well. And there is the man himself. He is going straight for the jugular, that's for sure.
Yeah, cutthroat. Legit, that's how he's been playing over the course of this best of 3. And the stats don't lie. He was popping off. Massive frags, big impact. And it's not as if you're just stat padding as well, right? You know, that's what we're summing up. It's the fact that he is finding barrels of impact frags.
Exactly. It's like one of those stats where you look at it and go, ooh, 108 ADR, that's pretty solid. Then you realize that nearly all of them are either in clutches or in pistol rounds or in those force buy rounds. And you're like, holy crap, this guy's really actually the real deal. So going through into the third map now, man, like I've got to say, GXX has not had a good performance here at all in this best of 3. I feel like on Ancient, if you have an AWPer that's not really showing up, that could be a death sentence for your team.
It could be, it could be. It's hard as well, right? Because I like watching Vertigo for one of the most important reasons being you see the true test of some AWPers, because it's not just the horizontal, it's the vertical that gets factored in as well. A lot of dynamics when it comes to the positions you're clearing, the way that you have to adapt your play style. And yeah, if you can't bounce back from that and really clear your heads mentally, completely reset going into H, and well, it could be all over for the Cinderella storyline that happens time and time again at RMRs, right? Guild Eagles, what, 3 majors back-to-back? You want to try and make it to a 4th? Well, this is the first step in a very arduous journey for them. Ancient will be on our screens when we return after the break. You won't want to miss this one.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. No! It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker, Odyssey.
Nexus became the first Romanian team to make it through to the RMR. They could also be the first to make it to the major as well. BTN is leading the team. And I got, first of all, so much respect for you, the fact that 34 years old, still grinding, still playing, still achieving your dream. So let's just start there. How much did that qualification mean to you?
It meant a lot because, like in the past, our goal was to qualify for a minor.
yeah.
Which it was called back then. So right now, the RMR, I think, is kind of the same as the minor.
Yeah.
And watching the more experienced players close to my age, like Snappy, Carrigan, it fills me up, you know.
And it's still possible. Age is nothing but a number when it comes to this. We've seen Roman go through, we've seen Muterus go through, some of the older guys can still get it done, and you are proof of that. I want to look through your open qualifier journey though, because you go out early to K10, right? And the first one, then we come on to the third one. OG's the one that takes you down. But on the fourth one, you get it done quite convincingly though. When you get to the fourth qualifier though, did you start to feel like, oh shit, this might not happen, like this could be the end?
No, actually it was kind of the opposite.
Really?
Yeah.
But it was the last chance.
Yeah, it was the last chance, but we feel like improving very much after the first qualifier. So after qualifier, we just improved a lot, and on the fourth one, we felt more comfortable than first three.
So you actually got more experience and learned more as you're going through the crazy qualification.
Yeah.
Nice. Obviously, all being in Romania, were you able to boot camp quite easily to this? Did you boot camp before you came?
Yeah, we did for 2 weeks before
2
the event.
weeks?
Yeah.
That's the most I think I've heard of any team. 2 weeks boot camp. So how was that? How much did you try to change? What did you work on?
We try to fix our structure and to maintain our good level from closed qualifier. I hope we reached it, and I feel like we improved actually a bit.
So right now, 2 weeks in boot camp, where's the confidence at?
I feel the 2 weeks went really good for us, and actually it improved our chemistry in the team. So this one is really big, and our mental is better now.
And are you still feeling like you don't have pressure? Because you said about not having pressure in some of these games, like when you played big, and it helped you. Do you feel like you can have that same feeling even in the RMR?
For sure. We are the underdog here, so we have no pressure. And I think we can do some damage.
And you say some damage. Some of the teams here are very good, but there's a mixed bag of teams, right? The best of ones as well. How confident do you feel against some teams that I would say teams that are not massively favored, but like are playing around your level?
As I checked, I don't know yet when we're gonna play our level teams. But
first game, not obviously.
Yeah, first games are against incredible teams. But I feel like we can win some games because it's like best of one. So we can remove like 3 of our weakest maps.
Yep.
So I think it can be good, like in the beginning.
And obviously you said how much it meant for you to make it to the RMR. If you made it to Copenhagen, you make it to the major, are we going to see tears? Are we going to see so much emotions? Are you going to go crazy? What's going to happen?
Of course. I mean, we had tears in close qual.
Oh, wow.
We're going to have again, like now on camera, because we cried in our rooms, you know, but now we're going to cry on camera. Of course. Everyone's dream is to qualify for the major.
Well, thank you very much, BTN, for giving me a bit of insight into everything that's going on. 2-week boot camp sounds amazing. That's a good amount of time putting that practice in. Good luck in the RMR.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you knocked me down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Nexus doing it for Romania in the series so far as they drag it to a third and final map to keep themselves alive at the RMR. For Guild, back against the wall, pressure on. Ancient Decider, Vince. It's all getting a bit real, isn't it?
It's getting very real. I'm sure it is for the players as well. They just dawned on Nexus. You even said it yourself. It's like Sound finally realized, it's like, hold on a second, we just won that map. Like, now I should get hype, right? I should, you know? I think it is dawning on both of the teams. I think the pressure is mounting for Guild Eagles. They had a good start in that Mirage, 13-8, pretty comprehensive victory on the side of Nexus. And now, effectively, you can ignore what's happened in the previous games. It's a best of one. It is literally your elimination. Your life is on the line. You have got to win this game or you are done at the RMRs and there's no chance at a major.
No last chance qualifier, no, fallback, no safety net, no nothing. It's just a drop and that is it. Your run is over. And obviously, kind of coming into the series, the way we sort of set this one in terms of the pressure is that you imagine for Guild, there's a lot more you want to deliver on, right? There's a lot more you're kind of thinking, okay, it's the first time we'd make it to the major with the organization behind us, not just as Bad News Eagles, now the newly formed Guild Eagles, right? Representing that brand. It's also continuing the streak of always qualifying through your own merit, through going through the RMRs each and every time. Bro, if it ends here, if it's one of these where in the third and final map you don't all show up, it's going to be a very bitter pill to swallow. You need the whole roster firing, Vince.
I was looking at the stats as well, Jackie, because we both touched on the fact that GXX has not had a fantastic performance here in this best of three. He is rock bottom of the performances with a 0.76 rating over those first two maps. And again, you're looking at an AWPer. Again, you're looking at a player that needs to have impact. Ancient's a map, you can get away with rifles. We've discussed this before. It's not the end of the world if you run, especially on the T side, you can run and gun with AKs all day, every day with Glils, MAC-10s and all that good stuff. But if you're playing with CTs, you need to be delivering. Zello, even while sick, he had a bit of a break before the first game got started. If you just joined us, he was feeling pretty rough. He's been performing, he's been landing shots. So GXX has got to get a big performance here in this map. Yes, can they still win without him? Sure, you've got Juan Flatro, you've got Rigon, who've both been playing well, but it's kind of unreasonable to expect that they're consistently going to carry the rest of the team kicking and screaming across the finish line.
Yeah, because that would be 3 maps back-to-back where both of them would have to, show up and go above and beyond. You need a bit of help, right? You need kind of everyone to now sort of realize the position they're in. And you imagine, obviously, as well, what's gone on behind the scenes, because it's a pretty quick turnaround between maps here. How much time have they really had for maybe Devil Walk to sort of, get everyone sort of on the same page again, give some words to encourage them a little bit, get everyone focused? Because it's going to be very different now. You look at sort of the timeline we're living in here for Nexus, they can finally have a little bit of elation, right? They did drop that big woo. They were cheering a little bit. You can see the smiles the whole time as well. They've been looking pretty carefree, just playing CS, sticking to the basics, not letting the pressure of everything, the kind of grandiose of it all with the RMR run, get to them.
Yeah, and the reason that we're kind of harping on GXX is because he is a good player. We've seen him have big, stellar performances in the past, but again, that's all in the past. In the here and now, in the present, it is going to be Ancient on Nexus on the CT side and Guild Eagles in their pistol, already making moves into Cave.
Utility over the top. Cave control going to be fought for. Sound in position. We know that Nexus deliver on pistol rounds as well, and it's their CT side in particular where they look deadly. BTN fires off the warning shots, but they're just that, a mere warning. The utility is still in play for Guild, but Synopsy commits to the plant.
There's potentially a warning of things to come because now all 10 players find themselves in close proximity. This is where things start to get a little bit scary, and that's where the Glock should prevail, and prevail it shall. It's that man Rigon once again who carves a path through 3, and Guild Eagles do not lose a single player.
Clean cut pistol round on the CT side of the third map. Couldn't have asked for anything better from the full squad. That's what you need. The wake-up call back into the game, and of course the added benefit being you not only get the bomb plant, but you'll instantly have the money to play with. And Rigon, so sick with the rifles, but doing it here with just the Glock 18.
Getting hype again as well on the side of Guild Eagles. They feed off this. But so do Nexus, and they keep a smile on their face throughout the whole thing. Already into cave again as the nades come on in. No real investment into this round other than a Zeus. Has been picked up for Ursin, and he's actually pushing into A main with it, so he's not really going to see any action. Mac 10 gonna rip through one, and there's the Julies as well, so multiple weapons all firing off, all selecting the kill switch. That's a 2-0 for Guild Eagles. Question is whether there's going to be any casualties, and again, no. Not a single kill in 2 rounds on the side of Nexus, and Rickon electrocuting. You have to be careful, mate. You might have just defibbed him by accident. He gets back up again like Frankenstein's monster or something.
Oh, mate.
What do you mean he's alive? I just put a bullet in his head.
You've tased him. You've tased him. No, not this time. Luckily, no shenanigans there. No back from the dead. But I do tell you this, Nexus, they'll be back for blood going into this one. As they've got weapons to work with, those rifles are donned, BTN towards cave, walking up, spamming out the initial warning shots as well. Utility, relatively low for that CT side. That could be a bit of an issue. You can't set lane ablaze, can't use the nades to hold them back. Guild Eagles favoring these B-takes are grouping up for it once again. They know the lineups. They've got all their defaults set for the utility themselves.
And Molly's in. Smoke's gonna blot out the sun with the flashbangs. You can see BTN with a full panic spray for Zello. He keeps himself calm and does get rewarded with one, but it's just a myriad of T's on the site with their AKs in tow. They try and deny the bomb plant, nearly justifiably so. But the carnage is still there on the floor to see for everybody, and it's going to favor Guild Eagles tremendously now. And don't Nexus know it? They've already pulled the plug. They want no part of this round.
Give it up, back off, save the weapons, reset, and run it back in the next one. 3 found for Guild on the 3rd map. And it's all been the B show. Just one bomb site on this map at the minute. That's all they care about.
Eagles with razor-sharp talons on that approach. I thought for a second Zello was going to get a multi-kill there and put that into a winnable position, but it was a one-and-done spot. Good counteractive kills, making sure they avenge any fallen teammates. And whereas Nexus really built off the back of a solid start over on Vertigo, the same could not be said here. Ancient kicking off on the T side. The save weapons, though, do give them something to play with, Jackie. But again, you're in a situation where you've played 3 rounds, you've got 1 kill between the entire team, and you've already lost mid-control. It's already a spray down from Senori.
Fast flicks. Chopping him all to bits as he turns his way through mid. The Cyclone opens up. Nexus, with what remains, it's just a couple of pistols, the 1 and 4 in the hands of Sound, but he's playing defense towards Red Room. Cave control fought for as well. Molly him off the angle. GX sets himself up for the smackdown, but can't quite deliver on the shot.
Yeah, it's certainly not an easy shot to land, and he's already got 2 so far on this half, but you know that he's disappointed at any chances that he misses, even if they're small ones. Oh, Sound with 2.
Keeping the dream alive in this round. Just that aggression unleashes himself, unshackles mid, and forces the hand of Guild Eagles to hit on the B side.
Sound's been so sick to watch as well. And Ancient is really his domain. This is a map where he came alive, and he's got an AK in his hands. He's good with a weapon. Ooh, puts bullets down. They expect him to face from Rigon as well. Eats a HE, leaving him on 5 hit points, but he is still butchering them. Another follow-up frag. Synopsy trapped at the back of the site. Goes out for the swing and carves another round in favor of Guild in the dying moments. And there we go. That's the screaming we used to see from Guild. Back at it.
It's a huge round from Synopsy, but make no mistake, I mean, Sound has literally put a real thorn in the backside of Guild Eagles out of nothing. Just out of aggression through mid. 2 kills, hit and run. Another huge frag. And keep in mind, this 4th kill, he had 5 HP. He had no room for error. He had to hit the insta-headshot. And that's the frustration, man. You can understand he's done so much in that round and he still loses.
It's crazy as well, because it's one of those where I think the whole team knows they live and die as a team right now. So even in those positions where sometimes you'd have a player that would be like, guys, where was the help? With Sound, he's always just amped, just tries to keep that energy going upwards in the right direction. You're getting closer and closer to winning these rounds. And you think about what they went into that one with as well, right? If he's making hero plays like that, man, it was tangible they could have won it. But it's not the end of the world that it slips by, because you have weapons to work with now. And Zello's on the orb.
He's moving through Donut. Instantly. Smoke down there, though, is going to certainly play with his vision. Meanwhile, Mac 10, comes out ahead against BTN. And Synopsy still has over half his HP, can trade up for the M4. It's putting so much more pressure on Sound. He's caught between so many T's at this point. If he can get 2 kills out of that, it would be a miracle, but it's not going to happen. Zello at least puts one down, runs out of ammunition on both sides of the equation, but Synopsy's still alive, and there's the HE touches down onto Zello.
The grenades are doing all of the work at the minute. Ersin still remains alive. It's a labored spray, but it connects. Fast flank from Juan Flatro denies it, and they're realizing, setting the pace of the game like this, these constant fast site takes, they're crumbling a little bit. They're giving us opportunities in, and the louder they get, remember, you're not sat far away. The layout of the studios here, you can hear everything. When they're screaming like that, you're feeling it.
I mean, hell, we've even heard a couple of screams, and we're pretty far away in the studio, so you better believe the other team can. Timeout called on Nexus. Yeah, these fast, aggressive hits, man, Jackie, they have been working a charm. It kind of nullifies a lot of what Sound also has. He likes to play aggressive, but I feel like he's also a very intelligent player with his timings and his peaks. You don't give him the opportunity to try and outplay you if you're just running into him round after round. He doesn't have the ability to flank around the side and land those timings if you're just brute forcing your way in and just spitting bullets in his face.
Now, catching them off guard with a far quicker pace. And I think that's really what they've gone for. They've kind of gone back to basics and understood the game plan, right? Play to our strengths. We're that aggressive team that want to charge in time and time again. Here, though, they actually bypass the early mid play. And Zello hits the 1 dig, slaying Synopsy. GX with a bomb. Oh, he could be caught out of position. The flick misses. Now they've got bomb control. And Sound spots Rigon's back. What is going on?
It's a good question, Jackie. I don't have the answer for you. Chaos. Chaos ensues. And with the bomb being dropped down, it has been recovered, but it would have been spotted by Nexus. And Intelligent, they don't over-commit. They don't overstay their welcome. They've got the advantage. They know where the bomb is, and now they're playing positions accordingly. The issue here for Zello is if he gets checked on this angle, there's no one to help him out. He's completely alone. And it looks like they're going to bypass this. But BTN spotted, and that now activates Zello. He can wrap around the back.
You've got the information. They're putting the pieces together. Zello hasn't given up any audio cues. The spidey senses tingling for Senary, but he's beheaded, and it falls onto Juan Flatro. 45 seconds on the clock. Wants to take the fight back. If he peeks in, will he hit it? Eventually cleans up on that one. 1v2 now. Limited utility and very low health. 18 HP to his name. BTM with a 5-7 lurking.
You can't let him win this. Nexus, you cannot let him win this round. Oh, BTN is whiffed hard. He's whiffed so hard, but... Man, could you imagine that Nexus let that round slip, Jackie? That may as well have just been the GG in terms of their mentality. It would have been out the window.
but they get it done. And it's that crazy aggression up mid, pushing through smokes, catching GX off guard. And then this was the play that really sealed the deal with Zelos. Or Zelo, pardon me. It's, I suppose, a bit scary if you're Nexus though, Jackie, that you've won a round off that basis. It's not really a tactic that you can go for every single round and have success with.
No, it's not sustainable, right? You can't really repeat those, but what it does set you up for is actually having the utility to control towards lane. It should make their lives a bit easier, but this is really awkward. I mean, Rigon's got up, fighting down on middle. They know that Raga was in the tight angle, and they spammed the bullets into him.
I'm laughing because it felt as if, I don't know if it was Seneri or Rigon, but it was flashed for like literally 10 seconds in a row. I can't see anything, boys. I'm blind, I'm blind. Just had to back off.
Where are they? I don't know. Terrified, mate. Oh, Zelo as well. He gets the information, but he's still alive towards Donut. And GX is here, backing him up with a scope. There's two players, one on either side. So you're kind of pulling their attention between the both of you. But Rigon might actually have the backstab. Takes the spray, hits one. Realizes that Zelo is still close by, looks for the stutter step round the corner. Zelo hits it, follow-up frags in, doubles up onto two. Suddenly Guild Eagles, you're on a back foot now. And GX strikes for one, doubles up, sound removed, all falls onto BTN.
That's precisely why I was saying that GX is a play you're looking at to have impact. Those 2 kills are huge in this grand scheme of this best of 3, and he gets another one, a 3K. That's why I'm saying, Jackie, he's had such a slow series, because we know he's capable of greatness.
You need him, and that's why, rounds like that, he delivers when it matters. It looked like it was starting to slip away. Again, it's another one where you're thinking, all right, it's a possibility now. Nexus, they're in a great position. They close out these kind of rounds. Be using another one of their tack pauses here as well to debate what needs to be changed.
Thought Zelo may have had the winning formula for a few moments. He was able to use the donut as his domain. To see the dejection and the elation on the other side of the coin. Can barely contain their excitement right now, Jackie, and why not? They're in such a good position, but they've got to make sure they don't let it take them off focus.
It's not done till it's done, no matter how these early rounds are going. Well, you want to go for the boost up, give Zelo different angle to fight from. This time he doesn't see too much. Exchanging nades as well is really doing a lot of damage onto that CT side setup and making it far easier for Guild to convert these kills in the late round.
Lining up the smoke here onto CT. As Guild Eagles making moves together. Through on the A main side. They've bypassed the bulk of the CTs as well. It's a 4-player stack on B. You have Raga, and he's all alone in the donut as it stands, and Seneri's going to go and look for some information. He may very well die to the hands of BTN. Checks his angles. He spotted 2, though, and that's definitely going to push forward and accelerate this hit.
Looks a bit awkward on the push out, but they do find their way onto the bomb site in the end. It's bought a little bit of time for the rotation back round from CT side though, but the frags are all coming up Guild. Raga, 2 clean connections back, even dodges the bullets from Rigon. Oh no, it is fallen just onto that man, and he's been dinked from A main, exposed from too many angles. Nexus finding the winning formula there.
Yeah, and you called on it as well, Jackie. I saw you actually physically take a step back. Like, what is this execute? They blocked each other for so long and they were so slow that they didn't get good post-plant positions. No one's playing on CT. No one's playing up close on Donut. No one's playing in Temple. These are all areas that you want to be taking into post-plant because it offers you so many more angles to go for those wide swing peaks, the crossfires. They're all stuck on the A main side, and it's not even like anyone from A main was watching the back. So it was just easy pickings on the side of Nexus.
It was really weird. That's what I mean. I think, you know, at most, maybe it was a flashbang, but even then, you turn. Like, at that point, you're just kind of scared to die. Blocks the whole team, delays them so much more in terms of the post plants, like you were saying. And that's kind of the bigger picture, right? That's what you're worried about. Yeah, weird one. A little detail that might come back to haunt them, and especially here, because now you're in a position where what have you got to work with? Few Tech 9s, Ersin, he's had some blinding rounds. The aggressive position works for the first, lines it up for the follow-up frag, waits for Zello, the strike, as the sniper shuts down one man, and it all falls onto a duo for Guild.
GX is feeling it, man. Or pistol, AK, doesn't matter, he's getting kills. They could even pull the plug and get the hell out of here if they want with this much time left. They still have the bomb. Instead, they decide to just keep pushing forward, as is so often the case with this team. Guild Eagles are unrelenting. They don't want to retreat. They want to force their way in, and it's going to cost them the round. But considering the lack of investment into this, 3 kills, damn good job.
Yeah, force out the rebuys, make it uncomfortable for the CT side so their cash isn't swelling. And for GX as an individual, these are the rounds that matter, right? These are the ones that are instantly thrusting you into the top echelons of the game. 10 kills to his name already. He's hitting the shots with the AWP. He's feeling it when it's only a rifle in his hands. That's what you need. That will be a big helping part of the game, especially late game when he's on that CT side with the AWP.
I have to say, I actually thought the Guild Eagles had more money in their back pocket. They're into another half buy here, so Nexus actually have a real chance of bouncing back. Those 2 kills in the previous round aren't quite as costly anymore because they can build up their bank balance again in this one. Assuming they don't lose 2 or 3 again, of course, Jackie, and then it's the same situation, of course.
Yeah, you want to do it, but you want to do it cleaner now. Don't lose those players, don't force out the rebuys. Backing off from Cave, Zello, he's been in this position previously, but they never spotted it. They never hard committed onto B last time. The AWP is waiting for the peak. Oh, it's a bit of a struggle on the spray, and the P250 shuts down Sound. He's a big part of this team, Vince, and he's dead.
Oh, laboured spray from BTN, but he's going to be able to deny the bomb planter. GX with 2 more, nearly a third on top of that with 1 Flatro. It is another 3K. So, we were talking about the importance of getting 2 or 3 kills in these rounds. I said it probably didn't matter. They should be able to pad those stats and economy more. It's not the case. They still find themselves in an awkward spot. It's going to be a buy coming in now for Guild Eagles, 100%. And they're calling a timeout to facilitate the best possible course of action. Double Walk having a chat with Senary at the moment. I do wonder what goes through the calls at this stage, what Devil Walk would be saying to the troops, you know? Is it a case of just calm down, go back to the fast hits maybe? I'm not sure. I wish I could hear him.
No, it is interesting to think about, you know, how you kind of fix this one on the fly, right? Because like we were saying before, it's very a limited amount of time that you have to quite quickly get everyone's heads together, translate what he would want them to do, or bounce the ideas off him at least, see what his players are thinking. But yeah, it felt like those early site takes where they were playing very aggressively, out towards mid, out towards B, that was working for them. The A site, it's been a little bit of a struggle in terms of taking the map control. And Zello, he's switching it up. This AWP's beginning to roam. They actually put GX on a boost, looking for the opening pick. Or tag, and it's onto Sound as well. Big name player being lit up.
How does Raga survive that? Unfortunately, Zello was kind of sold down the river as a result. He kind of sacrifices himself. I don't know if that's a worthwhile trade. Zello is a beast player, and Raga's already low. They've already tagged up Sound as well. It was a hell of a shot from GX, but there is a rotational element in. Ersin is making moves around the back.
Oh no. No one knows. He's got all the time in the world. Trigger discipline, lines it up, but can't prioritize the target and can't hit the shot. BTN and Soundo bailing them out. Oh, Sound's got so much to do with such little to work with. 3 HP, bomb control, sure. But his teammates, they had secured this one. Just couldn't quite get it over the finish. And he's paranoid. He doesn't know where they could be, Vince.
Yeah, he would love to stick on the bomb, but with 3 HP, he knows he has to find a passage of play. He has to find a timing or window to exploit, and he's done just that. Rickon's found the M4 on the receiving end, and considering that Juan Flatro is only on 33 HP himself, he is in the same position as Sound. As Sound may have anticipated a rotation, and now Juan Flatro not only can get the bomb planted, he can retreat away from the site as well. Things spiral heavily in his favor, but Sound in a 1v2 that really should never have been possible. He found that timing, he found that window of opportunity, and now he can go back in. He does have a kit. The time, though, is so low here, Jackie. He's going to have to stick it at some point behind that smoke. And then one stray bullet through the smoke seals the deal. Yeah, this feels like it's done. It feels like it's over when Flatro deals with him. And Sound is going to be devastated because, again, he posts up the numbers, he posts up the frags, but doesn't get any success.
It's the flank as well. The difference from that flank, right? Oh, he bided so much time. He tried to line up the kills, wanted to maximize the damage that he would do. Just doesn't work out. Doesn't go their way. Sound even got the tag off as well. The last second shot back across onto Juan Flatro in that situation. Oof. Keeping a level head there in that one.
And I think Ersin probably feels pretty terrible about that last round because he was the player that got the rotation off. He had the trigger discipline and then completely missing out on the chance of the catwalk player. Tons of flashes will be favoring the T's in this encounter. BTN is stuck by himself, marooned, but the 5-7 gives him a way out. But not for long. Rigon cleans him up.
Hey, loose shoelace or something, tripping on his shoes there, trying to go round into cave. Zello. He's walking back up, clears towards the ramp. I mean, they've got both avenues covered here on the T side. If he pushes down aggressively, you should be able to wait and play off the positions they're in. Donut is defended. Ragga's got that info if they go wrapping back towards A. Bomb's been left outside of B for now. But they give Zello an opportunity. I mean, if you give him a 1v1, then there's room to cook. Oh, goes for the swing back on ramp. Couldn't quite hit it, though.
Almost felt like he wasn't fully committed at any point to that kill, though, because he's constantly worried about being pushed from cave. It's like he's got this extreme paranoia, understandably so, because cave is always going to be a hotbed of contestation. But it feels like if they're going to win this, they have to commit one way, push there, and try and make the most of their situation. As it stands, though, Ragga on full HP, 7 kills to his name, could try and wrap around the back, 23 seconds. Now, those Zello may be tagged. It's smoked off, but he still finds the kill. And that's going to take away some of the focus onto Ragga's positioning now, Jackie. This is a winnable round for Nexus.
Yeah, misses on the spam as well, and Ragga has finally rocked up to the party. Wants to bust through the door, waving the 4-4 and see if he can hit the shots. Rigon with the pepper ring does a bit of damage. Spots them out, lands the connection, the 5-7. Firing off bullets. Does slay one, but time's ticking away. It's dangerously close. Drops the smoke. He'd have to jump on the bomb ASAP. Charges towards the ramp. Realizes this is my do or die play. Sticks on it. Synopsy knows and strikes.
Very close again. So many of those rounds going into these 2v2, 1v1 post-plant clutches. 8-4 the score. I don't think it paints a full picture as to how this half went. It started incredibly well for Guild Eagles. It looked like they were just going to run away with this. It was 5-0 at one stage, and then there was a comeback from Nexus. And even in the dying embers of that half, it could have easily finished like 6-6, maybe 7-5.
So many scrappy rounds as well, right? Where everyone is just going blow for blow, trade for trade. Constantly down to who can show up, who can have an outrageous impact round, passing the baton between both teams.
The player with the most impact in that half was GX. It may have taken him a while, but he has arrived now in this best of 3. And this is a side where you expect to see him deliver maybe a little bit more. Once he has that AWP, he's landing a lot of flicks. His rifle was on point as well. And Nexus, we know they have solid pistols within them, but Synopsy threw the smoke, and it is Sound on the receiving end.
Oh, Rigon as well. They're walking on by him, but it's a frag-filled wonderland. Frag after frag, he slays them. Senary pulls up to the party to deal damage as well, and they clean house.
You can see by the fist pumps, the laughing from Senary. They know the importance of taking that pistol, taking that huge lifeline away from Nexus. And no post-plant either, Jackie, so it's not even like they can fall back onto Galils and, you know, a couple of AKs maybe even and look really sharp on that. If they're going to force, it's going to be a rough one. And they elect to just go for a Deagle, so there's such a good opportunity for Guild Eagles to build up that money. 3 MP9s in play.
Zello visualizing those opening picks. You could see how he just sprints up the ramp, belief there in the play, thinking he'd hit the opening 1D, can give them room to breathe. Instead, it's absolute aggression in response from Guild. Cleaving their way around the corner, BTN and a last stand with a Glock gets beheaded and the round ticks on by. Guild take 10.
As anticipated, the 10 rounds, they maintain both of their rifles, so they can now trade up if they want to another rifle because they know what's coming up. And you can see that the betting odds have gone very heavily in favor of Guild Eagles, understandably so. It is 1-1 at this stage, so this map means everything. A chance still at 4 majors on the side of Guild Eagles. Of course, even if they win this game, Jackie, there's a long, long way for them to go. This would put them in the 1 and 2 bracket.
Oh, mate. That's rough. Bottom mid, blown to bits there. GX on the M4 as well. He knows they're coming into the bomb site, but he's got backup. Calls for the flash over. Blind, dazed and confused. Sound hits the head. Ursim comes in for a piece of the pie. Zello's got a rotation cut off as well. Okay, big turn up into the round, but it's still a 2v2.
They're a bit isolated from one another as well. It doesn't look like it, but one player is stuck in the cubby, and that's Ursin. And if he moves out too far, he could be found. When Flatro decides, instead of staying in cave, he's going to try and wrap around the back. He could be eyeing up a potential line through the wooden panels, but decides against it. Doesn't want to give his position away for the time being. And they're tapping it. They're anticipating one of those kind of plays to come in here. Now, Nexus won't probably have the forethought to just go ahead and rotate through CT onto the A side. They don't know where both of these CTs are. They're going to flash for the peek in cave. They spot nothing, and now Juan Flatro has made moves up on ramp. Surely Nexus realizes this is a possibility, hence the smoke. A well-placed smoke, but Juan Flatro is not going to respect that at all, and that's going to be to his detriment. Synopsy now with a chance to break the hearts, to break the economy of Nexus, and Ursin peeks in. They double peek it, though. Well played by Nexus. They hold on for dear life and get a 5th.
Wow. Oof. Scary plays there on the site. At least when it came down to it, they make the right decisions. The two-player face, the way they play off each other. But you think about the dink on the fight from ramp, right? When he comes up the back after walking through the smoke. Timeline there where it just all goes wrong instantly. How many times are you going to be able to pick up rounds like this as well? That's kind of the hard part about it.
Ooh, we got the XM. First time in this best of 3, I believe, that we've seen the XM auto shotgun. A lot of early damage, though. BTN and Sound both obliterated down to sub 50 HP.
Oh, Vince, this is really quite scary as well, actually, because it is just posted up on the off angle inside a cave. And with how they're gravitating on this one, the way they're setting themselves up in terms of posturing to a late B setup, you can just hold mouse 1 and blow away their hopes and dreams in this best of 3. Even a dink onto Zello off the back of the boost. And now you want some kind of reaction, right? You're thinking, okay, we've lost the initial peak towards ramp, we need to do something else, fight towards cave. That's where Synopsy's ready to rumble.
Yeah, and sometimes the XM betrays you because you hit like an arm or a leg instead of the actual chest, but 3 players now, it doesn't really matter where you hit them with the XM at point blank. They're going to drop. BTN, Sound, and Zello are all in that XM range. They're all in the Deagle body shot range. And there's 35 seconds. Who's going to take point for Nexus? Who's going to be the first point of call to run in, run and gun, and try and break open one of these sites? And they're throwing the nades. They're completely telegraphing that this is going to be an A-sided play, and that's where 2 of the rifles are in position. One Flatro, they line up, and he sprays down 1. That may not be good enough, but there's also a Deagle in here as well. This GX is going to try and retreat that bomb and drop it to the ground. Oh, the spray is good from Zenary. He's running out of bullets, but Ursin with the final couple of bullets in the magazine is going to keep Nexus in winning ways. My God, was that close.
Oh, throws the clip in the AK and slays, leaving them hitting the DECK. 3 frags in the round, but again, it's the same story. How many times are these going to be repeatable, right? This goes down to a 1v1, where it felt like it was about to be ripped away from you. The last second change of sight as well. Even the play with the Deagle, you're sprinting out through CT. It looked like he might have just picked up the round right there. Okay, Guild, at least on the back foot in terms of economy, so for Nexus into this round, as long as they play it smart, they should have a bit of leg room to work with. The MAC-10's waiting, needs to back up, he gets out. The rest of the team now need to just clean their way through them.
Solid, just the one kill. I did think for a moment, you know, when Flatro was looking to Donut and they lined up for him, I could just envisage him knocking them both down, and in doing so, pretty much sealing the map up right there and then. Instead, though, Nexus, they're clawing their way slowly but surely into this game, 10-7. Another purchase is afforded across the Guild Eagles. But you can actually see the way the Nexus are playing, their confidence is building into this half now. Early catwalk control again, and they also have a bit of mid in terms of Raga. This is allowing them to have a stranglehold over most of the bottleneck positions of the map, and that could force away the little utility that Guild Eagles have already. They're also moving up red. Important trade goes the way of the CTs.
Cave gets very uncomfortable as one Flatro is forced off the aggressive angle. The Molotov burning him. GX as well, opting for the glass cannon orb. The candle that burns twice as bright but for half as long. And they look to make their move out on middle. Two players set up covering the ramp towards B as well. Ersin is lurking.
Rigon's peeking this. The timing! He looks away. It's almost like he assumed the angle was clear. That's a big piece that goes down with him. 16 kills. Joint top fragger on their team. 40 seconds though, Jackie. Time is running dry. And Nexus need an entry. They need it quick.
The next few seconds could decide the round right here, right now. A push and pull, a game of tug and war at middle for Ersin to actually make his move up towards lane and support them on this last second B bombardment. They smoke off CT, sure, but there is 3 of the guild members waiting in sight, ready for this fight. BTN on the peak towards ramp gets blown to bits. Zello trades, but there's always someone else in line to back them up when one of the Eagles falls.
I mean, he nailed it. 3 stacked on the site. There was always going to be one of those angles that goes unchecked. And as you highlighted, where one falls, there are 2 more to pick up the slack, pick up the mantle, and more importantly, put bullets down range into ramp, into cave. It was a bit of a gamble. They did have intel over on the other side of the map through Donut side, but a little bit of a gamble, but it's paid off perfectly. Nexus can afford a buy, but it's not an ideal one. A Galil on Raga. Zello down to a Deeg. And this could be the curtain coming down, Jackie. We are getting very close to that finish line now. And Guild Eagles just 2 rounds shy of that mark.
Very close to finishing it off. The eruption of excitement and the sighs of relief at the same time. 1 round away from series point, 2 away from closing it and changing your fate. Not going 3-0 in the RMR, but 2-1 and continuing to fight here live in Romania for the PGL RMRs for Europe. Synopsy. He's eaten a ton of damage at the start of this round, but what's the response? Push the extremities and that pays off.
Oh, important that sound showed up there for the 2. He's down to 10. Ersin may have done a lot of damage to Synopsy, but he also received it in kind through middle on that smoke. He's getting peppered through the smoke, and there's a Molotov as well down at the same moment. And GX now on the approach. There's the flick. Man, the difference he has made on this 3rd map is palpable. Every time he peeks, you fancy him to take at least 1 kill, and the remaining 2 Romanians are so low on health. Sound on 10. May not have been spotted, but that grenade is going to give this one away, and Rigon was full HP. He's being swept in. Sideswiped by Synopsy. He's living on borrowed time, and he's about to get collected. Synopsy's going to hear this from a mile off. There's the peak, there's the round, and it's going to be 5 elimination points now on the side of Nexus.
Brought back to reality again now. Sat in a position where one single mistake and the game, the series, the RMR run is ripped away from you. Whereas for Guild, it's just about closing it. It got a bit bumpy on the second map. Vertigo was the Nexus show, some key rounds from a lot of the players on this team, each and every one of them delivering. But the minute Guild playing their style, aggressive, in your face. If you take map control off us, we'll instantly respond in a different part of the map, and that's been working well. GX as well. Oh, this is a prime time position for him, a B bombardment.
A lot of those big pieces in play as well. One Flatro can go and dart around the side of the Molotov, but it's not going to get him any kills. Senary is there, and LBTN tries to get aggressive with a Tech 9, but GX is able to thwart the push, stop the rot. Zello, big headshot onto GX. Is keeping the Romanian dream alive. Many Romanian players in this tournament, but this is the only fully Romanian roster. And now Zello with his Deagle gonna try and put that down range, but it's more of the same. And Guild Eagles eliminate Nexus 2-1.
The Eagles continue to soar in the series, but their run at the RMR is only just beginning. You've survived your first test of elimination, weathered the storm. The idea of them not making it to a major after doing it so many times back to back was very nearly finished. But in this instance, they survived the first of many tests. Unfortunately for Nexus, the hometown crowd, the heroes that delivered time and time again, each and every one of these players, Vince, had some incredible moments over the course of this RMR. Story, the rifle lunatic, Zello proving how good he is with the AWP, Ursin's clutch rounds, every one of them showed up and really did give us an incredible storyline here.
Yeah, a real valiant attempt, man, from this Nexus team. You know, Zello just before the game took sick, feeling far from 100%. The rest of the roster tried their damnedest, tried their best. But ultimately, I think the experience kind of prevailed in the end for Guild Eagles. They had Devil War behind them. We saw them just hit that ruthless aggression for the first 5-6 rounds of the T side, just unrelenting pushes time after time. I just never felt like Nexus fully recovered from that start.
No, the sheer speed that they took to the game with going into the third map, it was completely different. It was a lot more like what we expect to see from Guild Eagles. They were playing their style. It didn't matter what you did to try and counter it. They would stop for no one, for love nor money. They continued to push. They started getting loud. When Rigon's out of his seats, when Devil Walk's laughing, that's when you know things are going right.
Yeah, I want to give also a shout out to GX, because we talked about his performance for the first two maps being a little bit lackluster. He was down at the bottom, 0.76 rating. Well, this map, the man showed us what he can do. With AKs, with AWPs, it didn't really matter. Even in the pistol rounds, he was getting involved. And he was a big reason as to why Guild Eagles kind of ran away with this game in the dying embers of it. You see a couple of these highlight reel moments. It's mainly GX, to be honest, and popping off. Synopsy in the end just puts it to bed. And the Guild Eagles live to fight another day.
They do. For Nexus, unfortunately, it comes to an end. A team that made it to the RMR, fighting through open, fighting through closed, all the way to the live RMR qualifier to the major, but finally falling short 3-0 in the Swiss as they go down on the third map, 13-7 versus Guild.
You can see a bit of the stats there. Senary actually top of ADR. He's not typically the player you're expecting to be at the top. He's more of a supportive player. Very nicely done by him. And GX, of course, one Flatro at the bottom. But it's not as if any of the players on Guild Eagles were having a bad performance. It's actually pretty even keel across the board there for them.
It was a game that really kind of everyone came alive when they needed to. They're bouncing ideas off each other. It was a lot more vocal, a lot more supportive in terms of the body language as well. And it looked more like the Guild we've seen at RMRs of old, right? But that's kind of now the big talking point. The series itself is done, but you look towards the rest of their run here. If you want to make it to the major, the first CS2 major as well, well, you still got a lot more games to win, Vince.
100%. And this bracket, it's not going to get any easier, man. Like the 1 and 2 bracket is fraught with plenty of danger and threats. We said before, this is probably the most stacked group out of any of the RMRs, including, you know, NA, Asia, etc. And of course, more so than EU. So you're looking at some of the teams in that 1 and 2 bracket and you're thinking, can Guild Eagles best them as well? It's possible. but we're going to have to see more consistency.
Exactly. I think that's kind of the hard part about it, right? Is at times it felt like each individual had their rounds, had their games, but all of them have to show up now for the rest of the games. That's what we're going to be looking at for the future of Guild. But for the future of the stream, there is a lot more exciting matchups to go today here on the secondary stream and on the main stream. So keep it locked. When we're back after the break, there'll be a whole lot more CS excitement going down at the PGL RMRs.
Pera are entering the RMR, coming through the open qualifiers, through to the closed qualifiers, and that's one hell of a difficult thing to do. How was the whole qualifying experience for you guys in the first place?
Qualifier experience, it's like really hard, yeah, because you have to go through open qualifiers. It was actually, we did it on the second qualifier.
Not bad?
Yeah, it's not bad. So we could have enjoy some time and practice for the close qualifier. And the close qualifier, we did really good start, but after we just struggle and we need to make it from last chance qualifier.
Why do you think you struggled when you got to the closed qualifier? Because you looked like really good coming up into it.
I mean, it's so good teams. We can just, sometimes we had bad days and we played against Astralis. Astralis had a really good day, I believe, and we couldn't manage to beat them.
How much do you think it's beneficial that you've played so much online games as well before here?
I mean, online games are a bit different than offline games, yeah? So I don't see it as a beneficial thing.
Okay.
You know, we need LAN experiences. This is our first big event for a long time, maybe for everyone.
Yeah.
And everything, we will just see how we can do in big event, and we just hope the best.
You say first big event for the team, and obviously a LAN as well, but it's also the RMR. So does that change how the pressure feels? Is it stressful? What's the thoughts in the team?
I mean, I don't feel pressure on any of our players because we just have confidence. Of course, we get some bad birds and a lot of haters on online because they think we have some, I don't know, help on online. And we just want to show how good are we, and I think no one has so big pressure.
I want to touch on something you just said there. You get a lot of hate, right? People are questioning, will they perform here at LAN? Do you feel that's more motivation?
Yeah, actually more motivation because you want to show how we, for those players.
Yeah.
And there are streamers, there are quite big followers of haters. Like, I won't say names, but they know who's hating us, and we want to show for them as well.
And what do you feel is the biggest strength of your team?
Biggest strength? Not communication, because we have some struggle with English, yeah. But I think really teamwork is our best, and we can argue with each other and we can have a solution for everything, and that's really nice.
Okay, so you can argue in like a positive way?
In a positive way, yeah.
Good, good. You know, not like arguing, everyone explodes.
No. We are not toxic people. We're just friends and making everything a solution, having a solution.
Now, did you boot camp before you came here or anything?
Yeah, we did.
Ooh, how long did you boot camp? Where did you do it? How did it work?
It was like 8 days in Belgrade.
Nice.
And it went really good. At the first 4 or 5 days, it was really nice. And after Poria had to left to Spain because of visa. He's from Russia. And it made some problem in our team. We don't really know what happened. But after this break, we just played a bit worse, you know.
I guess, right, you're on a high, everything's going well, then slight change up.
Yeah.
But you're still very confident coming into the RMR in general.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
It's going to be one hell of an experience. Let's see if you prove the haters wrong.
Let's see.
has revived. It flourishes.
Where did he come from? Where did he come from?
Before I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya, cause when I do I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm really into the claw. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back to the PGL RMR Europe Group B. We've got ourselves an elimination game. It's that time, Jason, where some tears will be flowing.
Yeah, let's bring them on. I'm excited.
You're excited for the tears?
Yeah,
that's.
It's always one of my
mean.
favorite parts of events. Not to see people sad,
emotion.
But yeah, just anything that gives you that sense of the stakes that are here. Major, it's massive stakes. We've seen it with even the teams qualifying, how much it means. So, yeah, we get to send some teams home. See some people crying.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see who that is going to be between Preasy and Pera. Now, there is a disparity in experience here in this matchup.
Sure.
We've got dupreeh, the most winningest Counter-Strike player ever when it comes to the major circuit, with 5 majors under his belt, and he's going up trying to survive and keep that streak together. If he loses today, there'll be the first major since the start of CSGO that he hasn't attended.
Yeah, that streak ends at what, 19? I think it would
19.
be, is the actual number. Yeah, and you add in some of his teammates, someone like Refresh, who's got experience, and yeah, Preasy, all that kind of experience, discussion, and argument goes the way of Preasy. Pera, obviously, having just overall a tough time in this RMR. I mean, obviously, both teams having a tough time.
This is a team that
0-2.
just do well online, and that's the end of the story for them at the moment.
Sure, and I mean, that's just kind of the first step in the process of being a team that makes it to majors, right? Every team starts out as like the players and the team that only does good online, and then you see it kind of step up at some point on LAN, and then it steps up to the next level. So these guys are just like really early on in their development in the pro scene, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into a matchup like this today, they won't have felt the pressure like this, but I feel like they don't have any expectations on their shoulders, whereas the team of like Preasy, you're going to put that expectation on your own shoulders as players that have been to majors before, that have won majors before, and Pera coming into this, it's a best of 3, and it's their last game in the major circuit if they don't win it.
Potentially.
If they don't win it.
If they don't win it,
of
yeah.
course.
Yeah, you did that at the end. Yeah, but I think that's where the whole experience thing comes into it, because I mean, dupreeh's someone who's been playing with expectations throughout his whole career. You know, like throughout, like literally from the start of his career in CSGO, there were expectations that he failed to meet with, along with guys like Device, along with guys like Zipex for a very long time. So they have that experience already, and that's what you have to kind of lean on in this scenario. I don't think they'll be too affected by the pressure of that fact. I don't think dupreeh is going to be too affected by the idea of his legacy of carrying carrying that streak on. Obviously something he'd like to have, but in the moment, he's not considering it whatsoever.
Yeah, of course. He's just trying to get through with his team. He realized he's going to have to take a step back outside of Vitality, didn't stay with Heroic, and so finds himself here with the rest of the Danes that have sort of been outcast. So here we got Pera coming in, the Hungarian side. Aaron's up first. This is a team I haven't had a whole lot of experience watching or seeing playing competitions. I've seen a few of them around the scene over the years. DGL in particular, I've seen him in a lot of online cups for a long time, but it's not a team that you see often.
No, it's not, and I'm with you. I don't have a whole lot of experience watching these guys play, but I know DJL and I think it's Porya is his name, are kind of like their heavy hitters of this squad. Those are the two players you sort of look to have the most impact on the map as well. The highest rated players for the team in the last 3 months, you know, by a pretty wide margin as well. So those are the guys that you want to kind of really look at and see what they have, because those guys being so important to this team's success, those are the ones you really want to see replicated in a LAN environment and see if there's something to continue forward into competitions into the future.
Yeah, interested to see how they're going to pan out in this matchup. But Preasy will be familiar with a lot of these names. Refresh, he's been in a lot of teams recently, most famously Heroic, and he's found himself heading over to North America and now coming back here.
Yeah, and he's been bouncing around trying to find his place within the scene and within his teams. Even did a little bit of in-game leading. I believe that was with Sprout as well. So, I mean, yeah, and Roy's been a journeyman player for quite some time. We know he can have huge impact. I've always been part of the Roy fan club. I like his game a lot. I'm a big fan of it. So, and Altex just recently over at Astralis, and then obviously the last one is going to be everyone we all know and love, Dupree.
Yeah, Dupreezy
that
himself.
Damn smile.
Yep, excited to see how he is going to perform today. Had a good opening game, and you would imagine against a team like Pera, Dupree will be feeling very comfortable. This is a team that's very exciting because it's not exactly a team you expect to do very well at competitions, but it's just a good group of players that you want to do well.
It's not very long as well that these five guys have been playing together, so we don't even really know what the potential and the ceiling is. I mean, you can make a pretty educated guess about it. Looking at the individual skill of the players, the results they've had previously, but this five-man unit, we haven't seen them kind of, clash and play together long enough to see them against equal opponents, to see if they can cause upsets. So this has probably been, those first two maps are certainly a learning experience for a team that's come together as recently as January,
Well, Inferno's out first. Pera, get rid of that. Don't want to play it, haven't played it, permaban. Out of there, Mirage also taking a dip. We'll see where Pera decided to take it. So Anubis selected. They've got a 7-4 win-loss ratio.
Yeah, I like that. Anubis is a fun map to watch. It's one of my favorite maps in the board. We're going to get Vertigo next. Preasy's going to take that one. So Pera will be starting on the CT side. Yeah, mixed results.
But played a lot of times.
And
you would imagine against a team like Pera, they'd be very confident.
We were just talking about it in the green room in the context of the Astralis Spirit match that we casted last night as well. The idea of Vertigo of being like a counter pick, and I know like a lot of the other guys were just mentioning it's a good map to like negate a hard carry player. It's really hard to individually carry your team on Vertigo. There's just by nature of attacking with so much utility. So it's going to be a cool map to watch.
Yeah, Nuke, if it has to go to 3, you have to favor Preasy to close it.
Are you feeling a 3-mapper?
No.
No?
I'm feeling a 2-0 coming in for Preasy, if I'm honest. I don't even think it's going to be that close.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like we're going to have like a 13-5, 13-7. That's what I'm going with. And I think Pera, most of their rounds will be found at the start of the halves.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, Pera, just to give a little bit of context, did lose their opening map to Cloud9 3-13, I should say. GamerLegion was a 6-13 loss, so yeah, they kind of struggled.
They played Anubis against Cloud9, right? That was the 13-3 loss, so they got into a map that they've just picked. So yeah, I don't feel too confident about Pera's chances.
However, Cloud9 just beat Vitality on Anubis, so maybe there's something to that. They were like, you know what, we're good on this map. It's just Cloud9 is very much better.
Yep, exactly. Well, Pera versus Preasy kicks off. This one's for elimination. We've got Pera starting on the CT side of Anubis.
Interestingly enough, Preasy chose to start on the T side. They'll be starting both maps in the series on the offensive side of the maps, Anubis and Vertigo. Third map would be Knife to Decide. And right out of the gates, Preasy going to line up outside of the B bomb site. They've got 2 smokes, Molotov, 2 flashbangs, and they've got 1 lonely defender who's got a lot of utility coming in his direction.
That's that player Poira that you were talking about being a standout for Pera. He's at the platform, covered by smoke at the moment. Preasy starting to commit into the B-bomb site. Poria yet to be taken out. And that bomb plant is through, so Preasy lock into plant. They drop back with 5 players in the post plant. They've also got a Molotov if it gets a little hairy towards the end.
Yeah, and I imagine TMB's just going to stay safe, and he'll just molly onto the bomb as soon as they start coming in to delay anything. There's, I mean, a lot of safety for these Preasy positions.
A lot of safety, no fights going down until they push into Dupree, and you do not get past Dupree. 3 kills with the Glock. Emporia is trying to take out Altex, but it's so good so far for Preasy. The round's done, the pistol is theirs.
Drop the molly
and
just now.
Dupree just steps up.
Drop the molly and just show them they would have lost no matter what. But
No, just save that money. Oh, knife kill at the end. That's a crazy pistol.
I mean,
had everything. That's expensive.
Yeah, that is pretty wild. I'll say that's kind of, I mean, 4,400 on Poria. I don't think he'll probably go for a half investment here, but that's oh no, he's gone for the whole thing. He's dropped it on Poria. That knife at the end is kind of a big deal.
It is a big deal.
It's kind of a big deal. And immediately Pera take a timeout. They want to talk things over.
Like, okay, we've just been given a kind of a golden ticket here.
Yeah, we have a rifle. What do we want to do with it, boys?
Now we'll find out. All right, Force Spy looks pretty good actually in the end here for Pera. For the side of Preasy, they'll go the AK, Galil, Mactan. Just a moment to try and settle into things. So we get to see the chaos here. Dupree starts it off very well. And then it becomes just sheer chaos right at the end of the pistol here. And Poria simply get back and get that knife kill. Slash.
A little awkward engagement. Roy, smile on his face, maybe not for long. I think it's interesting they made the decision to buy the M4 up here instead of save the money for the AWP. So, I mean, still, while this is a really strong second round buy for the CT side comparative to the other ones that we normally see, it's obviously not strong across the board in any way. 3 pistols and an SMG around that M4.
Yeah, so Pera have won 9 rounds so far in total at the RMR, despite playing 2 maps.
Yep.
13-3 loss to Cloud9 that you mentioned, and then 13-6 loss to GamerLegion. That was on Nuke.
Yeah.
So haven't had the best of times. A team that have recently just found success qualifying for Pro League online. Every bit of LAN experience is worth its weight in gold. And that MP5, you don't see it purchased that often, but it's effective, and this force buy for Pera has not paid off at all.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking the M4 is like a little bit of a crazy investment for a second round. Why not save it for the AWP when you have a little bit more? I thought maybe when they lost the 1 player at the B bomb site, they would just choose to save with the other 4 players, but obviously they did not. Loving the MP5 selection out of Roy.
If Aaron's real name isn't Aaron, I don't know what we do. Let me see.
What is it?
It's Aaron, but it's spelled differently.
Okay.
And I think his...
Aaron?
Yeah, it's not spelled Aaron. It's spelled in the Hungarian way, which is just A-R-O-N, but with an accent on the top, which actually looks cooler than normal Aaron.
Maybe they don't have the accent in the Counter-Strike client.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
Well, that's all that's really exciting about that round. Pera...
is this guy's name.
Yeah, exactly. Aaron with the UMP. We've seen all the SMGs so far, pretty much, apart from MP7. We've seen MP5. Well, obviously, P90 we didn't see, but we've seen MP5, MAC-10, UMP. We're getting a lot more SMGs coming out in CS2.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we don't see the MP7 more. It was actually a pretty popular pick, I felt like, at the start of CS2. I think pros have
Nerds uses it still.
Yeah, I think the pros have just... I know talking to most of them, it's just the cost-effectiveness of the MP9 is just, like, unmatched.
Dude, it's insane. The MP9 is ridiculous in CS2. I feel like you can win rifle rounds with it. We've seen quite a few of those, but Roy looking to use that MP5, and he goes straight through middle. MSN is taken out. Oh, Poria! That's a big swing. Nice shot on Roy.
Yeah, very nice shot, but TMB has a chance to build up some money. Waiting for the follow-up swing. Couldn't read it, but still adjusts over. No armor on Poria. And actually a pretty decent amount of damage being done so far, and all of a sudden it's gotten a little sketchy, and now into a one-on-one somehow, some way, but it's not going anywhere from here. Come through that smoke and you're dead. 17 HP, and Refresh just has to stay aimed over at camera or just hide in A main.
Yeah, this would be a frustrating loss for Camion. Refresh has a whole Batman utility belt filled with Molotovs and grenades. And the health of Camion does not make you feel like he's going to be able to pick this one up. Refresh doesn't even buy the first tap and just swings with the AK. Didn't even need to use a single piece of utility. Just overkill with the headshot, and Preasy up 3-0.
Yeah, costly round though. 4 players go down for Preasy. That can't be the happiest thing in the world, although we still see him smiling. But off to a good start out of that second round force buy. We'll see what Preasy, or excuse me, what we can get out on the board from Pera.
Pera have the op. DGL. Deagle. With the sniper to kick things off. Aaron straight through the smoke. Roy's dead. Sad face. And that's going to be Preasy having to deal with a 4v5.
And having to deal with just, it looks like a little timing hit on this B bomb site. 4 players are, that's great nade damage provided from the CT side. The AWP is here, 2 M4s are here. This should, in theory, go nowhere considering the defense that's set up.
Yeah, AWP stuck in the back of the platform. Poira, from the jail, locks up a couple. Refresh and Altex have a life sentence, and now DGL swings with the AWP. It's good from the right side of the obelisk, and he stays in position, so Dupree clears him out. Close quarters combat for the Dane, and so much time for Dupree to work this one. And because he didn't take too much damage in those initial fights, he's got the health too.
Yeah, the only problem really is his number of bullets. He can't reload right now. He doesn't want to give up the sound cue to his position, but only 9 shots available in that AK-47. So Pera going to play this very passively in Temple. Dupree's hoping somebody's going to rotate into his position, but he's going to have to work a little harder for this clutch.
How long to the side of Pera just wait here? Do they just play
Forever.
retake if he goes towards the A-bomb site?
Yeah, you play this position forever. You play it together forever until you know where Dupree is.
And then you move out together. Whether you have to retake the A-bomb site or B. All right, Dupree has not got the mistake he wanted. Does he have much utility? Just 1 flash. So he can't Molotov towards Temple. He can't smoke anything. So it's going to be tough here for Dupree. He's got to worry about B main, Dark, Temple, all of the positions.
It's been so long now that he knows like people could have moved around in multiple different places.
They've actually rotated it off.
Well, he's going to come right back, especially with that plant sound. But MSN's starting to make a move forward. But you want to make sure your teammate's there to trade.
So Dupree has not reloaded, so 9 bullets still. He's worried about a flank through B main, and just as he walks into the archway, the peek from Temple comes in. It's prolonged, it's a little awkward, but it's Pera that find their first round win.
Yeah, and actually even Aaron salvaging some utility, a smoke and a Molotov that I think Dupree would have desperately liked to have picked up on his path towards Dark. He never checked the pillar. So plenty of utility he could have utilized in the clutch, and it goes the other direction, 1-2.
Yeah, tough clutch there for Dupree. Based on all the time that passed, he had no info as to where those remaining players were. On a pause coming in. Looks like it's going to be of the technical variety, so Preasy, another one of those. I'm sorry, the science is adding up, Jason.
Okay, yeah.
I said a few days ago, the only games that have had tech issues that have been extended
3
is
matches,
Preasy's.
3 tech pauses.
So it's something they're doing. It's got to be. MSN's a bit of a throwback. I only used it a couple of times when I was a kid. But was MSN a big part of your life?
No. That was like a boomer thing even when the internet began.
Oh, okay. I just remember doing some emojis on that. That was I think they were called emoticons back then. Maybe that's where Roy got his smiley faces from.
Yeah, he does draw a good smiley face.
The pause is undone and we're ready to return to the action. AWP for DGL is still there. And he actually hit some good shots in that last round. Maybe if he can get going here, they can have a decent CT side for Pera. Problem is, Preasy still have plenty of money in, so they've got a good buy yet again. TMB takes the AWP out for a spin.
Pera's opening up with a very strong B defense. 2 M4s in the AWP have started there the past 2 rounds and sticking around quite long. Even mid wide open at this point with 1 minute and 23 seconds left on the clock. And Preasy just now making their first move. Utility to take control of A main, immediately countered by Pera.
Ooh, a little boost for Aaron. He's got a good spot for Altex, and Altex will know now there's a boost deployed, and that's good information. You know, 2 players are committed towards Fountain, and no one dies.
Yeah, now that you're in this best-of-3 territory as well, like you can kind of research that, and if Preasy had seen them go for that boost against Cloud9, Altex with a good awareness to jiggle it out and not get caught completely off guard, that can be an easy opening kill allowed for Pera. And Preasy still not being too aggressive on the map. Nobody taking control of middle, nobody inside of A main either. It's just kind of quiet on the map. 33 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, smoke out towards CT. Deployed for Preasy, signaling this final B attack with 22 seconds left. Good spray from Camion. Dark is dead. Dupree, TMB, Altex, and Roy all fall, and shortly after, Refresh sees the same fate. So 4 players stay up for Pera. Got a second round off the back of that.
And without anyone probing Dark throughout the entire round, I'm surprised. There were 2 flashbangs on the Preasy players entering Dark. I'm surprised one wasn't utilized to just chuck into the corner so you can swing with it. I think also having the op as your kind of second player coming in is a little unwieldy, especially when the defense gets doubled up like this. Camion gets all the kills, excuse me. One more player was there to join in through the door frame.
Yeah, great hold. Tough position to get a lot of multi-kills without being traded out, but there was no utility that made it uncomfortable for him, so he just stood in the same spot. They run in and they melt at his hand. So 4 Glocks and an AK-47 for Refresh. So he's the hero of this round. They try to boost him up. Roy runs through the smoke. Aaron dispels the attack with the M4 alongside DGL, and they don't break through Preasy. That AK is taking significant damage too. It's down to 17 health.
Yeah, maybe a misallocation of resources there. You have the hero AK-47, but coming through a smoke, there's no chance for that AK-47 to get involved in any meaningful way. So this is going to get tied up at 3 apiece.
Well, Pera currently on a 4 series loss streak. Looking to try and break that today. Altek's dead, and Refresh hanging out around the lamps. So.
Yeah, he made the decision to save at like the minute-and-a-half mark.
Yeah, at least it's cozy. Look at this little corner he's got.
He's like, I got 17 HP, all my Glocks are dead. I'm going to chill. He's going to get hunted for sure.
There's nothing better than the smell of a fresh carpet, Jason.
Really?
That's one of my favorite smells.
Is it?
Yep.
That's weird.
Petrol, freshly cut grass, and a fresh carpet.
All right.
Carpet stores smells so good.
It's starting to put the pieces together. Now I'm starting to understand why you are the way that you are.
Sniffing all these random things, I guess. Let us know what your favorite smell is. You can do that on x.com.
That's a dangerous
Tweet
one
at Jason.
Put out into the world.
Well, who knows? There might be some interesting smells that we haven't discovered yet, Jason. We can go sniff them. This is a long save, isn't it? There's the ladder they added.
Oh, yes.
And that was kind of crazy, watching people jump out the map, find the skybox.
That was a high-quality update.
I'm glad they did that. And I like that Valve have the personality to kind of laugh at themselves a little bit. It's like, all right, that was kind of a wild mistake.
This was a wild couple of weeks.
Let's remember that.
Yeah.
Nothing beats the flying pigeons, though.
No, flying pigeons are
great. The flying pigeon used to be the most highly produced vehicle in the world. It was a bicycle in China, and everyone had a flying pigeon bicycle, basically.
Could it actually fly?
No, it's just a very low-cost bicycle.
Okay.
Called the Flying Pigeon. Falcons soared like a pigeon, though, in the RMR. They crashed out.
Yeah. You've taken that a lot of different ways very quickly.
Well, the solution is simple. And now round 7 kicks off with Poria. Oh, good spray on a double. Dupree and Alte, we waited all that time for Preasy to get money back, and that is how the round begins.
Yeah, tough, but look at Refresh lurking through the smoke. Almost had a chance at that fight. Good heads-up play from DJL, and these last 2 rounds for Preasy have just been stopped cold very, very quickly. Gun rounds aren't looking good. Pera's going to be up in a 1-0 lead. First lead of the game for them. And really not a whole lot to talk about at the moment, just because these kills happen so early in the round. It's a recovery mission, and we're just going to walk in and play contact at this B-bomb site. There are some smokes up already. This double stack is brutal for this kind of a situation, this little bait and switch in the corner.
Molotov could ruin it, though. If Roy puts it into that cubby. I think it's more likely TMB uses the Molotov to clear out this close corner, but he uses it for dark. Ooh. Yeah, that's tough for Roy to really place the Molotov, but he's killed Camion. Aaron swung through Temple, and now TMB has to deal with both players. DGL's the closest, and he knows exactly where he is at the back of the platform, and TMB eventually will take that headshot. Now taps on that defuse, and he's double pushed. So it should have been a lot easier, a lot cleaner there, but in the end, it's still picked up.
Yeah, I think Pera's going to be happy to take whatever they can get, and that's not badly played altogether. 2 players survive, and they have that 4-3 lead. It's going to have to be Preasy to figure out some solutions to these problems. And first and foremost, they've encountered a lot of resistance over a dark. Poria here with the double kill to start the round. Yeah, Dupree can just nod in appreciation for the shooting.
Well, we're 2 rounds away from Pera equaling their best result here at the RMR so far. That would be 6 rounds. So already looking much more comfortable against Preasy. Pera's gonna have Aaron swing out in towards middle. Utility comes in just as he wanted to go for that peak. And Preasy have some ground here. They want to go quick with the Tech 9s. Aaron gets back into camera, and there's 3 players in the start of the A bomb site. Currently, one of them, the AWP. And DGL absolutely smashes Roy. Goes in for a second. Aaron now takes distraction, pulls TMB his way. Dupree has to make that Tech 9 sing. And MSN, remember, it has not been detected yet, and DGL is stepping up. No breaking through that A defense.
Yeah, he's done a good job with the op of being at the right position. Remember, the first gun around was that B execute, and he was over there as the 3rd player. And that's kind of how Pera opened up this half, was 3 players stacking the B bomb site. And I think they've put a stop to those attacks so more often than not that he decides to switch it up, go to the other side of the map, and he's there for a perfect stop at the mid exec.
Well, that's taking the first timeout out of Preasy. 2 streams being run simultaneously at the moment. You're currently watching the secondary stream. And on the other stream, I hear a lot of screaming out of Henry G and Anders. So
yeah,
that action is Spirit versus MOUZ.
A very loud yell.
I hope it's someone like there could be an injury in there. Maybe we'll go have a look.
Yeah, Anders might have finally gone down.
he fell over. Looks like a great game over there right now. Nice and close. If you're interested in following that action, MOUZ versus Spirit, that's on the PGL mainstream. No heartbreak over there. Only jubilation as they're going to move through to the major, the winner of that game. And here, it'll be tears. Preasy called a timeout. Now they've got money back. Their last gun round resulted in 2 players dying instantly towards the bottom of these stairways.
It looks like Pera's lining up for that same peak as well. 2 players headed towards dark. 2 players aggressive in A main as well.
DGL holding. Flash goes through, and MSN handles Altex his play forward. Once again, another opening kill goes the way of Pera.
Yeah, and I think now Preasy's going to start sensing this weakness a little bit. They can gain mid relatively easy. Pera, that's one part of the map they haven't really given a whole lot of love. They've had one player there just to check out some counter utility in the previous round, but for the most part, Pera's been aggressive towards the main bomb sites.
Well, Preasy have not been able to find the reply yet. No trading. If they go dry past camera, it'll be a difficult position. That flash does not land in front of the eyes of DGL. He finds a perfect angle to stop TMB from getting across to Dupree through dark. Oh, Aaron handles that. And Preasy are not doing anything on this map.
Yeah, they're not finding any success with any of these fights. And another one, this one's just going to be an easy kill for Poria. This is looking rough for Preasy. DJL, fair play, is hitting some very nice shots with this AWP.
Yeah, good angles selected as well. Negates a lot of the utility being put towards him. For Preasy, I mean, my prediction for this game was they were going to be very, very control, dominant, take a big win over Pera. And right now, it looks to be the opposite.
Well, remember, we mentioned this is still a pretty new team and lineup together, and one of the weaknesses is that map pool. So maybe Anubis just not something they're super comfortable just yet. Good swing from Aaron with low HP. Refresh, clear, and right. He goes down, and 6-3 in the favor of Pera. Interesting.
Very interesting.
And this is where you have to kind of lean on that experience. Don't let the weight of the moment get heavier as you look at that scoreboard, but also the experience of being able to find different solutions to the problems you're encountering. And at the moment, it's Preasy not being able to punch any openings into this map.
Yeah, Anubis doesn't look like he's played very much for Preasy. You look back at the last time they played it was 5th of February. Some time ago, that was against the fellow Danes of ECSTATIC. Preasy lost 13-8, so trying to go a little bit quicker. And it has worked out very well for Altex. That Tech 9 cuts through the B defense, and the bomb is going down. So Preasy have their best round yet, but it still could fall out of their hands.
I think it was chaotic communication between the 2 B defenders. I'm assuming one was calling that it was going to be a rush through B main, and the Dark player was completely back-turned to Dark and just gets ran over by Tech 9s. This retake is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, especially because they took so long to get into position, and Dupree's Tech 9 has eradicated MSN, sees the AWPer towards stairs 2, and Dupree does not want to get involved in that fight, so just lets him fall back. Refresh is sent out to try and hunt that AWP. Ooh, good read from DGL. He turns back. He'll hang on to his AWP for at least a few more seconds. Lots of missed shots, lots of peeks. DGL, it's risky, but the P250 comes out on top, and now he has to run away. He has to get back to safety.
He was almost frustrated with the missed AWP shot, so he just pulls out the P250. He's out of ammunition as well, but he was just like, screw it, I'll use the sidearm. Dupree passing out high fives. Another round win. They close the gap to just 2. in a timeout again.
I mean, that's not a way that you can consistently build rounds on the T side, but it's certainly a way to reopen an opportunity for you.
And this is one of the maps that has the most offensive T side success, right? This is one of those,
the strongest T side.
You expect those T sides to be able to put up a few more rounds. So at the moment, Preasy's just clawing things together and kind of holding on by their fingernails, and they're hoping that this can turn the tides a little bit, gain some momentum.
So Altex does very well getting those double openers. dupreeh able to close it. Preasy will have to play without the AWP, and it doesn't look like the AWP has been doing too much for them anyway. So AK-47's out, M4 for Roy. Rifles all there for Preasy. It looks like they're going to settle into a standard default. Pera's money built up for their early success.
3 players here on the defense again.
The bomb's coming over.
Preasy's looked for this aggressive kind of like opening fight with that quick smoke a couple of times. They haven't really gotten anything off of it. They have forced out counter nades in this round. Counter Molotov, counter HE. Resources that Pera won't have the longer this round goes on.
Porya pushing out. It's going to be refresh holding. Ooh, sprays down. Doesn't get a single kill. And that C-tier aggression has worked out perfectly. Roy has to try and plug the hole. He goes back into the play. Sees a second player pushing forward. That's Aaron. And Roy is fully committed to this, realizing the bomb is dropped outside of the B-bomb site, and Roy will fall. Preasy's default is dismantled, and the round is falling apart.
That's a disgusting piece of aggression. dupreeh can't handle the peek from Dark. Man, Preasy's having a lot of issues in this game. Nice aggression from Pera.
Yeah, Preasy do not look comfortable whatsoever.
I mean, it helps so much that they dropped the bomb, so Roy is actually all on his own. There's one player watching for the A push, one player, dupreeh, was over at Dark, and it's just like Roy's got 1-on-3 essentially at this part of the map.
Preasy, well, the T side has a lot to be desired, but for Pera, this is their best performance so far at the RMRs. The most rounds that they've won on a single map. And the 7 rounds on the CT side of Anubis.
Quite a time for it.
It is right when you need it most.
And I mean, when you're in an elimination game too, like look for reasons to get fired up. I imagine Pera's sitting there, you know, we talk about, you know, the legacy of dupreeh being at all 19 CSGO majors. This would have been his 20th in a row. Obviously that could come to a close, but if you're Pera, you're sat there like, let's ruin that. You know, that's kind of the goal at this point, is obviously you want to qualify overall, but you know, take it step by step in this first map. Goal is ruin dupreeh's record.
Become the villains of the Counter-Strike world.
Yeah, shut it down, stop it.
Yeah, especially because given the seeding and how the tournament looks with the Buchholz system, the most likely matchup if Preasy were to win would be facing Astralis. And that would be a fun one, because then you would have dupreeh fighting against elimination against Astralis. Sure. You know, if you want to ruin all that, go ahead, Pera.
You got to get there. Deep nades, round 12, last of the first half. It has been all Pera since the guns came out on the map.
Yeah, Preasy have only found success in the pistol and the follow-up, and then Tech 9 rush. And again, this gun round is stopped with a double opener through Dark.
They've done such a good job in Dark. Outside of like the one Tech 9 round where they got steamrolled with some miscommunication, we've had a double spray down to start the round. We've had this double spray down now in this round. We've had them completely shut down any hits through there. dupreeh's been stopped cold in one-on-ones a number of times. There's been no access to the B-bomb site through Dark for Preasy.
Aaron, flash is good. Roy's blinded. Aaron receives one of his own, and that wild spray indicates he was caught by the flash, so Roy confidently swings into him. Gets at least 1 kill back here for Preasy, but they're still fighting a member down. 50 seconds left in this round, and at least they've got some mid-control, but where are they going to go with it?
Yeah, they wanted to press the issue, though. That Molotov really backs them off this timing. It takes it away. That's a really good disruptive Molotov. Now, the question is, Camion's getting aggressive out of B main. The whole timing is everything. Timing is everything. I don't know if they spotted him. They certainly did now.
Camion. Oh, aggression does not pay off, and Roy through camera shuts down MSN, and a 2v3 now established, but Poira on that quick rotation overs, considering Roy, and he turns back but doesn't stop him. Roy with a big headshot, and what a recovery into this round for Preasy. Bomb is now down, and DGL, he's considering that save call. He's looking for Roy.
It's the last round he's going for,
baby. Of course, last round.
What he's considering is Roy hearing him run from Temple, so he's changing his location, and Roy hasn't caught onto it just yet.
He's going to go for that. Roy's looking the wrong way. Good read for DGL. He's now picked up the M4 instead. AK-47 available, and he jumps into the site. Refresh isn't giving away the position he's playing from, and that is going to cost DGL precious seconds. He gets into the bomb site, checking towards dark, and no one being spotted. Refresh just hides away, and that's the round. A big fifth secured right at the end here for Preasy.
You were right, he is saving.
Yeah, he's saving. We all knew it. We all seen it. DGL saving in the round.
All right. Well, 7-5. I mean, I think, thank God they won the pistol round. Thank God, actually, you know, what's funny is it's almost like that knife kill, you know, helped motivate a second round buy, which got Preasy 3 rounds early on.
Yeah, so the pistol pandemonium actually.
Yeah, thank God they got those
then.
3 rounds, because they only got 2 rounds once the guns came out onto the map. So I think they're going to be obviously not happy, but 5 you can work with. Let's see how good their defense is.
Yeah, Preasy would be hoping for a great start in the second half here with a pistol win and being able to convert that. But this is Pera's biggest opportunity here at the RMR to win a map. Strong defense on the CT side of Anubis. Now they transition to the T side with a small lead. Up next will be Vertigo. As Poria and DGL, the 2 players you mentioned at the start of this, that have stepped up and got big numbers in that first half.
Yeah, they had great halves. I think Aaron had some really good impact kills as well. I mean, actually, if you go down the list, like Camion he's 7-9, which doesn't look like anything special, but he was the one defending Dark.
Refresh double stack on the table, his teammate in below him, and Dupree lands a perfect headshot, but they stick around a little bit too long, and those trades come in. But it's bought some time. Roy is flanking through the water, can make no noise now. Has to slip his way in and walk up the stairway. And he could be silent about it. He could get in behind them relatively quickly, and it's not just Roy that's coming in on the flank. He's got his teammate in behind him too in the form of Altex, and now that's spotted out. Roy takes a couple of shots to the chest of MSN, and he's changed his position. He's left Fountain, and they go towards Heaven aggressively towards TMB, and he's going to hear those steps towards the storage area, but no kills coming through as they dodge every engagement. The time will start to tick. TMB has them distracted. He has them looking the wrong way, but it's only one. But he gets information. He spots both remaining players up towards Heaven, and Roy begins his strike. There's no kit available on the remaining 2 CTs, and now there's no remaining CTs at all. Pera win the pistol to start off the second half.
Really nice trade game. I mean, that's a recovery of sorts. That was a 3v5 at one point. The opening 2 kills go the way of Preasy on that stack, but fantastic job breaking it open and getting into the bomb site. Good decision as well to push towards Heaven. I don't think they spotted both players on the flank, but it just worked out to be the absolute perfect call for the kind of retake that was coming. Here's that stack, but it's DJL and Aaron to get the following 2 kills, and then just managing even almost kind of another flank when they thought they'd cleared deep enough. Second round buy for Preasy. Scout, MP9, and upgraded pistols.
Ooh. Little tippy tap on DGL. He's down to 12. Good early damage for Preasy. I'm hoping this force buy can pan out. Altex just waiting, biding his time at jail. Oh, nice shot from TMB. He softens him up. That grenade's going in. Oh, I thought it might get a kill out of it, but it has taken a lot of health away from the attack of Pera. This attack into the B bomb site could be perilous. They don't make their way in just yet. Smoked out at the doorway.
Man, this round is looking ugly a little bit for Pera. Look how much damage they've taken, and they had all 5 players kind of waiting for an opening kill at this B bomb site. They have nothing else anywhere on the map. And with low HP, when you're trying to go back to a different site towards middle, towards the A bomb site, you're so softened up, it's going to be really hard to find clean entries.
Surprised there hasn't been more kills across the board here. Pera very fortunate not to have lost a single player.
The difficulty now for Preasy is they don't have any information, and like you have to find that information with pistols, which can sometimes be hard. So they're sticking with this B stack, but the attack is going to be coming towards A, and Refresh is playing it super passively.
Yeah, very passive, but he's got a grenade, and if he can get that onto a low HP player that could stop them from moving any further. Aaron sprinting through camera, now his eyes on Refresh's swing, so not able to get anything done. That grenade's going to be useless, absolutely useless.
I don't even think Preasy was considering going for it. I think they just stacked the B bomb site, stayed there, and said, you know what, if they go A, we give it up for free. And that might be one they kick themselves for when they look back at the replay and realize how low players were. Because you'd certainly think, I mean, TMB tagged 2 with the scout, at least 2.
So you got to know a couple of players at least are low, and the grenade's going through B main.
Again, it just came down to information that Preasy was never able to get. And at that point, they're just like, you know what, it's really not worth actually going for this. So some kills being cleaned up, low impact, obviously in garbage time. Round's already over.
Yeah, but if you're saving to have something to play with the next round, that's gone now too. So almost would have been beneficial to attempt the round itself. But 9 rounds for Pera. Money doesn't look too hot for Preasy, so we'll take a look at the money situation. Should be another low buy, a couple of pistols maybe here and there, but double figures should be reached here for the T side of Pera. We might be chalking this one up to a 3-mapper. Do feel confident in Preasy being able to pull things back on Vertigo. They just don't look comfortable on Anubis whatsoever. And Pera have clearly shown, we said in the opening game against Cloud9, that's where they wanted the battle to go to. Now they've had the option to pick in a best of 3. They've gone to Anubis. So clearly it's a map that Pera put some work into. I think we've seen that on the defense. They had good ideas of the angles they should be holding. In particular, a big half from DGL. So at this point, Preasy once again. Lower tier buy, scout with pistols. B push towards Poira. He spots them out, and that's going to scare off the Preasy players.
Oof. That's a beefy nade. That's a spicy meatball.
Indeed. It's going to sting in the morning. Voltex. 50-50. Presents down Aaron. Clearing out on the reply. This is nice and clean to a certain extent until this push towards Dupree.
Yikes.
The trading was effective, and then they push into the solo fight, and Dupree is able to pick up an AK-47 and slip away into the canal. Poira is going to try and deal with Dupree. Dupree is holding for the aggression. He's aware of this kind of move, and a step for Poira reconfirms that, but he's ready for Dupree. Good clearance to bring down that picked up rifle. And now it's TMB that started this round with a scout and looks to try and finish it, but the flash is perfect. He couldn't get back behind cover, and a sick recovery from Pera.
Yeah, really well done. Both those rounds encountered some resistance and able to find the correct maneuvers. This one actually didn't even change really the location on the map, just kept brute forcing it and overcame, and those pistols caused some chaos, but nice clear of Dupree down in canals. And Pera's knocking on the door of a map 3 rounds away, 10-5.
It's either Preasy start winning rounds now with a CT purchase, or we're looking at Pera taking this map away. And Aaron's going to sprint in, taking some space towards the A bomb site. Refresh seizes that utility, throws his own down. Just to try and dispel any attack forward from Pera, keeps them back behind the smoke grenade. And MSN, he's just having a little peer behind that smoke that's blown open. Heavy rotation of players in towards A here for Preasy. They've hit the panic button.
Yeah, that's a huge utility jump. That's a lot of HE grenades coming in behind that smoke, and they've shifted to the other side of the map. So if Pera can pull this off, rotate back, you can see Dark was just smoked. Roy doesn't want them to have access to Dark for some time, but Preasy's going to start shifting off, and it looks like Pera just want to re-exec at the A bomb site. I think they're very content with the Molotov and the smoke they forced out of Refresh, the 2 or 3 HE grenades they saw come through that smoke as well. All resources that Preasy won't have.
And now they're looking to sell a little bit of a ruse towards Dark, but Aaron doesn't send the Molotov out. He's actually going back to line up. A smoke, Camion's coming through. And Aaron now will apply that pressure into Dark, trying to keep players from Preasy worried about the B bomb site. They're going for some plays through middle to try and gather information. DGL takes that kill on TMB and spots out the second player. So plenty of information now for Pera, and this round does not look good for Preasy. even trading is not going to favor the side of Preasy here, and they're actually behind on players, so it's a 4v3, and now this final A plays coming in. And Refresh once had plenty of teammates on the A bomb site, now he's alone and dead. So 11 rounds for Pera. We said Preasy needed to win that round if they wanted to come back into this. They don't, and now things are looking pretty much over.
That was actually such a nice round from Pera. You leave the Opera to watch for that push, you get a kill there. You know you're going to end at the A bomb site. You apply pressure at B with 2. You go 1 for 2 there. You just spread the defense out and pull everyone away from Refresh. Poor guy had, and remember, he's the one who dumped all of his nades at the start of the round when the initial pressure was applied. So he just had nothing, no options to do except fight. They're really working this map right now. 11-5. And Preasy have the issue of lack of economy, let's call it.
Yeah, they're broke.
Yeah.
They're once again asking for their financial support.
Not completely broke, not the worst broke we've ever seen, but it's
they're
not pretty.
They're not broke boys.
Dupree can drop one. I think with this scoreline as well, I think if you're Preasy, you probably want to force buy here. You're still so far back.
I think Preasy will.
So they're going for the 7-round comeback to force overtime.
All right. That's ambitious, but I like it. Good mentality. Try and get it all the way back. Otherwise, their chances will come on Vertigo. If you're tuning in and wondering the score of that Spirit game, well, we'll let you know. That Spirit a map down. DGL downs Dupree.
Poor MOUZ. Can't even phrase it like MOUZ won the map.
No,
it's got to be Spirit lost it.
Yeah, of course. That's they're the main talking point. They are the main characters currently.
Yeah.
Yes, MOUZ won.
MOUZ did win.
Vertigo. Again. Now it's time to see if it's just a Vertigo issue or Donk is washed already.
Sure. Well, I hope Vertigo's not an issue. Otherwise, they might have to change their permaban or just put some work in on Vertigo. Here we go. Utility being spent at the B bomb site again. 3 defenders here. TMB starting to cheat over. Overwhelming superiority of firepower in the way of Pera. That's awkward as hell. Oh, that's even worse. God. That's even worse.
Okay, pistols out of nowhere. Absolute carnage. And perhaps that comeback may be a reality. They got a first step taken here. MSN's going to try and break down as many as he can, but it's going to be very rough and difficult for him. He'll exit and spot Roy. That's a quick kill. Didn't take any damage and is quick to try and react on all tanks and separates them into 1v1 fights. Now it's TMV and Refresh, the only 2 members left, and it's a sick recovery off the bomb. MSN, mission impossible.
He knows the location of both now. He knows one's B main and he knows one's dark.
So now he can set himself up towards Ivy.
Oh, this is so committed,
and this is a really good position to isolate fights into 1v1s. But yeah, like you said, he can't get away from this spot once he's spotted here, but he's hoping he can get them into 1v1. Jules, and oh, big flick back from Refresh. The pistols will win the round. Nice try from MSN.
Yeah, that's a rough last spot to choose to play, and I thought that was a really well put together clutch up until that spot selection. Still admirable. Plant and 2 kills in a 1v4, giving yourself a chance to win is really nicely done, but Preasy's still alive. The force buy works out, so they can still fight for a regulation win. Still a long comeback on the cards, and still not convinced that they've figured out this attack just yet.
Timeout for Pera, just chilling. Great opportunity for Pera. Get a map here with the RMRs, and rounds like this can be a little frustrating to have to stomach, but they know they've got a big lead to play with. 11-6 now. The scoreline will read AWP for TMB. Didn't get a whole lot of impact in the first half with the AWP when he had it. Let's see if the CT side can be a little different. Pushing forward is Refresh into the attack that's coming towards him. He needs to get his utility down as quickly as possible. Refresh will call for help.
They're sticking to this one as well. They're coming right through it. This time they're not going to back away.
Yeah, this one won't be easy to force them back. A lot of damage done for dupreeh. Does end up getting a kill, but once again, Refresh goes down without a single headshot going his way. Poria removes dupreeh. Altex falls in the rotation, and a simple call destroys Preasy.
Poor Refresh, man. He's had to deal with so much in the early rounds towards the A bomb site. And, I mean, Preasy doesn't even want to go for this whatsoever. You can't even blame him. 2v4. Camion might find a lurk. Timing's not with them, but they've already decided to save these weapons. So Pera's going to be up at 12. That force buy in the previous round was just a hiccup, right back to their winning ways, and they've got 6 chances to close out Anubis.
I mean, that round really should be the one that breaks the back of Preasy. If you're not able to deal with a straight-up A rush, with it running through your utility, you have a rotated player coming in having to support you. Yeah, it's a rough old time here for Preasy. Refresh has had an especially tough game.
Terrorists win.
Pera, map point. I think we set up next Vertigo, and if we need it, Nuke.
Let's see what Preasy have for this comeback. How deep can they dig to keep fighting back in this map?
Would be very impressive if they were able to mount a bit of a comeback here.
It would be. I just think at the moment it feels like Pera's shooting just way harder than Preasy. And I mean, I hate to distill it down to just that, but some of these tactics have been like really simple. Like, that round was just an A rush. But Poria's is nailing shots. He's 22-8. Aaron's having a really good game, a big step up from him. DJL is solid with the AWP. Camion was wonderful on the CT side. Across the board, Pera's doing really well, and this time dupreeh wins out on the fight.
Yeah, not without taking damage though. 40 health. He'll slink back through camera into that A bomb site and leave TMP. Instead to watch the mid doors, and he sees that jump across. He knows the Camion has got around that. And MSN's thinking a bit of a walk into the A bomb site might be nice. It has been good to him against Refresh, but this time Refresh steps up.
Yeah, this one might have gotten away from Pera. Some individual fights early on in the map, which we hadn't seen from them so far in this T half. Are they going to come right through this? Oh, they're going to come right through this.
No, they're going right through the smoke. Will it work out for them? No. It absolutely won't. Refresh handles business.
If they could have traded one of those kills, I mean, they never would have expected, I would imagine, 3 players at this bomb site. 1 player heaven, 1 player pushed up towards A main, 1 player in the open in the bomb site, but they both split and took different targets. They need to at least trade one of those to give DJL a chance with the AWP, and 3rd timeout used by Pera to talk things over. 5 more opportunities to close out Anubis. I'm going to stare at the cheat sheets.
Let's see how deep those sheets go for Pera. Conversation being had across the board. They know this is the last timeout they have in regulation.
Big conversation between the players as well.
Yeah.
This was dupreeh's opening kill. Individual duel against Aaron. MSN stepped in front of a Molotov to make that challenge happen, and then it was all an easy closeout with a stacked defense from Preasy.
Yeah, money's not great here for Pera, so good opportunity now to build on this for Preasy. Problem is they've been winning rounds like that just sporadically around this whole game and never really gone on much of a streak. If they can go on a streak here on the CT side, build some momentum, why not? Why not believe in a comeback? And dupreeh spots out that boost, predicts it very well, and tries to take out the foundations. But it is just the 1 kill for dupreeh. He'll lock down mid-control for the next few seconds at least.
Should be all fine, as long as this Deagle doesn't do something crazy. And it's going up against an AWP.
Yep, TMP's... Oh, it's nice and easy for him. Camion dies outside of B. TMP just penetrates him with the AWP. These Glocks no longer have much interest in the round.
No, it might be a chance for just a longer conversation out of that timeout as well. Take a little extra time and just make sure everyone's ready to go in the next gun round.
Well, Cloud9 made the major today.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was great to see.
I enjoyed that.
Against Vitality as well.
Yeah, big scalp. It was no kind of fluke passage. They had to play against the best.
Yeah, everybody talking about the lack of AWP. Boomix showing he can definitely go up against the world's best.
Honestly, that lack of op conversation is like, it's boring to me.
It's boring me as well, but everyone's talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in some ways it's obviously a fair complaint just because we've always seen oppers in teams and they've obviously struggled. I think it actually, in a way, kind of helped them against Vitality, considering ZywOo has kind of, as time has worn on, you know, slowly drifted into the more rifle situation.
Yeah. Rifle's very strong in CS2.
They didn't have an opper who could really out-impact the lack of op on the Cloud9 side of things, but Boomich today was very serviceable in that department.
I'm trying to think, like, there feels like there's only one opper that's really doing very well in CS2, and it's Monte. Like, obviously, Device has been really struggling. You know, he's been even said today on X.com that he's not having fun, and that's kind of sad.
That was a weird tweet to see in the middle of the RMR. But I appreciate the honesty.
I mean, it can't be fun. You went last without winning a map in Katowice, and now you're facing elimination at the RMR.
Yeah, losing really never is fun.
I'm sure if he starts getting some wins under the belt, but damn, starting to have fun again.
I don't really believe him, though. I bet that Spirit game was a lot of fun to play. I mean, obviously, even with a loss, but I bet during it, putting up that kind of a fight, that good of a game, that had to have been enjoyable to a degree.
Yeah, probably. Preasy with the buy round.
This is a great timing. They're going to beat the shift from the AWP. Dupree spots it out, but he can't do anything to stop it. They don't need to challenge this. They don't need to challenge it, but they will. And that gives the opportunity for a double kill from TMB.
Yeah, big shots from TMB. And Camion's inside of the side with the bomb on his back. Refresh, spots him out, stays composed, and DGL now thrust into a 2v4. He's done well to pick up that first, but it's everything needed, and Refresh suddenly is woken up. It's an injection of energy.
He's had so many rounds heading his direction. He's like, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
I'll fight back. But really, I think the loss is the double dry challenge towards Temple. I don't think they had smokes or Molotovs to block it off, which I believe is why they challenged it. But man, they could have just hustled into camera. Opper would have only gotten one. Trade Refresh off. Keep your eye on the prize. Keep your eye on the bomb site. 12-9. Preasy coming back 3 rounds away, and it's a half buy for Pera.
Ooh, this lead is starting to shrink. It's really starting to shrink. But these are the kind of rounds you win. You know, Tech9s, you might just close it with this. The B defense is quite passive. TMB now moves back of the platform, and Roy at the obelisk.
Now, what's nice about this defensive setup for Preasy is because it's a half buy and there's Tech9s and pistols. No one actually playing inside the bubble. I mean, that's nice too.
Perfect. Yeah. They handled that, didn't they? You don't even need to tell me what's nice about it.
Yeah, they fall back passive, and even if someone goes down, the guns can't be recovered. But okay, was that 5 kills through smoke?
Yeah, no, it feels like it. Maybe one of them wasn't. It's just hard to keep track. They all came so quickly, but that round's over and done with. Now the gap is 2 rounds. Like, this could be overtime.
Yeah, and I think to a certain degree too. We talk about this in the past, especially with the lesser experienced teams. It's like, they did blow the smoke open, so that's fair play. I mean, winning is almost more nerve-wracking than losing. Like when you get to a point where you're like, oh, we can take this match.
We didn't expect this.
Yeah.
How do we do it?
And then you start losing 3 rounds, and then you get a little bit more nervous, and then you are like, man, we just can't find the winning recipe.
Yeah.
And we're getting picked off by an op.
The Blau always says it's like the car and the dog. The dog chases the car, eventually gets to it. What does it do? It doesn't know what to do when it gets there.
Shout out to the Dark Knight.
Yeah, he likes that nickname. And we get ready to go into, let's say, polite. DGL, ready to go. Couple of stats being made on the jump up. And utility bombarding towards him. So Pera have to deal with the fact they've lost a player. I don't know if they're going to be able to convert this 4v5. Feels like they've now come a little cagey. I'm going to be setting up for a B split. Pera trying to attack into TMB, and all Texas flashed out of B-man. He goes out for that fight. Good flash. Good kill, but it's traded by Poria. And now TMB's under quite a bit of pressure. He needs a teammate to come on over. And Dupree is the closest responder, but they're both on ops. They're both on AWPs. And Dupree remembers his time with his hands on the sniper. Shot to MSN. Refresh makes the rotate. DGL is down, and so it is only Poria. And he has no chance in this round. 12-11. Money in the bin. Preasy look like they have done it. They look like they've brought it all the way back, and overtime is now the most likely scenario to pan out.
Oh my lord, they have just stuffed Pera.
They could lose this 8K.
Yeah, they really could, but they won't. Poria will keep it in his hands.
No, they're chasing.
They're coming for a hunt, and time's out. Few more seconds. They never realized he was in the corner, but they've got it anyways. He wanted the up. It was like the holy grail he was reaching out to, and just gets caught at the end of the day. Well done from Preasy, but they got one more to go.
One more to go. Can often be the hardest. But I'm more interested to see the money. Here for Pera, okay, it's the wheels. But every player apart from MSN who has to go to a P250.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised they didn't descend more to like a couple Mac 10s or Tech 9s, considering how much utility they've been able to pressure the A bomb site with. They're going to come right into free.
No, it's so awkward. You could just tell he wasn't going to win that fight. You could just tell as soon as he leaped forward that was going against him, and now the ult misses.
Oh no.
They've lost the most frustrating round. They did the hardest part. They brought it back. They broke their money. And then they fumble in middle.
So simple as well. Not even like any kind of utility to take control. Again, they just thrust themselves into the fight, drop down, go dark. 2 defenders here. Best chance for Preasy.
Yep, absolutely. Roy in the middle of the site. Just one holds down. He's run out of ammo. Has to go to the USP. And it's not going to be enough for a 3rd kill. And it puts it all on Refresh. And he did not have a very good first half, but the second has been different. And Refresh is looking to try and step up with his M4. 3 players to take down, though. This seems like a mountain that Refresh will not be able to climb. He gets out towards Ivy, now spotted, surely taken down in just a moment. Bullets penetrate him, 13-11. Pera secure it in the most unlikely of fashions right at the end there. 4 Galils. It looked like we were settling into overtime, getting comfy in our chairs. But Pera win their first map here at the RMR.
And I like it. You could see DJL stand up, and in my head, I'm imagining, I have no idea what he said, but I'm imagining his way he's holding his hands out is like, all right, everybody stay calm. We got one more to go. Good win. Not a big deal.
He's silencing someone.
Yeah, I mean, look, in a map like that where that comeback is happening, that's where frustrations start to rise, and that's where like the inexperience can kind of really work against you, just because you don't know how to keep your emotions in check, and you start blaming a teammate or believing it's mistakes happening or putting the focus on mistakes because the comeback is occurring. And I think that's that. Calm down that conversation. That can come later when the series is done, whether you win or lose, but you need to focus on the next map right now.
That's exactly what they've got to focus on, and for Preasy, they need to come back on Vertigo. This is not the performance they would be hoping for on the day of survival for dupree's legacy of attending 19 CSGO majors, trying to battle his way through to the first one ever in Copenhagen. It's going to be a difficult road. It always was going to be with a team as inexperienced as Preasy when put together just a few months ago.
That's the compounding next story of that whole thing of attending all the majors. Dupree is, this one's in Copenhagen, and we saw how much it hurt for Zonic to miss out. We saw how much it hurt for Magis to miss out. We know how important it is for an organization like Astralis to be there. For Dupree as well, a chance to play a major in your home city.
Yeah, I was just sitting annoying Pimp this morning. I was just sitting beside him on the chair, and I said, isn't it kind of crazy, Jacob, that this is the first ever major in Copenhagen? It's probably going to have the least amount of Danes ever at a CSGO major.
Well, it depends on if you're Danish or not, because I find it kind of funny.
Yeah, I find it fun. Yeah, that's why I was asking Jacob. He wasn't too happy about that. But 25 kills for Poria. He had a hell of a performance. Aaron stepping up alongside DGL. And you said it throughout the cast, Jason. It felt like Pera was just hitting harder.
Yeah, I mean, Poria had a disgusting game. Even Camion was like on the CT side, a defensive rock over in Dark, and like the amount of double kills he provided at the opening, the amount of hits he stopped in that part of the map. So he didn't have volume, but he had impact in terms of his frags. And yeah, Poria and DJL, really the two kind of guys that, just looking at stats coming into this match, they delivered. They delivered exactly what you wanted. The two top fraggers, two biggest producers on this team, and they were there again here against Preasy. Vertigo is going to be up next.
And then Nuke if Preasy are able to come back.
And interesting, I mentioned it right at the start, but just to remind everyone, I mean, Anubis being Pera's pick, Preasy chose to start on the T side, and Vertigo is Preasy's pick, and Pera chose to start on the CT side. So 2 T-sided starts in this series for Preasy.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it makes a lot of sense when you start T-side on Anubis, because you were saying it is the most T-sided map in the pool, right? And they didn't really show it.
There's that, and there's also the idea, like the philosophical concept that like you get to you get to set the tone. You get to set the pace from the T side, right? Like you can do fast or slow tactics, and especially sometimes, usually for earlier in the day games, but even just like first maps in the series, you get to be more of the instigator for the team, so or for the map. So yeah, I don't know, just interesting. It's no big deal. At the end of the day, you got to play both sides regardless. Just don't normally see teams starting in T side on both maps in a series.
Yeah, MR12, tough to come back when you have a weak first half. We've seen that many times,
Sure.
but we're gonna have to see a comeback for Preasy as we head into Vertigo. We'll see if they can pull it back and send us to 3. Otherwise, Pera are pulling off an upset here at the RMR.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple. No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Nexus will be eliminated here at the RMR. I've got Sound with me, and let's start on some of the positives, right? It is the first RMR for you guys. It's a lot of experience, and it's very hard when you go through these things. So what's the emotions just as you first find you falling, even though you put up a good fight against Guild?
I think the adrenaline here is like on another level, other than usual tournaments that we play in the tier 2, 3. Yeah. I'll miss some words because I'm broken of exhaustion, and we really gave it our all. And yeah, it's the biggest competition, I guess.
The biggest competition, it means a lot. There's a lot of emotions in it. I want to look at Mirage though. It felt like you had chances to win that game. Would you agree?
There was one round that decided it. I think it was like 10-9 or something there. Yeah, we had a good chance to end it and actually take control of the game and take first map, but it didn't go. That's CS2.
That is the way it can go sometimes. What do you take away from this whole event, right? You played Astralis, which is obviously always going to be tough. Monte was also a game you nearly had, and then this one against Guild where you certainly had chances. So how do you rate your whole performance here?
I think we can say that for a team that is our level, it's decent. We are pretty new as a roster since we made some changes right before qualifying here. And I think it's a great experience, obviously. We played against big names and the people you look up to, and I guess it's the best experience you can get. So we are trying to get to the next one as well.
Does it make you hungrier to go and do it again, you know? Because you were already the first Romanian team, but now do you feel like, okay, next step, we got to go?
Definitely makes you hungrier. Like we all are hungry for success and these big tournaments, but having this experience gives you like more motivation, more fire to get here.
And what would you say is the biggest thing you learned during this whole experience?
That BO1s can really sting. And that we are not so far from these teams. Yeah. We just have to push harder.
Push harder, work harder. I like the attitude you're saying there. Is there anything you want to say, maybe to this camera here, to all the Romanian fans out there? Because obviously you went from being, what BCN told me, not supported into very supported.
So, guys, mulțumesc pentru suport și mulțumim toată lumea, vă mulțumim și pentru suport. Ați fost incredibil, am primit doar mesaje foarte frumoase și să sperăm că data viitoare când ajungem aici o să fie mult mai bine.
It does hurt now, but it'll make you stronger going forward, mate. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's start digging. Let's start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
It has revived. It flourishes.
Who's he? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Where did he come from?
The Medal of Honor.
It's Gala, bitch. Made in hell.
Yeah, you knocked me down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm rolling into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Hello there. You may notice our wonderful display here of a beautiful C4 in front of us, and now Pera looking to displace Preasy from the RMRs, Jason. It could happen.
You came up with that in the last 30 seconds.
Yes, I did.
That was good.
Yes.
Yeah, it could happen. That's a scary prospect. That's a crazy prospect to think about. Especially because this felt like coming into this, like obviously, I mean, part of it is the bias of not knowing as much about Pera as a team, but also just looking at their performances, and it felt like Preasy was far and away a better team. But that was a good showing on Anubis. The question is always with this level of teams is map pool. Are you going to be able to do it on multiple maps? Can you do it on Vertigo? You have a great chance to go 2-0 in the series and just get done with your day.
Yeah, I think that's a question for both teams, honestly.
Sure.
I think Preasy looked pretty rough over on Vertigo. They had a comeback though, and it felt like it should have been overtime.
Yeah, it did. I mean, especially because they caught momentum. They came back from what, like 12-6, I think it was. I mean, and rattled off 5 in a row and just fell at the final hurdle. I think the bigger thing is just like, they didn't, that T side just looked so, I don't know, weak. Like some of their
Very
opening
weak.
plays, and I think part of that is credit to Pera for being so disruptive and so aggressive and confident in their peaks. But yeah, that T side was just so flat for Preasy in the first half that it was always going to be a difficult affair.
Yeah, they got a knife in the pistol, which led to some sort of weird scenario purchase and damages throughout that first half. And I think that kind of spiraled things out of control. But there is no secret about the main storyline in this game, and it's the fact that dupreeh is a player that's been attending majors for over a decade, and this is possibly his last game at the RMR if he loses this map.
Yeah, first major he wouldn't have attended. Obviously, he's always going to have, you know, every single major in CSGO, but obviously would have liked to extend that further into CS2. So yeah, I mean, I don't even know. Like, I don't believe he would feel the pressure of that. I don't think dupreeh's that kind of a player who thinks about those kinds of things in the moment. And I'd be really curious if he does actually get that sense. If he feels that sitting down at this PC, it could potentially be him losing out on that streak.
I mean, he is in this team because he wanted to give it one last go, right? He wanted to keep the streak going.
I don't even know if I think of it that way either. I don't know what dupreeh's plans are long-term in his career.
That was the tweet he put up when he joined Preasy. He's like, I'm going to be playing with these guys for the RMR. I'm going to try and keep the streak going. I'm going to try and get in to the major.
Yeah, but I know that there was a conversation on the desk the other day too about dupreeh's retirement, and I don't think, like, you know, one last time kind of like just rubs me the wrong way.
Maybe not with this team though.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Yeah. I mean, this is a project that it was just convenient to find himself in for this qualification period, but whether or not, you know, he stays with his team for the future, we'll have to wait and see. But
yeah, or sticks around in the future. I imagine he would. But yeah, let's see what we've got. This could be the final run of dupreeh at the major.
Poria, oh, dupreeh.
He ain't gonna go out without a fight, baby.
Yeah, mouthful of lead straight away. Poria, what a first map he had. He's looking to try and deliver that same performance here on Vertigo, but he won't be able to step up in the pistol round. dupreeh, with that initial fight, goes in second at short. DGL looking to swing out. Good headshot. Roy is down. Second opportunity onto dupreeh, but a good flashbang has forced DGL around the corner, and he still gets a second kill on dupreeh. TMB fights back. 3v3 established, and the bomb plant now going down for Preasy, but the flank through the ramp, MSN, has been detected, but he's doing so much damage. No kill, and he's not alone. And his teammate Aaron is completely baiting him, completely and utterly baiting him. But if it pays off, well, fair enough. But then he does that. It doesn't look so clean, and he's taken out after one. Oh, Aaron, that is a terrible bait that does not pay off. And Camion now left on 1 HP will tap the defuse and be assassinated from behind.
I'm not gonna forgive that, but I'm gonna tell you there's some extenuating circumstances, right? Like you go on that, and they're obviously trying to go for like the 1-for-1 first player,
and then you
maybe gets a kill and dies, and
yeah.
you do the double flank that they won't expect. But with that extended of a fight, when your teammate's just emptied his whole mag and he's got 2 players swinging on him, that's got to be a decision that clicks in Aaron's head to be like, time for me to get involved in the fight. If they're swinging on 1 player, you can kill 1, the second player falls back. That's just such a long time to leave your teammate out in the cold.
All is forgiven when if he gets a double headshot.
Yeah, if he gets both kills, like, I mean, maybe not forgiven, but, you know, less frustrating in the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Pera, none of the shenanigans to get a rifle into the round, no knives in the pistol, so it's just full USPs. Well, I say that, P2000s, 1 deagle. And so it's not a very strong round at all for Pera. A refresh, bang, right off the top of the sandbag.
Yeah, he had an up and down first map as well. He got bullied quite a bit at that A bomb site. Wasn't exactly like playing badly, just had so much pressure put on him at various moments, and towards the end of that half, the second half of Anubis, he was stepping it up and putting to stop to all the shenanigans.
Roy. Blinded. Oh, it's so awkward. He is taken out by the pistols. Altex, he can get a clean up. Oh, lovely work from Altex. Triple on the Galil. 2-0 for Preasy.
This is how it started on the first map as well, though, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Pera's going to have the rifles out, and this is where they began shutting Preasy down, was the gun rounds. 5 M4s, plenty of nades, no kits on the map, and actually a few players missing head armor as well, so the MAC-10 on TMB, the Galil on Altex, those can all be very effective weapons.
Aaron up on the ledge. Doesn't swing from Crane. Gets back to the sandbags, but I think he was just spotted there by TMB. So utility, double nade. trying to take half the health away from Aaron, and they do exactly that. Molotov to clear him. Smoke goes down. He's staying alive. And because he pulled so much distraction, it actually allowed DGL to swing out and take TMB out of the round. Goddamn players with their 3-letter names.
I know. Scumbags. Roy's gonna step up next. 4 letters in his name, so it's all good.
And it's not ROEJ either, so... Thank you very much for that.
Well, 4v5. Dupree's up next, makes his play, tries to spam Poria down through the wall. It's not going to happen. Roy still just waiting for any kind of a peek towards the top ramp. 3 defenders here, all in lane on the side of the bomb site before Aaron shifts backwards, and the rest of Preasy is going to join up with Roy and Dupree. They've established a foothold towards the A bomb site, and Preasy loves that.
And they're big fans of that at the moment. Utility going up right side, smoke in for Dupree.
There's no counter nades for this defense at this bomb site. The smoke's remaining. Yeah, they're on the B defenders.
Aaron was spotted at Sandbags early in the round, took a lot of damage from it, still trying to fight, but it's Poria who manages one more out of short before being traded by Ultex. And you mentioned the lack of utility here for Pera, so they can't deny that bomb plant with grenades. They were hoping bullets would have got the job done. But Preasy settle into the post plant with 3 players still up.
Remember, no kits as well. Another smoke comes up for the T side, one for the CT side as well to block off the scaffolding lane. However, that player at Sandbags is going to be tough.
Yeah, Dupree's position is really good, especially with no utility to clear him out. So he's going to stay there. Refresh can take first contact. Dupree can swing on that. Refresh sees the opponent in front of him. Dupree catches Aaron. And 3-0 for Preasy, well recovered.
Yeah, really good start. I think that time was just a lack of nades and a lack of utility. Those players at the A bomb site were under so much scrutiny from different angles. A lot of space given over to Preasy to make this work. That was the opening kill, but the follow-ups from Roy. Fantastic entrance, and even though he's traded off, it sets everyone else up nicely to have some easy plays down the stretch. 3-0 for Preasy.
CZAD, D-goals, 5-7s. That's what Pera have to play with. The fact that Preasy were able to bring back the game to touching distance and get into overtime filled me with a lot of confidence for a comeback here in map 2. It does feel like Preasy should take Vertigo. We'll decide things on Nuke. It's the ideal start for Preasy here as well. They're going to go 4-0 up unless some magic deagle unravels the whole plan. And here's a chance. Oh, Roy reloading across the bridge. Fortunately, his teammates have taken space and started the B-bomb site.
Yeah, shouldn't be any more damage from the pistols, and with that smoke going up, plenty of safety for Preasy. So round not in danger, but maybe some guns dropping at the end. Actually, it looks like with knowing they're going to have a buy in the next round, they're going for this regardless, or at least challenging to try and do some damage and take some weapons away. One smoke to come out over the top, and they want DJL to provide some covering fire with the AK-47, and those Deagles, they can't even make progress, so just time to save the AK, preserve that economy. And it's going to be interesting. The next round is big. This is when DJL is going to get the op. He'll pass this AK-47 over to a teammate, you'd imagine, and get the AWP on the board. And he was fantastic on Anubis. High impact with the sniper.
Terrorists win.
This is where we really get to see what Pera are made of, as they now have to try and recover a slow start. They won their first map of the RMRs just a few moments ago over on Anubis. Just before that, the most amount of rounds they got were 6 across their first 2 games. Roy charging up ramp. His teammates in behind him. It's a quick play here for Preasy. Quite an intense attack towards top ramp, and Aaron's going to be swinging out, trying to spot it. Dupree dives down behind the smoke and gets away.
Yeah, look at the difference in having some of the counter nades to be able to kind of stall out this attack. Deep Molotov gets extinguished by the smoke, but the counter flashes were perfect to make sure Dupree felt a little bit in danger and bails out. Roy waiting for his moment. Flashbang, clear anyone peeking. Aaron looks like he wants to go for an investigation. He's the only player really here. Poria just came back. It's quiet on the map. Underneath stairs control for Ultex. He's 8-0 to start this map. A little bit of utility to apply some pressure, but sound cues made at the A ramp are going to let Poria know what's coming.
Preasy creeping up the ramp. 45 seconds remaining in the round, and Poria just watching, knowing that he's about to have a couple of fights coming to his crosshair in just a second. Smoke up to allow that cross. DGL handles the first fight. Dupree, important trade. But 2 players still out behind the smokes on the left side, and that hasn't been detected. Dupree handles the elevator push, but there's a second player still inside the smoke, and Aaron is the player that makes it happen here for Pera. Keeps him in the round, but he's gone. And Dupree and Ultex, in all of the chaos, it's Dupree that stands the tallest.
Yeah, you can see kind of the lack of discipline and maybe the craziness that's going to come out on this map. Pera, just a bunch of players running through smokes at elevator. Just constant challenge at disadvantaged fights. I think they're trying to join up with those 2 players on the short side, but they can be a little bit more patient and wait for those players to make the contact happen. And regardless, I mean, Preasy just shuts it all down. Easy kills. Another solid attack. And even with Aaron's double in the midst of all of that, Pera can't turn it back around.
There's a lot of timeouts. Slow pace start to this one for Pera. Even in the rounds where they're finding chaos and moments that could allow them to win the round. Still going the way of Preasy. Dupree 7-1 start. Ultex 9-0, yet to die. Complete turnaround here from Preasy, and this is more of the performance I was expecting out of the Danes today. Anubis just got away from them. But the question of map pull surrounding Pera. It looks like Vertigo's not in the wheelhouse just yet, but a good shot from DGL. That's Dupree dead.
Really nice shot with that AWP. A new presence on the map, and that's that saved AK-47 coming into an op a little bit later where it's a lesser buy from the Pera side, but bolstered by the AWP and the kill it's now provided. Back to the B-bomb site we go. One single defender, and he's got a 5-7. Poor Camion. Okay, maybe not.
5-7 works out for Camion. Somehow that's Ultex's first death of this map so far, and the attack is still continuing for Preasy, but it's going nowhere. Nowhere fast. Refresh tries to step things up. He does get a double, so now they've got space to plant the bomb, and it's down to a retake here for Pera. They have to commit the rest of their resources in to try and cleave Refresh and TMP out of the site, and this is going to be a heavy upheaval. They do not have a kit available on any of these remaining players, and the remaining players are now cut down to just 2. They descend down construction. DGL, is he going to commit? He will. And now this round is starting to come into question of whether or not it's even worth it for Pera. Time is running thin. Shots landed though right at the end, and Aaron jumps onto the defuse. Preasy provide the fights, and Pera send it home.
That's a great peek from DGL. Oh, man. Yeah, he goes... It's because we have a coach, DJL.
Yeah, not anymore.
Not anymore, true. I mean, that's great. It looks like he's fallen back. He just takes that peek along the grating, destroys the player back in quad. Absolutely perfect, but right in the nick of time as well with no kit. That was labored and struggled, but they made it work. Good fight back from Preasy. Losing that extra player to the 5-7, really painful. Right there, Refresh not even really peeking all that much, but well exposed for the op, and yeah, shaking his hot hand off. 5-1. Pera need to build upon it. T-side for Preasy looking obviously much better than their T-side on Anubis.
Quick commitment up the ramp, and Aaron's under a lot of pressure. Poira, look at this. He's inside the smoke. He's letting them run on by, and he's hoping that with the sound cue, he might be able to dish out death with his M4. It's crazy inside of the smoke. But Dupree, the last leg of the attack. Now he's on the other side of the smoke, and when that fades away, Poria should have a free kill onto Dupree. Dupree's knocked out. MSN steps up on Roy. TMB can do nothing about the ramp play. And Preasy fall apart on the ramp.
Good shooting from Poria, and good job managing a hectic, high-pressure situation inside the smoke. Ultek's going to tuck himself in along the wall, avoids the damage of the smoke being blown open. But he's left in an impossible clutch. Bomb is dropped, 1v4. So just a matter of time, really. Ultex is going to hope and pray someone pushes into his position. And that's not what he wanted. All right, Pera.
Yeah, bit of excitement now for Pera.
Yeah, 2 in a row, and that one's so solid it feels like that's the one that really gets you started. Get to build up some money, you dominate and decimate that A push, send a little bit of a message over to Preasy, and now you can get the half begun.
Yeah, need a big recovery. maximum amount of rounds they can have here in the half is 7. That'll be the best case scenario. It is unlikely they will grab all 7. And that's the goal they've got to have. And what a celebration. I like it. Nothing to build on here for Pera. The foundation's laid. Now they've got to get an opening kill, and it's not gone their way. Roy just runs up ramp and walks away with that. Now steps made for MSN. Ooh, and he's about to go missing. Refresh spots him towards elevator, and MSN decides to fall further back. It's a heavy commitment for Refresh. Fortunately, Dupree has no fear and goes through the fire, but he's traded by those flames, and Roy has continued his push to the A-bomb site.
That's a really good heads-up play from Roy as well.
But he didn't spot Poria.
Never spotted Poria, and if the bomb is coming back to A, which it is, he's... Oh, dear.
Dustin Poria looking to wreck them. TMP around the corner. Oh, he's going to line up 2 headshots aplenty. And Roy is now in a 1v2. He's done so much to get space in the A-bomb side, but the one player he didn't detect unraveled the entire round for his team.
And it's such a good play from Roy, it's almost a shame. I mean, he's just utilizing the chaos and all the action in middle, and he's making his own individual decisions, kind of like working together with his teammates on the other side of the map to just say, I know I've got space here. So much attention is going to be on the other side of the map, and that's awkward. MSN gives away his position, shooting at something, seeing ghosts.
He's panicking, and now Roy walks down the ramp.
I mean, it's kind of funny because it's like the round is sort of over because Roy doesn't know that nobody is going to be guarding this bomb, so it's going to burn time to pick it up. But I mean, he could make a mad dash and get into a bomb site.
If he goes back to A, which is the call, he'll run right back into the waiting arms of Pera. And Roy has made a lot of steps. They know exactly where he is. Utility comes down to deny that bomb plant, and Roy will commit to it. Should be spammed down and dead to the hand of Poria. Great work from Poria in this round. He was the standout performer on map 1 on Anubis. A big reason as to why they were able to walk away with a victory there.
Yeah, starting to get a hang of Vertigo as well. 5 kills in the last 2 rounds, putting some good work in, especially on that A ramp where Preasy is putting a lot of pressure very quickly in the early round. And he's able to help shut things down. This one is him salvaging a tough situation, finding 2 kills, including the bomb at the bottom of ladder. Round 9. And Preasy's out of money. So Glocks, unarmored pistols.
Nice shot.
Yeah, that AWP, man. He's having a good day in the office. 10 and 5 for DGL.
Yeah, just clean. Takes his spawn. Gotta land the easy ones. 5v4. Preasy must deal with the deficit. I seen today or yesterday, Harry was doing some tweets. That's just Harry, everyone's favorite neighborhood Harry. Well, he was talking about the ladder issue, where you kind of get stuck on the vertigo ladder, sort of going down halfway.
I've never had that issue. I did see the video, though.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny that it happened to him.
Yeah, there is something to go wrong. Harry generally discovers it. Poria stops Roy from making any steps up the ramp this time, and Camion, it is a shooting gallery towards those B-steps. Dupree taking off the top of them, and it's going to be a peek again from Camion. Oh, tappy. Really nice and clean from Camion. And they stop the pistols from Preasy.
Yeah, easy challenges, unarmored opponents. Deagles don't connect, so he's going to stand and fight as long as it takes. 3 kills. They cut the lead to 1, but our AKs are going to come back out for Preasy. Interesting to see if they're going to keep up with this aggressive opening towards a ramp, sending massive bodies in that direction, or if they're going to try and test middle. They've had some success causing some weird situations in middle once or twice in this half.
Let's see if that's a consistent theme, but this was a perfect start for Preasy. They had everything they wanted, the 5-0 lead, all the early rounds. But Pera are about to tie things up, and Poria is devastating them again and again inside of ramp. TMP and Roy dead, and the bomb is at the front of the attack. Aaron has to swing. Refresh had to win that fight, otherwise the round would have been over. And Refresh is trying to keep Preasy in this. He hasn't died. That Sandbags player has detected it, though. And DGL uses the smoke as some cover. And will he peek out again? Refresh. Oh, patient hold. Expects the push from short, and he stays looking this way. Poirier is the second player in, and Refresh is their reckoning.
Oh, they're just so lucky they've got that kill through the scaffolding. Those peaks are so unnecessary. The 2 kills they've just given over. Oh, what a shot over the top of the sandbags. dupreeh never saw it coming.
Oh my god, this is such a back and forth round. Refresh looked like he had done enough to keep Preasy in the battle, but suddenly a shot from DGL over the top of the sandbag has put Altex in the clutch. And the bomb is dropped at the top of the ramp. It's been there this entire round. And it's not an easy pathway for Altex to take here. Carrion's going to spot him early. And that's information passed on, but they separate themselves into 1v1s and give Altex the chance to win this one. The op of DGL dives down, giving away the fact that he's playing aggressive, but he switched to an AK, and Altex, oh, he's surely seen that now. He's going for the fight, and Altex can't win it, even though the Molotov at the last second gets a kill. That round is sheer chaos.
Oh, this is getting so scrappy. This is just, no one is seeing a fight that they don't like. Nobody's waiting for a teammate on the side of Pera. They just kind of really push into it.
Look at this. This is the start of the round. Poirier, double lineup, bomb drops instantly. Refresh had to do so much heavy lifting just to get Preasy back in a position where they can fight for the round.
And those peaks just really aren't necessary. That one's not necessary either. You have your opera coming over, give him an extra second so you guys can fight it together. And just the last second, that Molotov spreads extra. But Pera had already won, and now Aaron takes down Roy. Diminished by for Preasy, and it's so much chaos again. It is a brawl on this A ramp.
I love it. Tavern brawling on the ramp itself. TMB has taken his sweet time trying to find a better weapon on the ground, but he hasn't sourced it, so it is just a Tech 9 for him for now, and they're going to back away. Preasy leave A, and they go back and set their sights to this bomb site at B.
I think Altex is calling out how much damage they've done to Canyon, and with the amount of attention they've put towards the A bomb site, they probably don't believe that Pera's going to stack this site, which is true, and he goes down for free. Never saw it coming. Nice timing. Oh, Poirier, though, he's going to add one more onto his tally.
And Poirier, he made the rotation over, couldn't double up. Nice shot from Altex and dupreeh. Good recovery from Preasy, and you're right, it's crazy again, down ramp. Some of those early fights, you think that Pera are going to be able to pick up the lead here.
It's not clean, it's not great Counter-Strike, but this is basically just turned into a pug game.
It's fun.
Which gets active.
DGL, he's going for it somehow, he's going for construction. Yeah, that was the op away. Frustrated about that one, but last round of the half is coming right up. We'll see what kind of buy the side of Pera are able to get together.
Yeah, especially when you consider the fact that, you know, going for a 1v3 with that op at that point, probably not necessary, but if you have the money, whatever. If you don't have the money, then that's a pretty big mistake. This time, Preasy get aggressive on ramp, but they stay at a distance, and they exploit the fact that great damage was done at the B-bomb site early in the round.
So got the AWP out, DGL has that, rifles out, plenty of utility. They had enough money to go for a buy in the last round of this half. So let's see what Preasy can do. Can they extend their lead to 7-5? TMB searches for the opening at ramp. DGL, he's been so good in this half, and once again, looking to try and stop the ramp play. Oh, a sick shot. He's very quick on that. Roy is dead. Poirier jumps down into the smoke.
dupreeh died to this earlier. Let's see if he falls prey to it again. He might not even get aggressive. DGL is going to be peering over the edge of that smoke, over the top, seeing if he can find one more target. DGL.
DGL. The Deagle himself. Wielding his trusty AWP, and the jump spot is good. Missed shot. dupreeh gets beyond the fire. Poirier goes down. TMB with an important quick shot landing to the chest. And now under a minute left, Preasy up a player, but that rotation is speedy from Aaron. He comes over the top of heaven, dishes out death to dupreeh. And the commitment to the bomb site for Refresh is through. He'll start punching in those digits. Grenade flies over the top. Refresh gets away until the smoke is cleared, and MSN takes him out. So a 2v3 for Preasy's post plan.
Yes, Nade does damage to Refresh and clears the smoke. Absolutely brilliant. Now they can try and stick this inside the smoke. Over the top, TMB's got one.
Altex doesn't need to do much until the final kill, because TMB has a round right at the end. It is Preasy that will lead the way, but that was a 5-0 lead, and then it closes 7-5. It could have been far better for the Danes.
Yeah, well, that got really chaotic. That got really scrappy. That half that turned into you know, fundamentals were thrown out the window, and that was just get whatever kill you absolutely can. And I think that's probably the kind of game Pera would like to play to be honest with
I
you.
mean, it proved that it was the way they were winning rounds, right? So, absolutely.
All right, everybody can calm down now. Take a breath. Those last 5 rounds were action-packed. They were fast-paced. TGL with that AWP have an impact for a good stretch. Same with Poria. Just couldn't keep it lasting until the very end of the half. Preasy eventually we got wise to their tricks, wise to their style.
Yeah. There's a timeout. A tactical variety for Pera to have their coach Shlobeshkov have his say.
Pistol round. Dualies on Roy. The utility on Aaron and Camion. Camion or Camion?
Camion.
Cool.
That's what I've been saying.
All right.
Both sound very close to one another. It's not a pistol round unless there's dual Berettas these days. And Roy's the man carrying them. Everybody on a Glock for Pera. Plenty of utility in the back pocket of Aaron. Poria clearing close corner. He'll then walk up through the ramp and some space being gathered towards A. It's a passive setup for TMB. He's going to be playing from heaven, gathering info once he sees the utility coming in, and then his teammates can come over. But his positioning suggests a retake call here for Preasy, and a lot of teams willing to do that, especially when they've got a kit available. Executes up.
Good smoke wall.
Through.
Yeah, good smoke wall. It's going to get broken open, but Dupree's not going to have the bullets. No, it's not. Then they went a little bit further for the plant. Molotov deep in. I think that was extinguished by the smoke that was thrown there earlier.
Oh
the retake
God.
is quick.
The retake's dead.
Yeah, the retake is quick and over just as quickly.
That's mental.
That's just, you're trying to catch them off guard, right? You're trying to execute the retake before they think it's possible, catch them falling back and getting into post-plant positionings, and all of a sudden you're jumping through the smoke, but Pera was ready for it. TMB and Refresh can't do anything. In fact, TMB ran out of bullets. He was just spamming them into the smoke that whole round. Refresh will get some fluff kills at the end. That's all they are, though.
But they're stylish.
There's some nice shooting.
Empty calories, though.
Yeah.
6 rounds for Pera. Pistol picked up in the second half, and this is the best case scenario now for Pera. And we talked about a reality in which it could happen. They could 2-0 Preasy here.
They could. They can come right back into this. Not far off, especially when you're going to have an advantage in the second round. Good shooting with the Glock. Easy kills as they come through the smoke.
They're on a 4-series loss streak, Pera. The last time that they picked up a victory was actually qualification for Pro League, which is a huge, monumental moment for their careers.
Absolutely.
But they didn't win anything since then. And they've been accused of doing their best work online. And the questions were whether or not they'd be able to do anything when they came to LAN. A win over Preasy, that's a legitimate result. And this is for survival here at the RMR. Roy swings, M4 in hand. He's the only player with the M4, so he has to double up. And he's got Aaron and DGL. Casts them aside as Poria slips the net and goes through smoke, but they've got to be aware that he could come short here. Surely they've got to be aware of that.
What a disaster for Pera so far in this round. The surprise M4, much like they did to him on Anubis. And I think that's dropped over by Refresh and his triple kill. We called him empty calories. It's not the case. That M4 is worth its weight. It might even get one more, and it will. MSN gets caught.
God.
And Pera is on the verge of losing an absolutely painful round.
Roy even hit damage through the smoke there. He would have got 4K from that. They eventually take him out. Galil's picked up, and yeah, massive work from the 1M4. Roy just goes fighting, and he stomps all over them. That's devastating for Pera, because we spoke about how winning the pistol gives them the perfect start of the second half, and maybe they could tie things up or even take the lead off the back of it, but they've got to stomach a terrible round defeat.
Yeah, this one really hurts, and that's just Roy swinging for a fight again, like right in the first 20 seconds. He's just, I'm here, I'm fighting, I'm gonna see what I get, and he found a double. I don't think they expected a swing from an M4 whatsoever in that round.
MSN fighting through middle. Got a decent amount of space here, but Refresh should eventually detect him. But big shot! Oh, he's detected that.
Just spotted an elbow before that next jiggle.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Roy's confident from the last round, so he's pushing down ramp. There is a risk involved in this, but really should be getting that kill on Aaron. The problem is there's plenty more players where that came from, and Roy handles everybody. The Galil, the Chatterbox going crazy down the bottom of the ramp. TMB will sprinkle damage out. The Preasy A defenders have taken significant damage on board. Roy's on 9 health, TMB on 28. But it looks like their work is done for this round. They're happy to feel the effects of what they've been able to get. And Camion now left alone behind that smoke. So 45 seconds remain in the round, and Camion's just looking for another shot, another kill, if possible, and that is not given to him. So Preasy 9-6 now. Things are looking very good for the Danes.
Roy having a good start with this M4 from the second round. 6 kills in the last 2 that were played. This one getting aggressive down ramp and putting a stop to any shenanigans after losing refresh at middle. So Preasy extending the lead here on map 2, trying to force us on to nuke.
Spirit have suffered their first loss with this roster.
Ooh, MOUZ with a 2-0.
And MOUZ with a 2-0, 13-11 on Mirage.
Nicely done. Congratulations to MOUZ as they move into the Major. Spirit will have to try again tomorrow. We're sending someone home though here on this stream, and it's Ultex with a quad kill. Sprays him down nice and easy, going for the last, and he wants it.
Give me it. Give me all 5, and that's denied. TMB stops that from happening. 10-6. Preasy looking to drag us through to map 3.
Shout out to Poria though. I mean, he's like, nope, you don't get the ace. Run to the other side of the map, bail out.
It's always like the objective in those Glock rounds is if you run into someone who gets a 4K, your main objective is now don't let him ace. Don't let him get the ace.
Don't give it to him.
Second timeout for Pera. Slobeshkov's having his say again. It's a fun name to say. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but it's fun.
Yeah.
That's how I'd imagine it would
Win
be
or lose,
said.
it's all good.
Don't think Para's shown us enough here to be able to dig deep enough on Vertigo.
No, I mean, they too are having issues with A ramp with this kind of aggressive push out of Preasy, especially Roy has put a stop to him a number of times. So they got to figure out a solution real quick to it. They're running out of opportunities to storm back in this. Although I'll say that, but Preasy did come back from 6-12 to try and force overtime on map 1. That second round loss for Pera, not converting the pistol, just is so painful. Utility command out from Refresh in support of his A defenders. The initial contact on ramp. Only one player here for the moment. The rest of Pera going towards middle.
Ultex lining them up. Just 1 kill from Ultex in this round against Rifles, and it's good trading from MSN. He keeps the numbers even, but look at this aggression from Preasy once again, pushing down ramp, getting a quick flank, and TMB is the player to do it. He's going to hear the steps. He can find the bomb here, but Poria is going back to cover it off. He's just spotted TMB and gets out of dodge.
That's a big piece of information. Nade comes in. That's good. Chunk down damage. Poria going to hold and make sure he doesn't push forward. And TMB has a decision to make. Flashbang is out, but Poria easily gets in towards safety. 2 CTs on this flank, and I don't think Poria realizes it. He's going to go down, 1-for-1 trade, and all of a sudden Camion has everything to do and hasn't even planted the bomb.
Yeah, has to pick that bomb up because his teammate who had it was taken out on the bomb site itself. And Camion, he can still win this. He just has information most recently that TMB was spotted towards the bottom of the B stairs, but time has ticked on, and he decides it's an uncomfortable fight to be exposed to stairs itself. And there's always a chance they've regrouped together, and he peeks, and TMB with the instant headshot. 11 rounds for Preasy. Nuke is looking so likely.
Yeah, I think just got that flank really harassed Poria, and he could never join up with his teammates to get a clean plant off, and he really wanted to fight for it. He thought it was only 1 the entire time. In his final peek, he got surprised by a second player. Otherwise, that obviously could have been very different. But Preasy's just gained control of this map and are starting to run away with it. 11-6, 2 rounds away, Preasy, from taking us to nuke.
Nuke line and wait. Excited to go that. Would have been heartbreaking for Preasy to go out in this fashion, losing to Pera 2-0. Dupree fighting in mid, spots out Aaron. Needs to be careful, he needs to get away. Ooh, Dupree. Not comfortable, but does get around that corner and now hides behind the sandbags.
This is never a fun position to be in as that mid player when you feel like you didn't have the time to make a full retreat and now you're just kind of stuck. And if you choose the wrong timing, you just straight up die. Poiria's got a nice timing on TMB, who doesn't realize this lurk has come in. Easy headshot as the swing out comes, but Roy is still alive.
Oh, nice shot from
Not
Poria.
anymore.
Displaying great mechanical skill. He wants to stay committed towards this A bomb site. Clears out 2 defenders. Refresh is about to peek from heaven. Will Poria? Oh
Damn.
my god, what a flick! Up towards Refresh, rips it off the top rope. And Dupree nearly died at the start of the round. Went back to those sandbags and stays there until he gets his kill.
Yeah, but this is such a, I don't know if you can even go for this 2-on-3 with Dupree at such low health. Bomb's going to be planted at the A bomb, so I think Preasy's just going to say, we have a 5-round lead. Let's not risk these weapons. Let's not put our economy in a weird place. TMB's got 11k, so it's not the biggest deal, but Dupree's just no HP to actually go for this.
Yeah, bomb plant put down on default. That time will tick on, and Preasy no steps closer to the bomb site. What a round coming out of Poria.
Yeah, those were some disgusting shots.
Especially that heaven shot on Refresh.
Was incredible.
Really quick reactions. Very solid accuracy.
Are they going to try and just go in late?
Well, it seems like Camion's got that covered.
Yeah, but he's got a smoke, Altex.
Oh my god, are they going to try this? Okay. Alright, Altex, smoke goes down. That should hit the panic button. And he's just maybe trying to pull them away from the safe spot.
Trying to pull him into the bomb blast. And I think they're wise to his tricks. They haven't heard the defuse sound cue, so it's all good.
Cool idea. Doesn't pan out the way he would have intended. And they stay alive here. Pera attempting the comeback. We've seen Preasy pull a comeback on Anubis all the way to the last round of regulation, where they were favored to actually send the game into overtime. Just fumbled in mid, cost them. Maybe Pera can pull a comeback of their own here.
Poria keeps having a couple more rounds like that, and yeah, for sure. The hard thing is there's no easy route for Pera, really. There's so much economy. Yeah, now a big piece of your puzzle is gone as well. It's just the fact that, I mean, Preasy, even if they lose this round, they've got like 2 more rounds of buys behind it.
Aaron dispels the attackers with that flash. It'll send those CTs back into position. Voltex, we seen him yesterday. He looked pretty solid, actually, holding down the B bomb site as the anchor. This time caught.
Good curse.
Changing his position. Yeah, I'm using it pretty wisely. Camion takes Altex out of the round here.
That's a big kill to find. The equalizer, it's now a 4-on-4. A little bit of utility left over for Pera as well if they just want to pull the trigger on an execute here at the bomb site. Molotov towards default boxes. Smokes along the gen. They just need to clear out Dupree.
PGL blind, goes around the corner, forced back to safety. They stay committed to this attack, but it's not cutting through the first layer of defense. Dupree jumping around. Camion could be the little secret player still hiding out towards Tetris. In the meantime, Aaron's pushed through short onto the safe bomb site. Roy spots him out.
I still don't think they realize Camion is here. So the bomb, I think, is going to just come back to the B bomb site. I think Camion's going to have to take a risk in the next 3 seconds. Oh, there it was. He was going to start shifting up. It's Dupree with a nice peek.
Yeah, it's a great timing for the peek for Dupree. Obviously, the headshot even better. Dupree's put together a lovely few rounds here. MSN, 10 seconds on the clock. Spotted, dies before the time, but it's 12-7 for Preasy. Map point secured, and Nuke waiting in the wings.
Nuke waiting in the wings. Feels very likely. And Pera without a bomb plant. I don't know what kind of a buy they're going to be able to come up with here, but they better call out the pocket strategy, the one they can rely on the most. Roy has just been a nuisance at A ramp throughout this entire half. He's been shutting players down time and time again. Pera's had a really hard time just gaining control of that from the T side. It was such a brawl in the first half. It's similar in the second half, except it's almost like Preasy is emphatically winning that initial engagement. And Pera doesn't even really want to go there. Ooh. He was angry.
Yeah, held it in though. There was no death smash, no monitor slam. Yeah, kept it in. Galils and AKs for Pera. Not the prettiest purchase, but it's one they want to battle with in round 20. This could be the last round of Vertigo. could have ended a couple of rounds ago if it wasn't for Poria stepping up. Hoping that they can get him into the round, but once again, suffering. The man deficit right away, and Roy destroys them on the ramp again. Poria, as he often does, finds some steps into the round for Pera, but this is their last attempt as they attack up A.
Yeah, he has a bit of a rebuttal, but there's so much more work that has to come through in this round. Bomb is isolated on its own, swings out into the open, traded off by dupreeh, but Poria's going to backstab him. I don't think dupreeh... Oh, no, he's not.
No, he's changed away from short.
Going to pull all the way back.
Could work. He could actually have a fight against dupreeh, but he's smart enough, dupreeh, to drop back and play from headshot. He knows his teammates coming over towards elevator, so dupreeh has the help. The bomb is collected here for Poria.
I think Poria needs to just burn off like 15 seconds or so. 15, 20 seconds to make Preasy put the thought in their head that he could have gone back to the B bomb site. They get aggressive, and they end it anyways. Good shot from Apeks, and that's going to be a map victory for Preasy. They tie the series up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it's not over yet. dupreeh will fight on, and so will the side of Preasy. Nuke is our third and final map. And for Pera, I think it does come down to what we were talking about before this. It's as a team with this lack of experience on LAN, with this team that just don't have a deep map pool, and we've seen that coming into Vertigo.
Yeah, well, I mean, both maps, I mean, each opponent's map pick has looked shaky for their opposition, right? Anubis didn't exactly look like Preasy was super well versed on it. So yeah, we'll have those issues. Nuke should be a decent enough middle ground for both teams, leaving it in towards the end. This match, I mean, Roy did such a good job, but this match was decided in both halves on the A ramp. That was such a point of contention, as it is frequently with Vertigo, but this just felt like there were so many huge clashes with really quickly that decided rounds right out of the gate.
I said at the start of the day, if it goes to 3, got to heavily favor Preasy on Nuke. So by equalizing the scoreline at 1-1 on maps, map 3 feels very good for the Danes.
I don't know, to a certain extent, I mean, like, yeah, maybe in a team concept, but like in this series so far, I feel like Poria's been individually the most impressive. I feel like DGL has been equally impressive. I would almost say like the two heavy hitters in terms of individual prowess have been Poria and DGL. So I mean, that's kind of a crapshoot when you go in towards Nuke. Yeah, you might have a better game plan, but someone from like Poria has shown that he can throw it all into chaos regardless.
Yeah, dupreeh had a good game here. Very intelligent play from dupreeh. Roy had some massive rounds as well, especially on the CT side. Just around ramp on both halves, really. The T side was good when he was just charging out ramp, getting those entries. So Roy will be important over on Nuke. We'll get there in just a moment, just reliving some of the experiences we had here on Vertigo and some of the frustration and emotions that we've seen go through. The headsets come off and map 3 gets loaded up. We'll take a look at the scores here. Apeks will top the charts with ADR, but dupreeh will top the charts with kills. And yeah, like you said, Poria and DGL, no one else really stepping up alongside them.
Yeah, I mean the op on the CT side for DGL, and then Poria on that T side was doing really good work. He had a couple stellar rounds, and even on the CT side, A ramp he was going beast mode a few times as well. But yeah, those two way too much of a win condition for Pera on this map to overcome Preasy's approach. And we'll see what Nuke is like, because remember, when we saw on Anubis in the Pera victory, Aaron was up there fragging towards the top. You know, they had other players that are able to contribute in various ways that they didn't have here on Vertigo, and Nuke can be equally chaotic as Vertigo.
Yeah, well, it can be. Preasy had a 5-0 start to kick off this game, or rather map on Vertigo, and Pera were able to pull it all the way back in that first half.
Remember, neither of these two maps were clean. They weren't even close to clean. There's mistakes from both teams, and I mean like big mistakes from both teams. So like that can throw a lot of wrinkles into the mix there. Even if Preasy, like, you know, one mistake from Preasy could change the trajectory of a map, especially the third and deciding map of elimination at the RMR. So this is like, yeah, where all that pressure kind of culminates and focuses on one single map. Not fun for anyone, really.
Well, I think it's going to be very fun for us, and that's why I want to go there as quickly as possible. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, the last map of the day here. Is it going to be dupreeh going home, or will Pera fall here on the path?
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
It is time for another fantasy draft, and I've got Refresh from Preasy with me. How are you doing, my man?
I'm doing well. It's going to be fun what we're going to do today.
Oh yes, you get to spin the wheel,
Yeah.
try and build your ultimate team that could go on to be a world-beating, major-winning team. So let's spin it. You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
First one, and who do you get to pick from? Where will your starting piece of the team be? That's not a bad one.
ENCE, okay. I think for this one, actually I would go for a name most people wouldn't. I would go for Kyler.
Ooh,
and
okay.
I would have him as a aggressive lurker because I think he's been doing well, and also as an anchor. So that's my first pick.
I love this because you didn't just go for the obvious glaive.
Yeah,
I thought most people
yeah.
would go
I'm hoping to get one of the top teams, and then yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's spin it again and see what the second player is going to be, and that is
NIP. For this one, personally, I really like Res. I think he's he's a really good rifle player, and I would have him in map control roles on T side, and on CT just the regular star positions like connector mirage or short. Just try to get some damage in. So that's my second pick.
Okay, Rez in there next. I like that. We're saving Rez from the NIP madness that he's having to go through right now. And then we're going to see where you go next and who you'll be able to take from. And ooh.
All right, for this one, I have to go for Keserato. I need a superstar in my team.
I love this. You go for K-Svar, even though you could have had like an Art or Fallen IGL. You had two IGL options and you're still going. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I have to gamble hard. I just think Keserato is such a good player. And, and I think I need like one rifle player who is like who can be a superstar. I mean, Res used to be, but I think Keserato's form in the recent 1 year, 2 years has been amazing. So I have to go for him.
I like that, and also the fact that you're going to take Keserato out of Brazil. He wouldn't go himself, but when you're the manager, it's happening. So number 3 has been chosen. Let's see who this fourth player is going to be. We still need an AWPer. We still need an IGL.
Yeah.
And you are going to get
this one. I'm kind of split because I really want both Huxi and Monte. Like they're both like great picks, I think. But I mean, of the teams we have listed, I think I have to go for Monte. I think he's the best AWPer of. I think his form right now in CS2 is amazing, so I have to go for him. Yeah.
The baby goat will be your AWPer when it comes to this, and I agree with you. In CS2, he looks like he is unstoppable right now. Let's see. Who could drive GLB? You've got to really hope for something great here now. You have to take this player.
I hope Vitality.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, this one is hard because I don't think Kendra. I mean, am I? No, I cannot swap. Of course not. I mean, then I have to go for Cadian, and then I want them to switch a little bit because I don't think Monte is better on the rifle, and then we'll just have a kind of mixed up style where they switch up the orbit depending on the map. I think it's gonna be inconsistent, but it could work for just one tournament. But yeah, I think that's gonna be my one-time major winning team. I don't think they're gonna win two. I'm sorry, but
that's it. Just one and done.
Yeah.
Refresh. Thank you very much. That is your fantasy team here for the PGL RMR.
Set up teams. Let's start digging. Let's start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your dish.
It has revived. It flourishes.
Who's he? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Where did he come from?
Solid, bitch. Made in hell.
CS Fantasy Draft time, and I've got Pera's MSM with me. How are you?
I'm good, thank you for asking.
Thank you very much for being here to play our roulette spinning fantasy draft team. We're going to spin the wheel and find out which team you're going to get first. You ready?
I'm ready, more than ever.
More than ever, I like that, that's positive. So let's see which team you get first, and it is going to be, ooh, not a bad one to start with, Astralis. Who do you want and why?
I will add Device.
Device,
yeah, for sure.
Because?
Because he's one of the best oppers, even though their era is over, I think.
Yeah.
But he's still a pretty consistent and good opper, so I respect him. I will add him.
And he came back, right, from a break and still was very good. Like, made it into the top, was it top 10, I think he ended in for the year? Very, very positive player. Let's see what the next team you will get is going to be. And we're going to land on Monte.
I think I will add Krasnal.
Krasnal?
Yes.
Why Krasnal?
Because he's a young prodigy, very talented player with good mechanics.
Okay.
So I will go for him.
Give him Krasnal a lot of respect. He'll be very happy with that. Third player coming up in it. And which team will they be from? It's...
Once again, no.
Almost. You got MOUZ.
I'm thinking about Toji, but we already have an opper.
Yeah.
So let's go for Siwi.
Ah, yes, the in-game leader. That makes sense. So now you've got your leader, your Orpa, and Krasnal. How are you going to use Krasnal?
Maybe as a flank or his...
Okay.
Yeah, for sure as a flank on the side of the map.
Let's get our next one in. Ooh. Not bad, Falcons.
We have Krasnal, we have Siwi, we have Opera already, Device. So let's go for the experience, Magisk.
Yes, okay, I like that choice, that's good. Magisk, obviously 4 majors under his belt, right? A lot of high level achievements for this man. Why do you think that Magisk will be a good fit for your team?
I think we need a guy into the team that has a lot of confidence and experience. So even if we are down, he can get our back.
I like the way you
back
think,
to the
Emerson.
game.
This is good, this is good. All right, let's see the final piece of the puzzle. Who will field out your team? Oh, yes! Phase.
I will go for Robs.
Robs.
I really like his playstyle. So we have Krasnal and Robs. They will be the 2 anchor players.
Yep.
And Magisk, Device, and Shiwi will play together, taking the space on the map.
Okay.
So I like this team actually.
It does sound really good. If we put this team into the RMR, your RMR, right, the Group B, no practice, just these 5 players, do you think they would qualify?
Without practice, just as 5 players?
Just throw them in and
I think they would still have a lot of chance, yeah.
Okay.
I can't say they would qualify for sure.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of chance, definitely.
Especially with all that experience and how they've been put together. I like it. Good job, MSM. And that is your fantasy team. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Boom.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PGL EU RMR Group B. This is the final map of a survival game. One map decides whether or not Preasy or Pera will be moving forward and staying alive for another day here at the RMR.
Yeah, other one obviously being eliminated and sent home. So Heartbreak City, obviously. Pera would love to prove what they've been able to do leading up to this, what they've been able to do with qualifying for things online. Preasy, for a lot of reasons, these players have played at majors in the past, and obviously the big one being Dupree, trying to keep his major streak alive, trying to push it, in fact, all the way to 20. Longest running major run of any active player. Most majors, one of any active player. Dupree on the hot seat here, and they're coming right at ramp. Ultex and Refresh shut it down emphatically. Not a single kill for Pera.
Just a hot start, and they are put cold down into the ground. Pera absolutely get destroyed, rushing through ramp. No bomb plant, obviously, so no good force buy coming up here in the second round. Preasy, you know, we look throughout this series, they started to come back over on Anubis. It looked like we could have seen overtime, maybe a possibility to have a 2-0, especially with how good they looked at periods of Vertigo. But now we head into Nuke, and personally, I feel like Preasy should be heavily favored to close at a best of 3, because you look at the experience you've mentioned, the team across the board is just better on average, right? But you spoke about Vertigo having a couple of players that looked better than that of Preasy, and that was Poira, and in particular DGL.
Well, just across the two maps, right? Poria and DGL have been there on both maps, having good impact, having volumes of frags. They've looked really strong. Poria as well looks like he has really, really solid mechanics, and the op of DGL has been the strongest op in the server across the series, but we'll see if they can put that to good use here on Nuke. Dupree just going to shut the door. Altex and TMB handle business outside, and this round of unarmored pistols is going to slip away.
Yeah, they're not going to get anything done. No bomb plant again here for Pera. That would have been their main goal. But it's nice and clean. Preasy get through the first 2 rounds quite simply.
Ooh, the burst fire, rarely seen.
Rarely seen for good reason.
Rarely effective.
And not effective this time around. So Preasy have the first 2 rounds of play. Pera will buy up now, getting AK-47s out across the board. We'll not see that all up anytime soon. So decent amount of utility here too.
Well, let's see their approach as well. This is going to be fun in this first gun round. Are they going to be a team that likes to go outside a little bit? Are they going to try and probe things, set up a wall, try and throw a little bit of confusion, slip over to secret? Are they going to just kind of wait lobby, look for pushes, and then execute an upper bust when the time comes? Not enough flashbangs, it feels, to go for any kind of an upper bust. Just Molotovs and smokes. 0 flashes on the board for Pera in this round. And here we go. Outside smokes coming in hot. Counter utility is there for Preasy. Molotov is up to slow things down, and time's ticking on that smoke wall. But with another smoke blown open, they're being held at bay for quite some time, and now the spam is being effective as well.
Aaron trying to get across red. Takes some damage. He's down to 46 health off the back of that. And he's looking for that fallback. TMB crosses into the open, and because of the low health, he's put up on the cross.
And look through the map, the X-ray, you can see 2 players from Preasy are already downstairs in secret, and because they stalled them out so long going outside, Pera might change their mind. They might decide to go elsewhere.
They can cross into main. That's the main idea right now for Pera. Try and get close towards main into that A-bomb site, but they've been detected, and Roy slices open 2 outside, and the bomb is down just like that, but Aaron's still fighting, not ready for refresh to come up through the secret stairway, and that has drawn it right back into a 2v2 fight, and Altex is not clean on that first engagement. It looked like a sure thing he was going to get that kill through the squeaky door, but instead it's on refresh alone. Here's a couple of steps. He knows they're close by. Where could refresh have gone, they're asking? He was last detected towards secret, so he could have gone back down, or he could have repositioned towards garage, and now they find out the hard way where refresh is playing from. So MSN collects the bomb, and refresh now confirms his position with that shoulder peek, and refresh saves the round for Preasy.
That's a huge round from refresh. Way to play it patiently as well. Smart, letting them know, letting them run around outside until they didn't believe. They would have thought he would have peeked earlier with all the noise they were making, and that round turned into a beautiful collapse outside. Roy slides behind credit, gets a double kill. Dupree rushes up secret with the SMG, can't get anything done, but he sets refresh up for the clutch. Big round with the AUG, and it's a 3-0 start.
I mean, the reasons I came into today saying that I thought Preasy were going to win quite comfortably against Pera is because Pera only manages 9 rounds across the entire RMR before this series today. They didn't win a map, obviously, with only winning 9 rounds, and it didn't really look like they could compete at the level of the teams here at the RMRs. And just looking across the table, Preasy have the names you're familiar with. We know what they're capable of pulling off. I mean, it's not a world-beating team, but it's sufficient to beat Pera. But Pera put up a fight on map 1 and showed us some skill throughout this series. Preasy have the start they've been looking for. Remember, they went 5-0 up on Vertigo, and it was tied up very quickly after that. So don't count them out just yet, Pera.
Pera was showing a little bit of inexperience as well back on Anubis when the comeback was underway, when Preasy was rattling off 5 straight to get to 12-11. You can see Pera very flustered during that sequence. This round will be the upper bust. They've been lined up since the get-go. Tech 9s. DGL gives his life to throw the smoke, and that might make them reconsider, but I don't think they have any more options. And there goes Kemion. So the upper bust isn't really a bust of any kind.
Yeah, I mean, it was being set up to look quite pretty. But when you lose 2 members before you've even
drone
busted.
utility.
It's a little premature on the bust.
Yeah, they're looking between this and the pistol round. There's been some slaughters.
Yeah, that's okay. Preasy looking honed in. Ready to go on this final map of the day. 4-0 up. No bomb plan, of course, or even close to that for Pera. So they have enough money. It was a half buy on a couple players. It looks like they had enough residual. We'll get to find out what kind of purchase they decide to go with in the next round.
Would have loved to plant, obviously. I think more importantly, would have loved to get just a couple kills.
Yeah, didn't get that.
It's about, you know, you at least had 4 in the previous round, so money's not going to be skyrocketing. But anything you can do on Nuke, which can feel so restrictive when the utility finally comes out for the CT side, anything you can do to keep those resources out of their hands. First time out is taken by Pera in a 0-4 hole on the elimination map of this series.
A lot of people questioning who is the in-game leader of this Preasy side, because you look down the line, you mentioned earlier, obviously, the fact that Refresh was an in-game leader for a period of time, and Sprout didn't go so well. He did a lot of twit longers about maybe some of the reasons why he wasn't a great in-game leader. It's TMB these days.
Yeah, I was going to say TMB.
TMB is the in-game leader for the side, and their coaching staff is Vorborg, formerly of VG.
And Copenhagen Wolves. Let's put them there. Copenhagen Wolves. Flames.
The Flames.
Sorry.
Wolves is a massive throwback.
Yeah,
Dupree was a part of that,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it is a huge throwback. My brain just went back in time. Yeah, Copenhagen Flames, which had always some heartbreaking runs at the Major, but obviously it's spawned a lot of really impactful Danish players that have gone on to continue their careers elsewhere. TMB with an opening kill as Camion drops off the roof. An instant rebuttal from Aaron. Roy's a big piece, and now they've crossed the secret, but they've made no secret about it. Footsteps the whole way, so Altex is already downstairs.
Yeah, Flames at the feet of Aaron and Emporia will now fade away. Altex will deploy his smoke to try and keep them behind it. Will they respect it? The answer for now is yes. It would be a death sentence to try and charge through it.
That's not a very deep smoke, though. I think Altex is a little uncomfortable with the fact
leaked out, hasn't it?
They can actually cross. He's actually kind of
worked against him.
Smoked himself off, so he's like, oh shit, what do I do now?
Well, they don't know about that, Pera, so they haven't crossed with it. If they knew how deep that smoke had trickled, they might walk with it to the double doors, but instead they come back up through secret, and TMB tries to dispel them. Good flash over the top. Wasn't so clean on the first bullet, but composed himself, stayed ready, and was able to take a couple of kills. Dupree supports him, but Jules against the op. Emporia will eradicate him. So 3v2 off the back of it, and MSN has slipped through Squeaky.
This might be the winning play. They need him to do something, but nobody's home and upper. Emporia makes his move a little bit early, so MSN can't get anything done. 1v3 for him, and he's got to pick up the bomb outside. Spotted out by TMB.
Yep.
Superficial damage, so no big deal.
Oh.
And now you've smoked yourself off.
And now you've played yourself. MSN jumping out, and to his death. It will be 5-0 here for Preasy. Nice and easy.
Yeah, it really there hasn't really been any challenge quite yet.
No.
Nothing to make Preasy feel stressed from the pistol run on. It's been domination on this CT side of Nuke.
Same start that they had on Vertigo. They can't let it slip in the half though. And it looks like it's different. It has a bit more of an attitude about it here for Preasy. A lot more in control.
It has a different good attitude for Preasy, and it has the same kind of uneasy attitude for Pera.
Yeah, Tech-9s. We've seen them on a Tech-9 round before. They tried that upper bust that didn't really ever get going.
Yeah, they're going outside now.
Yeah, they're like, we've had enough.
Yeah,
trying to go
we don't need to
inside.
We don't need to do that strategy again. Smoke wall is up, and remember, I mean, Preasy did such a good job of delaying it previously. We're gonna go quietly though. Shot through the smoke doesn't land. That one was close.
That was the bomb as well. If he hits that, they would have been just panic button immediately.
But I mean, there's no noise in lobby. There's no noise over towards ramp room. There's nothing. So I think, you know, Preasy's gonna very comfortably just say, all right, let's get someone downstairs just in case.
Let's see if Roy's smoke is better this time.
I think he's gonna drop a smoke if he feels they turn in his direction when he spots one out. He's not gonna throw it deep, and in fact, he's not even gonna throw it at all until he gets
he needs to
in.
be careful. They're out through the double doors already, and Roy, he doesn't handle it. He's down. That Tech-9 cuts right through the only B defender, and now Refresh coming in to try and clean it up. Good control in the spray. Seen a glimpse of the second player and stayed committed to it, and the op of TMB rung out for one. Aaron and Pora, they break through to the B bomb site, but the plant is not through, and they do not feel comfortable sticking around here, so they get out through Decon. They might try and consider trying to get that bomb back soon, but it's going to be very tough.
I think we see in this round some of the struggles that you know, the more experienced players of Preasy have had handling Pera throughout this series on the two maps that have been played. Is Roy didn't expect it to be that fast.
Yeah.
He dropped that smoke, and he expected them to take a little bit longer to execute out double doors as most of the top teams would, and Pera just pressed the issue.
Well, the CTs of Preasy are currently letting them take the bomb and plant it. So they're playing retake in this scenario, and there's an AK picked up. This could go against him. Dupree is fighting, now spotted out that Aaron does have that AK-47. Remember, the secret weapon is through that squeaky door, and Apeks comes through decon, decontaminates Aaron and Poria. It is the recovery for Preasy. The Tech9s do well to get into the lower bomb site. They get a bomb plant and extra cash, but Preasy stay flawless.
Yeah, but you're right. They do let him have the plant, which has a danger of its own, but more than anything, they're playing containment, right? So, like, even when the bomb goes down, they know exactly where the two players can be. There's no safety for them to get back to Silo. They know they're going to be stuck in that lower bomb site. Nobody can escape to control side. They're just making sure they will always preserve an advantage into the retake. A little bit of a risk in it, but they avoid that eventuality this time. And Preasy off to a big lead.
Yeah, they are off to a big lead. This isn't the only elimination game we had today. We had Nexus versus Guild Eagles. Guild Eagles survived. That 0-2 game. Nexus go home. At least they don't have far to go. That's the hometown heroes in Romania. MSN down to 64 health. Early skirmish. Goes against Pera in terms of health. And smoke blown open towards ramp. Tried to allow a peek into his refresh, but he dodged all of the sightings, and he does it again, but they come right through. Refresh does damage, throws down the fire to try and keep him at bay, but once Pera sense a gap, they usually sprint right through it. That's what they do, they commit into his hell. And TMP needs to be careful here.
I don't think he realizes one's already crossed over.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Oh, this is dangerous. That they're going to push forward right after that Molotov fades.
Fire's going to fade away. Poira's going to smoke him off. Actually doesn't even need to fight TMB, and now he can panic. Now he can start to call to his teammates, be careful of heaven. And Apeks has to adjust his crosshair to watch that. Dupree is with him, and the Danes are dancing with the heaven players. And it's only Dupree getting the kill so far. Apeks yet to be spotted. Good denial of that bomb plant. But DGL, he's dropped down and he's missed his shot on the op. Needs a close quarters combat to go his way. And it's only one kill from the Opper. Camion put into the clutch. He'll descend down to that bomb site. Reclaim the bomb, but no plants, surely. TMP will lock it in. Headshot from above. Tech9 locks it through.
Well, if you were tuning into the MOUZ Spirit game previously and didn't get to see Vertigo, this is essentially what this series has been like. It's just constant fights, constant pressing forward, not really trying to move around the map. This is just trying to brute force every step of the way. It is just very much a brawl, regardless of where on the map they're attacking. No finesse, all power.
Yep.
Trying to hype the boys up, coming out of the second timeout used from Pera. Down 7-0 here on Nuke.
I know that Bubsky was a big fan of DGL's gang signs he was throwing around throughout that first map.
Oh yeah?
Anytime he was making a play, you know, he's flicking the fingers around, throwing up those gang signs, and well, he's gonna need more of that. More reasons to celebrate throughout this final map.
Well, they haven't gotten one yet. Still working on the first. Timeout comes to a close. Pera's back with AK-47s, plenty of utility. We get round 8 underway. It's been grouped up for Pera everywhere they've gone. 4 or 5 players at a time. This one starts with a pick.
Camion slipped through main though. Good position to be in. Roy comes to clean on up, and it's a double because he got that kill through the smoke on DGL. Pera have allowed the drop down to B from Poria. He's managed to get down vent, but he's alone, and Refresh has got the kill surely on MSN. Oh, he's got the timing. MSN did consider the flank for a moment, but couldn't stay committed to that angle for long. And although Poria has got down B, there's nothing he can do with the position. And we talked about the lack of AWPing ability for Preasy and how DGL has been definitely the better AWPer today on the server. What a start from TMB, man. 13-1.
Yeah,
on Nuke.
He's done a really good job to start this out. Had some very impactful kills. More than anything, though, I think this is a T side that doesn't look like it has any clear-cut game plan. It's kind of like let's attack here with numbers and see what we find and go from there. And they're getting entirely shut down. They've been shut down towards ramp room a couple of times. They've been shut down outside. They've been shut down in secret.
Yeah.
And certainly the upper busts have not panned out in any kind of a way.
No, not at all. TMB had 13 kills on map 1, 13 kills on map 2. Now he's got 13 in round 8. So definitely great to see this performance elevating for TMB and Refresh finding some confidence.
Preasy's loving this. The other games have been so much more high stress and so much more high pressure provided by Pera. They're just like, okay, thank you. We'll take this for a third map. We were a little nervous coming into this one with elimination at our backside, but we're feeling much better now.
100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 1
Still can't let your guard slip. Pera need to scrape together whatever they can. 4 rounds remaining.
Refresh at ramp has TMB coming over to rotate. Oh, TMB needs to get out of that. He can no longer support Refresh, who has descended down to B.
Little miscommunication though. Refresh could have stuck around if TMB was coming over. He could have provided a little distraction to allow, I mean, maybe they hunt them down and you open up an opportunity for TMB. Maybe you just provide him with some support and let your opper do some work. Lurk smoke out squeak. They're trying to make the upper defense nervous, disallow any rotations, and back to ramp room we go.
TMB's just having a little look below him. He's worried about a commitment through hell. When you have that AWP, you don't have the luxury of being too comfortable at close angles, but TMB it missing on Nuke. Quick shot down below him. Altex gets a free frag on Aaron pushing in that smoke.
And there's 2 players down here.
Yeah, and Refresh was the first to rotate. Dupree's now there with him. He'll be at the back of the bomb site and Refresh through the darkness, ready to strike with the AK, but they slip past his crosshair and Dupree's not picking up the information. Dupree's not picking up anything, not picking up the slack. And Roy at Decon opens the door and lines up to DGL in the clutch. 1v3 ahead of him with 15 seconds left. He has the bomb at his back. There's not enough time to get to the site now. This round's done. It's 9 in a row for Preasy.
That was the best chance they had. That was the best chance they had. They're not even going to get the plant down. Roy comes out. Fair play. Can kill him after the time if you want. He's taking some guns away. TMB does it regardless, and it's gone from bad to worse for Preasy. I'll say, though, there's 2 little miscues. I mean, I'm assuming it's from Refresh. Dropping ramp when your opper's coming over to fight a little bit. He could have stuck around and helped out and allowed maybe 1 pick before leaving. And then downstairs, him and Dupree have a miscommunication of who's watching what and what's exposed and what's not exposed. I won't lay it all at Refresh's feet. Communication's a 2-way street, but he was involved in both of them.
Yeah, it's just a problem with being here on Nuke. It's not a comfortable map for Pera. You look at the results on it. They've played it 13 times. They've won 3, lost 10. And that's all in the past 3 months. Aaron sprinting out with a MAC-10. A upper bust this time. They've actually got through the door, but it's short-lived. There's 2 kills to Dupree and Roy coming in, but look at that from MSN. He actually slipped out to the right side, and they weren't exactly ready for it. Refresh, very confident. And it just peeks over the top, but Orya slips the net, gets down to the bottom B bomb site, and he's getting away with a plant here.
This is very bold from TMB. Dropping the smoke. Oh, God. What a shot with the MAC-10.
Oh my God, it's a 1v1 now. And Refresh is low. He's 49 health off the back of this. And Emporia, he was hoping just a bomb plant, but he's got more than that suddenly presented to him. Refresh just sits back at ramp, patience, but eventually he's the one that has to make the move. Poria can just sit here, wait for Refresh to come towards him, and as soon as he does, that MAC-10 can be rapid to kill, especially with half of your health left. Refresh just about gets the headshot, and the flawless streak is protected. 10 in a row for Preasy. That one wasn't easy.
No, not at all. They had to work for it. That time the upper rush almost pulls it off. It was the late frags that really opened up the bomb site, but Refresh on that rotation from ramp room finds the player in the upper bomb site, eliminates him quickly. And this is Pera now just searching for anything that works. Everything has been fast-paced. Everything has been aggressive. It's felt like just a half of rushes.
It's been fun. I feel like this is the theme song, you know, this upbeat tempo we're seeing this game just pan out with. Pera have tried some faster calls to the upper bomb site, towards outside. They've tried some main dives off silo. Not too many of them have worked. DGL, he's lost most of his health here at 22. Aaron now coming out through red. It's Roy that's picked up that first kill.
Roy's just had so much impact. Like in rounds where they actually get into a little bit of a sketchy scenario, it seems like he's always the one rotating in to save the day. Disappears into the smoke. Aaron's going to find him from the backside, but that leaves him open to TMB. DGL's going to come outside with his own op, but all of his teammates are going down, and Pera once again just on the back foot.
Yeah, TMB holds outside red. DGL will fall at the hands of TMB. Sniper 17-2 now. Great work from the in-game leader.
And all that kind of some of the individual crossing, guys like DGL, guys like Poria, even Camion, who was great on the first map of Anubis. It's like it doesn't even feel like they have like the tactic or the foundation laid on Nuke for that skill to even have a chance to show itself. It's almost a shame with the first 2 maps that we've had that this is kind of what we're getting here on Nuke. Unless you're a Preasy fan.
Unless you're a Dupreasy fan, because of course it would have been heartbreaking to see him go out here at the RMRs like this at the hands of Pera. No disrespect to Pera, but legacy going up against them today is significant. They are ranked number 46th in the world on HLTV. Nice shot from TMB, another one. Camion hops up on main. Ooh, stays composed, but not connecting the shot on Poria. He's down on main. It's a tough position to fight here for Roy. Very committed in the open.
I think a little bit overconfident as well.
Yeah, definitely so. Feeling like you can win any fight.
Get into it, Dupree. Come through that smoke. See what you can find. Outside, there's one player at red box. It's the upper bomb site they've broken into, so Dupree looks the wrong way. Oh, that's a spin and a half, and it's all on refresh. Hit the Mac 10's too quick, and right at the end, Pera grab one.
Yeah, they grab one. They survive the possibility of a 13-0.
And I appreciate that. It sucks to get eliminated from the RMR. It would suck even worse to get eliminated 13-0.
Yeah, it would. It would be one way to go out of the competition. For Pera, we will see them a little bit more at LAN. I mean, they do a lot of their work online. They've obviously bumped up their rankings because of some of their online performances. But coming to LAN, it was a question of whether or not they would be able to perform that same level. The answer was no, up until this series where they finally got their map win. But we'll get to see them with Pro League later down the year.
I mean, look, this style of play lends itself to online Counter-Strike. You know, the way that they're actually playing the game, grouped up, fast-paced, trade game. You know, a little bit chaotic.
Get in your face.
That usually does lend itself to more success online. But the only way you can really refine that and to turn it into something a little bit more polished is by going to LANs. And we've seen countless teams over the years come into LAN with just online experience, playing a similar kind of style, skill-based, individual-based, craziness. And eventually you start figuring out you have to add different layers into things. After you get beat down on LAN a couple of times.
Yeah, after you kind of get humbled.
It takes getting smacked in the face.
I mean, Furia did that too, like a next level when they first burst onto the scene, right, at ECS. All those years ago, I think it was 2018, and they really showed up, and it was cool to see. And then they had to sort of develop their game plan a little bit more.
Their style was really a pain in the butt during the online era.
Exactly, and they did very, very well over them. Probably the worst example of like a team that had to adapt, because Art still is very much in that mindset. That's a little different.
Yeah, they're trying to make it work. They've thrown a few different things in.
The Americas RMR action will begin March 1st. You guys can catch the Americas trying to qualify for the major. Clocks head outside. Smoke deployed. There's a big gap, but they'll use this one for secret.
Peace.
Peace indeed, Roy with a drive-by.
And there's a 4-man lobby push from Ramp Room, so they're going to be out of position to actually come attend to this. And actually, with secret control, Preasy can just come up vents because TMB's cleared it out. So he's like,
guys, A's clear.
Yeah, no need to go downstairs. Come on up.
Don't get stuck at the B-bomb site. Break that vent open, get that bomb down. And now a 5v4 post plant.
And they have to go for this.
It's 12-1.
There's no kit. There's no kit at all.
So you got to sprint. You got to be very fast about this, and that's going to lend themselves to mistakes. Ooh, or fights that are awkward. And Dupree, well, he doesn't die, so at least he keeps Aaron pinned down. And on the second attempt, it's much cleaner for Dupree. DGL climbing up heaven. They haven't got any sort of foothold in the bomb site. They don't have time to wait for
Dupree either. They've got two people looking for Dupree's exit, and that's a waste of time.
And Poryat coming through ramp. They know exactly where he is now, so you just have to dive down from heaven into the bomb site, and the time is ticking on, and the players of Pera fall to the ground. 12-1, Preasy one round away from closing out this game and knocking Pera out of the RMRs.
Yeah, it was really all on that pistol to see if there was going to be any breath left in Pera, but the idea that you're going to win 11 rounds in a row is just too much for anyone to buy stock in. So will be the end of the road. Saw some cool things from Poria, saw some cool things from DGL. Obviously, I think map pool and play style can be improved upon, and they'll have to figure things out and review things and see where they can change and add and subtract to figure out how they want to play some of the lands they'll be at moving forward into the future.
Mike 7, always fun getting a shot close quarters combat. Why not one extra round for the road? But looks to have been pulled back by Dupree. Good grenades at heaven, stops any kind of peek that DGL might have wanted to throw in there.
Yeah, now you're shut out from the upper bomb site. The only thing you're relying on is this flank coming in from outside all the way back through T lobby, and that's going to take time to come to fruition. And once again, there's no kits on the board.
Smoke fades at heaven, steps being made, reconfirms the location of a couple of Pera players. And that's Aaron falling down outside of the squeaky door, and Pera are about to perish here in the RMRs. 13-1 at the hands of Preasy on Nuke. The third and final map of this series was just so one-sided. Pera came to play at the RMRs, but that's them knocked out. And for Preasy, they survive here in Bucharest, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of Preasy if they can get better, because that final map at least was a sign of potential.
Yeah, but there's still some, obviously, congratulations for surviving this battle, and you can see how painful it is to lose, even, you know, how low the odds were that you'd move on. But Pera eliminated from the RMR. They'll be heading home, and again, it's going to be a timer review. For Preasy, there's plenty of things they're going to have to clean up and fix. They still are going to have a hard route back in this, and I mean, depending on the draw, they could be in some trouble as soon as tomorrow. Yeah. So they don't have a whole lot of time to fix things, but today wasn't the most convincing game that Preasy has what it takes.
No, dropping a map to Pera and having a couple of close maps throughout this series is definitely unfortunate for Preasy. Doesn't look fantastic for their chances moving forward, but at least they will stay alive for another day. They'll have that opportunity.
The hopes of Dupree, 20th Major, still alive.
That is the main storyline around this Preasy side, isn't it? That is the main sort of investment we have in the squad at the moment. It was great to see TMB have a great map. We haven't seen too many of those throughout the competition. And it was a great insight to what he can do when he's having a whale of a time on the AWP.
Yeah, and again, I think that this map looked way too easy, and I think that's just due to the playstyle, which is also why you saw like individuals just having a lot of fun on the side of Preasy. Was just everything's pretty telegraphed, everything was grouped up, and at a certain point you kind of know it's coming. It's going to be a 4 or 5 man rush somewhere each and every round. I mean, I guess one of the positives you could say, Pera made that quick. They had the T side, a lot of rushes. It was a quick, painless loss, really.
Yeah, that's true, and I mean, you do see a couple players looking obviously disappointed, but they probably realized coming to this event there wasn't many expectations for them to make a run and really perform. They're eliminated 0 and 3, but I think when you win a map and you have a couple of close first maps, to go out 13-1 on Nuke, that's got to feel a little rough.
Oh yeah, feels horrible, but it feels better than a 13-0.
True, you got that one round. You got it in you right at the end of that first half.
Exactly. Sometimes it's all you can ask for.
It is all they can ask for.
Counter-Strike is a cruel mistress. Let's see who did good. TMB, obviously, we kept track of that. Refresh had a great map, 16 and 4. Roy as well had some high impact kills. Dupree and Altex kind of got a chill. There was the two that got them here on that second map as well in Vertigo. Yeah. Those were the standout players, so they put their feet up on this one.
The scoreboard tells you everything you need to know. Not enough kills for Pera. That's at the end of the day, not enough done at all. For the side of Pera, they are out once again 0 and 3 here at the RMRs. They join Nexus as the first teams eliminated from this group. And tomorrow it's going to be more heartbreak, but more celebration.
Yeah, but there's some scary teams. I mean, if we just keep the focus on Preasy and think like what could, I mean, look, there's the Vitality is still in there. They won't have to play tomorrow. Astralis is still around. Yeah, they could have to play Astralis. Well, that would be fun.
I think that is a pretty likely matchup from the estimates I was flying around my head earlier and having a look at.
against Astralis for elimination.
That could be a very tantalizing prospect. Now, we'll have to wait and see what the matches are once everything is configured. I think the MOUZ loss, the MOUZ victory versus Spirit might have changed things up, but we'll check this schedule right now, Jason. Why don't we find out what the
Check out these matches, baby.
Well, I'm looking forward to this. It's always a fun time. And what have we got? So we've got Monte Astralis, so we'll avoid that, and Preasy versus Guild Eagles. Now that feels like a winnable game for both teams. They're going to be feeling like they have a great chance here to bounce back.
Yeah, OG GamerLegion as well. I think that Guild Eagles Preasy one is kind of cool. Guild Eagles doesn't have that same kind of like fear that they're putting in their opponents at the RMRs that they have in the past, do they? They've looked a little bit sketchy, so hopefully they're starting to build up into this tournament, considering it's all elimination from here. They survived today in a tough series. And yeah, that, I would say with what we've seen eye test for Guild Eagles, that is a winnable game for Preasy, although they'd have to have a step up from what they did today as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to call on that third game. But Astralis versus Monte, that'll be interesting. We get to look at the other round of matches over in the mainstream. Apeks versus excl, Vitality taking on ENCE, Team Spirit versus Heroic. Now that is a set of good matches.
Yeah, those are some spicy games to end the day on the mainstream as well. Spirit Heroic, obviously. The donk hype is dying down. It's now turned into people are excited to make jokes.
Yes, I mean, it was inevitable. We were going to see some maps drop off and series be lost for Spirit. But, you know, it's exciting to see that he is human and Spirit can be beaten. And you know, it would
If
have
you
been
had any doubt that he's human.
exactly. Yeah,
you-
he is in fact human. And we're looking forward to tomorrow because there's plenty more action at the RMRs continuing tomorrow. We're going to send some teams to the major, some teams home. It's going to be a great time. So make sure you join us.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection. And simple. No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
Set up teams and start digging. Start digging.
Made in hell.
On a deserted island.
Hold on to your bitch.
It has revived. It flourishes.
Where's he? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? Where did he come from?
The medal of honor.
It's Gala, bitch.